Yo, what's up everyone? It's Goofy Harry, and today we're checking out what if Harry had a harem with the Black Sisters in medieval times? Drop a like if you're hyped. Subscribe for daily content. Let's get this story started. Chapter 1. The Blackthorn the horse died 2 miles outside Thornhaven. Harry felt it go, the stutter in its gait, the shudder that rolled through its ribs like a drumbeat losing rhythm. He swung off before the animal's legs buckled, landing in the mud of the King's Road with his boots squelching ankle-deep. The mare folded sideways, breathing hard, her dark coat lathered white. "Easy," he said, crouching beside her. He put his hand on her neck, felt the heat pouring off her in waves. She'd carried him 90 miles in 2 days without complaint, and he'd pushed her too hard. He knew it. He'd known it 20 miles back when her breathing changed, but the smoke rising from Aldfield had still been fresh in his nostrils, and rage was a poor horseman. He sent a thread of magic into her, not healing exactly, but easing, cooling the fire in her muscles, steadying her heart. She'd live. She'd need rest and grain and clean water, but she'd live. Harry stood and looked down the road toward Thornhaven. The city rose from the river valley like a clenched fist. Gray walls, high towers, banners snapping in the October wind. Even from 2 miles out he could see the colors, black and silver, house black sigil, flying from every rampart. Below the walls, a sprawl of tents and pavilions spread across the tournament grounds like a patchwork quilt stitched by a drunk. Thousands of them. Cookfires trailed smoke into the gray sky. The sound of the crowd reached him as a distant murmur, like the sea heard through a wall. The Tournament of Thorns. He'd heard about it in every tavern from here to the North March. Lord Cygnus Black, in his infinite wisdom and bottomless arrogance, had declared an open tournament. Any man of magical blood could compete for the hand of his eldest daughter, Bellatrix. The prize wasn't just a wife. It was alliance with the most powerful house south of the Wall, a claim to black lands and black gold, and a woman who was reportedly as likely to curse you as kiss you. Harry hadn't come for any of that. He'd come because Lestrange soldiers had burned Aldfield. He left the mare grazing on the roadside grass, with a warming charm settled over her like a blanket, shouldered his pack, and walked. The road was thick with traffic heading toward the city, merchant carts, hedge knights on sorry-looking horses, families of peasants hoping to sell food or services to the tournament crowd. A few glanced at Harry as he passed. Most looked away quickly. He was tall and lean, dark-haired, dressed in a road-worn leather coat over rough spun, with no visible weapon and no house colors. Just a man walking. Except for the scar. The scar always drew the eye. A jagged lightning bolt, white against his brown skin, cutting from his hairline to his brow. People saw it and something shifted behind their eyes. Recognition, maybe. Or the memory of a story told around a fire. A carter with a load of cabbages slowed beside him. The man was old, sun-dark, with the careful eyes of someone who'd survived this long by minding his own business. "Heading for the tournament, then?" the carter asked. "Heading for the city. Same thing this week." "You competing?" "Hadn't planned on it." The carter studied Harry's face. Studied the scar. His knuckles went white on the reins. "You're him," the carter said. "The Blackthorn." Harry kept walking. "I'm just a man looking for a meal and a bed." "That's what they say you said in Dunmore. Right before you pulled down the walls." The carter swallowed. "No offense meant, my lord." "I'm not a lord." "No offense meant anyway." Harry almost smiled. "None taken. Your cabbages look good." The carter blinked. "Thank you. Take care on the road. There are Lestrange riders south of the river. They're burning villages." The carter's face went pale. He whipped his horse without another word, and the cart rattled ahead, cabbages bouncing. Harry watched him go. Word would spread. It always did. The gates of Thornhaven were open wide, the portcullis raised, guards in black livery checking everyone who entered. Harry joined the queue. Ahead of him, a minor lordling was arguing with the gate captain about the quality of his assigned lodgings. Behind him, a group of sellswords were comparing tournament odds in loud, beer-thick voices. 20-1 on the Lestrange brothers, I heard, bollocks. Rodolphus alone is worth 5 of any, doesn't matter, does it? The black bitch'll gut whoever wins. She half-killed Lord Selwyn at the Midsummer Games, and that was supposed to be friendly. Harry's jaw tightened at bitch, but he let it pass. Not his fight. Not yet. When he reached the gate, the captain looked him over with the bored efficiency of a man who'd been doing this for 12 hours. Name and house. Harry. No house. The captain's eyes flicked to the scar, then widened. Then he very carefully looked back down at his ledger. Purpose of visit? I need to speak with whoever commands the Lestrange company here. That'd be Lord Rodolphus himself or his brother Rabaston. They're quartered in the eastern pavilions. The captain paused. Are you entering the tournament? No. Right. The captain waved him through. Then, quietly, to the guard beside him, send word to the keep. The Blackthorn just walked through our gate. Harry heard it. He was meant to hear it. That was fine. Let them know. Thornhaven was chaos. The city had maybe 10,000 people on a normal day. The tournament had tripled that. Every inn was packed, every street was clogged, every vendor was shouting prices that would have made a Gringotts goblin blush if goblins existed in this world, which they didn't. Because the magical races had been driven underground 2 centuries ago by the great houses in one of humanity's less noble moments. Harry moved through the crowds like water through rocks. People parted for him without quite knowing why. There was something about the way he walked, unhurried, unafraid, aware of everything, that made the animal part of the brain whisper move. He found the eastern pavilions easily enough. The Lestrange banners were hard to miss, crimson and black, a mailed fist clutching a serpent. The pavilions themselves were ostentatious. Silk walls, carved wooden poles, servants in matching livery scurrying between them. A small army's worth of soldiers were camped around the perimeter, maybe 200 men, all armed, all wearing the arrogant look of men who knew their lords could do whatever they wanted. Harry walked straight for the largest tent. A guard stepped into his path. Big man. Plate armor, long sword, a face like a cliff with a grudge. State your business. I'm here to see Rodolphus Lestrange. Lord Rodolphus isn't receiving visitors. He'll receive me. The guard's hand moved to a sword. Listen, friend. Harry looked at him. Just looked. The air between them thickened. The guard felt it, the pressure, the weight of magic held in check by nothing but will. Like standing at the base of a dam and hearing the first crack. The guard's hand fell away from his sword. Wait here, he said, and ducked inside the tent. Harry waited. Around him, soldiers were noticing. Hands drifted to weapons. Conversations died. The weight of 200 eyes settled on his shoulders like dust. The tent flap opened and Rodolphus Lestrange stepped out. He was everything Harry expected. Tall, broad-shouldered, dark-haired, with a handsome face that wore cruelty like cologne. His robes were expensive, deep red silk over dragonhide armor, because of course a man like Rodolphus wore armor even in his own camp. A wand sat in a holster at his hip, dark wood, long. His magic rolled off him in slow, heavy waves, the kind of power that came from old blood and older training. Behind him, his brother Rabaston emerged. Leaner, sharper, with the same dark hair, but a face like a knife, all edges, no warmth. He carried his wand in his hand already. Rodolphus looked at Harry. His eyes found the scar. A smile spread across his face, slow, wide, and completely without warmth. The Blackthorn, he said. I wondered when you'd come crawling out of whatever hole you've been hiding in. Aldfield, Harry said. The smile didn't flicker. What about it? Your soldiers burned it. 47 people lived in that village. Farmers. Families. They had nothing to do with your politics or your wars or your tournament. Your men rode in at dawn, set fire to the grain stores, and killed anyone who tried to stop them. 11 dead, including 2 children. Rodolphus tilted his head, like a dog hearing a new sound. And I'm here to tell you it's going to stop. Rabaston laughed. It was a sharp, ugly sound. You're here to tell us? One man walks into our camp and tells us what to do. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm telling you what happens if you don't stop. Harry's voice was level, conversational. The voice of a man discussing the weather. You pull your raiders back across the river. You pay reparations to Oldfield, enough to rebuild and enough to bury the dead with dignity. And you leave the border villages alone. Rodolphus took a step forward. His magic swelled around him, thick and dark, and the soldiers nearest them shuffled back instinctively. Or what? Rodolphus asked. Or I stop you myself. Silence. 200 soldiers. 2 powerful lords of an ancient house. 1 man in a leather coat with no weapon and no army. Rodolphus studied Harry for a long moment. Then he laughed, a real laugh, full of genuine amusement. You've got stones, Blackthorn. I'll give you that. He folded his arms. Those villages sit on land claimed by House Lestrange. Our soldiers were enforcing our borders. If peasants got in the way, that's unfortunate, but it's the nature of those villages sit on unclaimed land, Harry cut in. The border dispute between Lestrange and the freeholds was never settled. You know that. Your father knew that. You're raiding free people and calling it governance. Rodolphus's smile vanished. Careful. I don't do careful. I do clear. Pull back. Pay up. Or deal with me. The tension held for 3 heartbeats. Then Rodolphus stepped back and the dark pressure of his magic receded. I'm here for the tournament, Rodolphus said. I'm here to claim Bellatrix Black's hand, as is my right by old compact. I'm not going to be goaded into a street fight by a nameless wanderer with a famous scar. His smile returned, smaller, meaner. But after I win the tournament and secure my betrothal, we can discuss borders all you like. I suspect you'll find the conversation has changed. I suspect you'll find the tournament harder than you think, Harry said. He turned and walked away. 200 soldiers watched him go, and not one moved to stop him. Behind him, he heard Rabaston say, "We should kill him now." And Rodolphus, quieter, "Not here. Not yet. Let him dig his own grave." Harry smiled. Graves. That was the thing about people who talked about graves, they never seemed to notice when they were standing in one. He found an inn on the west side of the city, a crooked 3-story building called the Broken Crown. The innkeeper was a stout woman named Marta who took one look at Harry, one look at his coin, and gave him a room on the top floor without asking questions. Good woman. The room was small and clean, with a narrow bed, a basin of water, and a window that looked out over the tournament grounds. Harry could see the arena from here, a massive oval of packed earth ringed by wooden stands, already half full even though the main events didn't start until tomorrow. Banners flew from every post. Black and silver for the hosts. Crimson and black for Lestrange. Green and silver for Malfoy. A dozen others he recognized, a dozen more he didn't. He washed the road dust from his face and hands, changed into a cleaner shirt, and sat on the bed. His body ached. 90 miles in 2 days, sleeping rough, eating less. He was 23 years old, and some mornings he felt 60. He thought about Oldfield. About the little girl with the burned hands who'd looked at him with eyes that expected nothing from the world. About her mother, silent with grief, standing in the ashes of their home. About the way the village elder had gripped Harry's arm and said, "Please. Someone has to make them stop." Someone. Always someone. Never anyone specific. Just the vague, desperate hope that power would align with decency for once. Harry flexed his fingers. Magic hummed in his bones, warm and patient, vast as an ocean held behind glass. He'd been born with more of it than any person had a right to. The scar had given him even more, the residue of Riddle's killing curse, absorbed and transformed, turned from dark intent into raw potential. He'd spent 5 years learning what he could do with it, and he still hadn't found the edges. It frightened some people, what he was. It should have frightened him. It didn't. He closed his eyes and slept. The tournament grounds at dawn were beautiful in the way that war preparations are always beautiful. The ordered chaos, the sense of purpose, the bright colors against gray sky. Harry moved through the crowd with a meat pie in one hand and a cup of something hot and vaguely tea-like in the other. The smell of horses and sweat and wood smoke mixed with the sharper scent of magic, spell wards humming at the arena's edge, enchanted weapons being tested, the ozone tang of combat charms. The opening ceremonies were tedious. Lord Cygnus Black stood in the high box, a tall, silver-haired man with the bearing of a king and the eyes of a merchant, and gave a speech about honor, tradition, the glory of House Black, and the tremendous privilege being offered to whichever worthy champion proved himself deserving of his daughter's hand. He spoke well. Every word was calculated to remind the assembled lords that he was granting a favor, not seeking one. Harry ate his pie and watched from the common stands. Bellatrix Black was not in the high box. She was in the arena. Harry saw her before the first bout, warming up in the competitors' staging area, visible through the iron gate. She moved like smoke, fluid, fast, every gesture a weapon in waiting. She was tall for a woman, dark-haired, with high cheekbones and eyes so dark they looked black from a distance. She wore fighting leathers, not a gown. No jewelry. Her wand was in her hand, and she was dueling a training dummy with such speed and violence that the dummy was smoking. The crowd murmured. This was, apparently, not the first time Bellatrix had made clear that she considered herself a participant, not a prize. The herald announced the rules. Single combat. Magical. Non-lethal, at least in theory. The brackets had been drawn by lot. 32 competitors. 5 rounds to the final. The winner earned the right to ask for Bellatrix's hand. Ask, not receive, a distinction that Lord Cygnus had added with visible reluctance after, rumor held, Bellatrix had threatened to set fire to the arena. Harry watched the first bouts. They were fine. Minor lords, hedge mages, a few genuinely skilled duelists. A man from house not through fire with real precision. A greengrass cousin fought with ice magic that was almost artistic. But the real players were holding back, waiting for later rounds. The Lestrange brothers dismantled their opponents with brutal efficiency. Rodolphus fought like a siege engine, overwhelming force, dark curses that skirted the edge of legality, raw power bludgeoning through every defense. Rabastan was subtler, faster, a cutter rather than a crusher, and somehow more unsettling for it. Then a name was called that made Harry look up from his second pie. Lucius Malfoy, Lord of House Malfoy, Warden of the Western March. The man who entered the arena was golden. That was the only word for it. Pale blonde hair, perfect features, robes of green and silver silk over what was clearly enchanted armor. He carried a wand of pale wood topped with a silver serpent head. He moved with the languorous ease of a man who had never been denied anything. His opponent was a stocky lord from a minor house, brave, competent, outmatched. Lucius didn't even appear to try. He raised his wand, flicked it twice, and the other man was on his back, disarmed, bound in silver chains that materialized from thin air. Polite applause. Lucius bowed to the high box. Lord Cygnus inclined his head. And Harry noticed something. Lucius wasn't looking at the arena or at Bellatrix. He was looking at a different box, lower, to the right, where 2 women sat watching. Andromeda and Narcissa Black. Narcissa was like a painting, pale, flawless, every golden hair in place, dressed in silver and white, watching the tournament with an expression of polite interest that revealed absolutely nothing. Andromeda was warmer, brown-haired where her sisters were dark or fair, softer-featured, with kind eyes and a healer's hands folded in her lap. She was watching the medical team tend to a fallen competitor, and Harry could see even from a distance that she was evaluating their technique. Lucius's gaze lingered on Narcissa. Narcissa's gaze did not move to Lucius. Interesting. The morning rounds continued. By midday, the field was down to 16. Rodolphus. Rabastan. Lucius. A few genuinely dangerous dark horses. And then, is there any champion not yet declared who wishes to enter the lists? The herald's voice rang across the arena. It was a formality, a tradition. The entry period had officially closed 2 days ago. No one actually. Harry stood up. He didn't make a conscious decision. One moment he was sitting. The next he was on his feet, and the people around him were staring, and the thing that had been burning in his chest since Aldfield, since the ashes, since the children, since Rodolphus's end, that thing was moving his legs, carrying him down the wooden steps toward the arena floor. A guard at the gate looked at him. Name, the guard asked, already looking skeptical. Harry. House? None. You need a house to compete. Harry looked at the guard. The air shivered. The guard's torch flickered sideways. I need a clear path, Harry said. That's all I've ever needed. The guard stepped aside. Harry walked onto the arena floor. 12,000 people stared at him. He was dusty, unadorned, carrying no wand, wearing a road-stained leather coat. He looked like a stable hand who'd wandered onto the wrong side of the fence. The herald stammered. Sir, the lists are open. Lord Cygnus Black's voice cut from the high box. Sharp, carrying, the voice of a man who'd made a decision faster than anyone else in the arena. The lists are open to any man of magical blood. That is the tradition. His silver eyes were fixed on Harry. State your name for the record. Harry. Some call me the Blackthorn. The crowd noise changed. A ripple like wind through wheat. The murmuring built, crashed, broke into open shouting. Harry heard his name, his earned name, bouncing off the wooden stands like a living thing. In the lower box, Narcissa Black's perfect composure cracked for half a second. Her eyes widened. Andromeda leaned forward. In the competitors' area, Rodolphus Lestrange's face went dark as a thunderhead. And Bellatrix was staring at Harry from behind the iron gate with an expression he couldn't read. Curiosity. Assessment. The look of a predator encountering something it couldn't immediately categorize. Lord Cygnus raised a hand for silence. The crowd obeyed. Slowly. The Blackthorn enters the tournament, Cygnus said. Draw his opponent. The herald fumbled with the lots, pulled a name. His face went pale. The Blackthorn will face Bellatrix Black. The arena went dead silent. Harry looked at Bellatrix. Bellatrix looked at Harry. She smiled. It was the most dangerous thing he'd ever seen. Well, she said, loud enough for the crowd to hear. Finally, someone interesting. They gave him 10 minutes to prepare. He didn't need them. He stood in the staging area, alone, rolling his shoulders, feeling the magic in his blood respond to his heartbeat. Around him, the other competitors gave him a wide berth. They huddled in groups, whispering, throwing glances his way. A voice behind him. Female, cool, precise. You don't have a wand. Harry turned. Narcissa Black stood at the entrance to the staging area, flanked by 2 guards who looked deeply uncomfortable. She was even more striking up close, ice-blue eyes, porcelain skin, a face that could launch 1,000 ships and then negotiate favorable trade terms with the shipbuilders. No, Harry said. You don't carry a weapon of any kind. No. You walked into a tournament full of the most powerful mages in Albion with nothing but a leather coat and an attitude. The coat's enchanted. Narcissa's left eyebrow rose exactly 1 millimeter. Is that a joke? Is this an interrogation? They studied each other. Harry saw the calculation happening behind those blue eyes, the rapid assessment of threat, value, and opportunity that was as natural to Narcissa as breathing. My sister will try to kill you, Narcissa said. Not because she wants you dead, but because she can't help herself. She fights at the level of her opponent. If you're as strong as the stories say, then she'll fight that hard. Yes. Good, more actions right the next chapter now. Chapter 2, Blood and Manners. The Black Keep sat on a granite cliff overlooking the River Thorn, its towers carved from stone so dark it drank the light. It was not a castle built for beauty. It was a castle built by people who expected to be attacked and wanted their enemies to look up at those walls and reconsider their life choices. Arrow slits like narrowed eyes. Murder holes above every gate. Wards so old and layered they hummed in Harry's teeth when he crossed the threshold. He'd been here 3 days now. 3 days since the duel with Bellatrix. 3 days since Lord Cygnus had descended from the high box with that sharp silver gaze and offered Harry guest right in the keep food, shelter, and the sacred protection of the Black household. 3 days since Bellatrix had grabbed his arm as he was being led away by servants and said, with blood still drying on her temple, "If you're boring at dinner, I'll finish what I started." She hadn't been joking. He was fairly sure she still wasn't. Harry sat at the window of his guest chamber, a room that was twice the size of the entire Broken Crown Inn and roughly 4 times as comfortable, and watched the sunrise paint the valley gold. His body still ached. The duel had taken more out of him than he'd expected. Not because Bellatrix had nearly beaten him, because she nearly had, and he'd had to reach deeper into his power than he had in years to match her, and the effort of pulling back, of not letting it all loose in a space full of 12,000 people, had cost him more than any offensive spell. She was extraordinary. That was the thing he kept coming back to, sitting in this borrowed room in this borrowed piece. He'd fought dark wizards and war mages and creatures that didn't have names in any human language, and Bellatrix Black had pushed him harder than almost any of them. Not because she had more raw power, she didn't, not quite, but because she fought with a creativity and ferocity that turned every exchange into something new. She didn't repeat patterns. She didn't rely on combinations. Every spell was improvised, every movement was instinct honed to a killing edge, and she fought with such obvious, wild joy that Harry had found himself grinning like an idiot halfway through, which was not something that usually happened when someone was trying to take his head off. The duel. He kept replaying it. They'd circled each other for the first 30 seconds, reading each other's stance, each other's breathing. The crowd had been screaming. Harry hadn't heard them. His world had narrowed to the dark-haired woman across from him, the wand in her hand, and the magic boiling behind her eyes like a storm pressing against glass. She'd struck first. A curse he didn't recognize, purple-black, fast, spiraling. He'd sidestepped it and felt it score the air beside his ear, hot and sharp. She was already casting again before the first spell missed, chains of magic flowing from her wand in continuous streams rather than discrete spells. That was rare. That was master's-level casting, the kind of thing that took decades to develop, and she did it like breathing. He'd answered with wandless magic, a wave of force that turned the arena dirt into a wall between them. She'd shattered it with a scream of effort and come through the debris with a cutting curse that opened a gash on his forearm before he could react. First blood to her. The crowd had lost its mind. After that, it had gotten serious. He'd stopped holding back, mostly, and started fighting the way he actually fought. Not with spells, because spells were too slow for the speed they were moving at. With shaped magic. Raw force molded by will and intent. He'd ripped the ground apart beneath her feet, and she'd launched herself into the air, flying without a broom, casting downward in spiraling patterns that turned the arena floor into a smoking ruin. He'd thrown up a shield that caught her barrage and redirected it, a trick that made her pause for half a second, genuine surprise flashing across her face, and then he'd hit her with a blast of concussive force that sent her skidding backward 30 feet, digging furrows in the earth with her boots. She'd gotten up laughing. Laughing. "There you are," she'd said, blood running from a cut above her eye, her dark hair wild, her smile incandescent with the pure, uncomplicated thrill of meeting her match. "I was starting to think you were all reputation." They'd fought for another 20 minutes after that. 20 minutes that felt like 20 seconds and 20 years simultaneously. The arena wards had strained. The wooden stands had cracked. Lord Cygnus had gripped the railing of his box hard enough to whiten his knuckles. The crowd had gone from screaming to silent, the odd, breath-held silence of people witnessing something they'd tell their grandchildren about. In the end, Harry had won. Barely. He'd gotten inside her guard during a half-second opening when she'd overcommit to an attack, a mistake she wouldn't make twice, and hit her with a binding spell so dense it had taken 3 officials 10 minutes to unravel. She'd been pinned, arms and legs locked, magic suppressed, and she'd stared up at him from the ground with those black eyes and said, "Tomorrow. Same time. No rules." The herald had declared Harry the winner. The crowd had erupted. And Lord Cygnus Black had come down from his box like a hawk descending from its perch, and everything after that had been politics. A knock on Harry's door pulled him out of the memory. "Come in," he said, still facing the window. The door opened. Light footsteps. The scent of something herbal, rosemary and elf fruit and clean linen. "You've been sitting in that same position for an hour," Andromeda Black said. "I know, because the servants gossip and I encourage it." Harry turned. Andromeda stood in the doorway holding a wooden case that he recognized as a healer's kit. She was dressed simply, brown robes, practical boots, her chestnut hair pulled back in a braid. No jewelry except a small pendant at her throat, a silver serpent coiled around an oak leaf. The healer's mark. You're here to check on me, Harry said. I'm here because my father asked me to assess your injuries, and I'm using it as an excuse to satisfy my own curiosity. She set the kit on the table and opened it with practiced hands. Sit. Harry sat. Andromeda pulled a chair opposite him and took his right hand, turning it palm up. Her fingers were warm and sure. She ran her thumb along the gash Bellatrix's cutting curse had left, mostly healed now, thanks to the tournament medical team, but still raw and pink. Their suture work is sloppy, she murmured, more to herself than to him. Magic bloomed from her fingertips, not the sharp, aggressive magic of combat, but something softer, deeper. It sank into his skin like warm water, and the ache in his arm faded to nothing. The muscle beneath is bruised. You've been using this arm anyway. It's my arm. I need it. You need it functional, which it won't be if the muscle tears because you were too stubborn to rest it. She moved to his left hand, then his wrists, his forearms, working methodically up toward his shoulders. Her magic probed gently, reading his body's damage like a scholar reading text. Then she reached his chest and stopped. Her eyes went wide. Take off your shirt, she said. Not a request. Harry hesitated. Not from modesty. From the knowledge of what she'd see. It's not take it off. He pulled the shirt over his head. Andromeda's hands dropped to her sides. Her face went through something complicated, shock first, then recognition, then a slow-building anger that Harry could feel in the air between them, hot and controlled. His torso was a map of violence. Scars layered over scars, some old and silver, some newer and red, some that were clearly mundane and some that shimmered with residual magic. A starburst of white tissue over his heart where the killing curse had struck when he was an infant. Long parallel lines across his ribs from something clawed. A puckered, ugly mark on his left side where a dark curse had eaten through skin and muscle before he'd managed to purge it. Burns. Cuts. The accumulated damage of 5 years of war fought by a man who'd never had anyone to come home to. Riddle's curse, Andromeda said, touching the starburst scar with one finger. Her voice was very quiet. The one that killed him. Rebounded. I was a baby. I don't remember it. And this. She touched the long scar that ran from his left shoulder to his right hip. Dark Wizard in the North March. 3 years ago. He had a sword that was cursed. Nastier than it looked. This? Manticore. This? That one was actually a cooking accident. Andromeda looked at him. Despite herself, despite the anger and the shock, a flicker of amusement crossed her face. You're deflecting. I'm being honest. I really am a terrible cook. She sat back and studied him with those warm, serious eyes. Andromeda Black was not beautiful the way her sisters were, not Bellatrix's wild, dangerous beauty, not Narcissus' ice sculpture perfection. She was something else. Handsome. Grounded. The kind of face you'd trust in a crisis. The kind of eyes that missed nothing and judged less than you'd expect. When was the last time someone healed you properly? She asked. Define properly. When was the last time someone spent more than 5 minutes on you? When was the last time you let someone actually look at the damage and fix it, not just patch the surface so you could keep fighting? Harry didn't answer. The answer was never, and they both knew it. Andromeda stood. She moved behind him, placed both hands on his shoulders. Her magic deepened, became something larger and more thorough, a warm tide rolling through his body, finding old injuries, old pain, the calcified damage of years of neglect. This will take a while, she said. And it will hurt. I can handle, I'm sure you can. That's not the point. Her magic went deep. Harry's breath caught. It did hurt, a clean, bright pain, the pain of things being put right after too long wrong. He felt old breaks reknitting properly. Felt scar tissue loosening. Felt the deep, chronic ache in his spine that he'd carried so long he'd forgotten it wasn't normal begin to ease. You've been living with a fractured rib that healed incorrectly, Andromeda said, her voice professionally calm even as her magic did extraordinary things inside his body. Your left shoulder has been dislocated and reset at least twice, badly both times. There's residual dark magic in at least 4 of these scars that should have been purged years ago. A pause. How are you even standing? Stubbornness, mostly. That tracks. They were quiet for a while. Her magic worked and he let it. The morning sun climbed higher. Through the window, the sounds of the keep drifted in servants, horses, the distant clang of the smithy. You could have beaten Bella in half the time, Andromeda said. Harry opened his eyes. What? In the duel. You were holding back. Not at the end you were fighting for real. But for the first 10 minutes, you were measuring her. Learning her. You could have ended it immediately and you chose not to. She deserved a real fight. She did. And you gave her one. That's not what I'm asking. Andromeda's hands paused on his shoulders. I'm asking why a man powerful enough to level this castle bothered to walk into a tournament and fight fairly at all. You came here for the Lestranges. You confronted them. That should have been the end of it. Why enter the lists? Harry thought about it. The honest answer was that he didn't fully know. The partially honest answer was closer to the surface. Because Rodolphus Lestrange is going to win this tournament if no one stops him, Harry said. And when he does, he'll use his marriage to Bellatrix to unite Lestrange and Black, which gives him enough power to start the war he's been building toward. And the first people to burn when that war starts will be the ones who always burn first. The small ones. The ones in villages like Aldfield who can't fight back. Andromeda's hands resumed their work. That's the strategic reason. That's the reason. It's not the only one. Harry didn't reply. Andromeda didn't push. She finished her work in silence, and when she stepped back, Harry rolled his shoulders and felt, for the first time in years, no pain. None. Like she'd taken a weight off him he hadn't known he was carrying. Thank you, he said. He meant it in a way that went beyond the healing, and she seemed to know that. You should eat more, Andromeda said, packing up her kit with the same brisk efficiency she'd unpacked it. You're underweight for your frame. The kitchens here are excellent. Tell them I sent you, and they'll give you whatever you want. She paused at the door. Dinner tonight is formal. Father has invited the major lords. It will be political, exhausting, and dangerous in ways that have nothing to do with magic. Try not to start any wars before the soup course. I make no promises. She almost smiled. Then she left, and Harry sat in the sunlight and breathed, and felt, for a strange moment, like he was somewhere he wasn't entirely unwelcome. The great hall of Black Keep was built to intimidate. Vaulted ceilings lost in shadow. Pillars of black granite carved with the deeds of ancient Black's battles, conquests, the occasional scene of what was either ritual magic or a very aggressive dinner party. Torches burned in iron brackets, their light supplemented by floating orbs of soft mage light that drifted near the ceiling like captive stars. The long table ran the length of the hall, set with silver and crystal, and around it sat some of the most powerful people in Albion. Harry had been placed, with exquisite political precision, in the middle. To his left sat Andromeda, who was eating roast pheasant with the calm focus of someone conserving energy for later. To his right sat an empty chair that was Narcissa's, because Narcissa was fashionably late, and everyone knew it was deliberate, and no one could do anything about it. Across the table, Rodolphus Lestrange watched Harry the way a snake watches a bird. Rabaston sat beside his brother, barely eating, his knife hand never far from the table's edge. Lucius Malfoy occupied the place of honor at Lord Cygnus's right, a position that announced, louder than words, the existing alliance between their houses. He was immaculate, golden, making conversation with Cygnus that was so smooth it barely qualified as talking and was closer to a performance. Bellatrix sat at her father's left. She had been forced into a gown, black silk, high-necked, severe, and she wore it like a prisoner wears chains. She'd been glaring at the roast boar for the past 10 minutes, as if it had personally offended her. Occasionally, she glanced at Harry, and each time her expression shifted to something less murderous and more evaluative. The hall was full of lesser lords and retainers, maybe 60 people in total, and the noise of conversation and clinking silverware filled the space with a deceptive warmth. But Harry could feel the currents beneath. The careful positioning of who sat where. The alliances signaled by proximity. the threats encoded in toasts and compliments. "You look like a man trying to read a book in a language he doesn't speak," Andromeda murmured beside him. "I speak it fine. I just don't like the grammar." "Nobody does. That's rather the point." The doors opened and Narcissa entered. She'd chosen her timing perfectly, late enough to be noticed, early enough not to be rude. She wore silver white, and in the torchlight, she looked like moonlight given human form. Every head in the hall turned. Lucius's gaze tracked her from the door to the table with an intensity that made Harry's skin prickle. Narcissa took her seat beside Harry without acknowledging anyone. She unfolded her napkin, placed it in her lap, and selected a bread roll with the precision of a chess master choosing her opening piece. "Good evening," Harry said. "You've been placed between me and my sister," Narcissa said, buttering her roll with a tiny silver knife. "My father did that deliberately. He wants to see how you handle us." "I wasn't planning to handle anyone." "That's wise. My sister Andromeda is the most intelligent person in this room, and if you try to handle me, I will destroy you socially in ways that make Bella's curses look gentle." "I believe you." Narcissa glanced at him sideways. The faintest ghost of something that might have been approval flickered in her blue eyes. "You believe me." Not, "I'm not afraid of you," or "I'd like to see you try." Just acceptance. She bit into her roll. "You're not what I expected." "What did you expect?" "A brute. A powerful one, granted, but a blunt instrument. My sister raves about your dueling. She cornered me this morning and talked for 45 minutes about your shield redirection technique, which is more words than she's voluntarily spoken to me in a month. But raw power is common enough among the ambitious and the dangerous. And you walked into a Lestrange war camp alone and gave Rodolphus an ultimatum. That's not a brute's move. That's either a genius or a madman, and I haven't determined which. Can't it be both?" Narcissa's lip twitched. Almost a smile. She hid it behind her wineglass. Down the table, Lord Cygnus stood. The hall quieted. "My lords and ladies," Cygnus said. His voice carried effortlessly, a lifetime of command woven into every syllable. "I welcome you to Blackkeep. The tournament continues tomorrow, and I look forward to seeing more of the fine displays of magical prowess we witnessed today." His gaze swept the table. It lingered on Rodolphus, on Lucius, on Harry. "Tonight, however, is for fellowship. Let old grievances rest. Let new alliances be considered. And let us remember that the strength of Albion lies in the unity of its great houses." "Hear, hear." Silver clinked on crystal. The noise resumed. "Unity," Narcissa said, the word dripping acid so concentrated it could have etched glass. "Father's favorite word when he means submission." "Narcissa," Andromeda said, a gentle warning. "I'm being quiet. This is my quiet voice." Harry ate his dinner and listened. That was the key to a room like this, listening. The food was excellent, which helped. Roast boar, pheasant, fresh bread, root vegetables cooked in herbs, a fish soup that was probably the best thing he'd eaten in months. He listened to the conversations flowing around him, tracked the undercurrents, mapped the alliances. Lucius Malfoy was the center of gravity. Not Cygnus. Cygnus held the room by right of hosting, but Lucius held it by force of personality. He drew people to him. Lords who'd been rivals an hour ago found themselves agreeing with each other after 10 minutes of Lucius's golden-tongued mediation. He was building something, right here at this table, and doing it so smoothly that you'd miss it if you weren't watching. "He's been working on the minor houses for months," Narcissa said, reading Harry's gaze. "Selwyn, not Greengrass, Rowell. He offers them trade concessions and military protection in exchange for political backing. He's building a coalition." "For what?" "The Iron Throne." Narcissa said it flatly, like stating the weather. "Lucius believes he should be High King. He's not wrong to want it, he's certainly qualified, more so than most. But he's going about it the way Malfoys always do. Buying what he can't earn." "And the betrothal between you two?" Narcissa's expression didn't change, but something hardened behind her eyes. "A political arrangement made when I was 14. My father saw advantage in binding Black to Malfoy. Lucius saw advantage in everything. The wedding is set for spring. You don't want it. What I want is irrelevant." What I intend is another matter entirely." Before Harry could ask what she meant by that, a voice cut across the table like a blade. "Blackthorn. Rodolphus Lestrange." He'd waited for a lull in the surrounding conversation, timed it perfectly so that half the table would hear. His face wore that same cold smile from the pavilion. "Lord Lestrange," Harry said. "I've been meaning to ask. Your performance in the arena today was theatrical. Impressive, certainly. But I couldn't help noticing that you entered the tournament at the last moment, bypassing the normal entry procedures. Some might call that disrespectful. Some might. I'm calling it disrespectful." The conversations nearest them died. Heads turned. At the head of the table, Lord Cygnus watched with the alert stillness of a man who'd expected this exact moment. Harry set down his fork. He met Rodolphus's gaze across the silver and crystal and candlelight. "I'll tell you what's disrespectful," Harry said. His voice was even, unhurried. "Burning a village of free people and calling it border enforcement. Killing children and shrugging it off as the cost of governance. That's disrespectful. Me walking into an arena and fighting your future bride to a standstill? That's just Tuesday." Silence. Absolute, ringing silence. Someone at the far end of the table choked on their wine. Bellatrix made a sound. It took Harry a second to realize she was laughing. Not loudly, a low, rich sound, muffled behind her hand, but in the silence it carried like a bell. Rodolphus's smile had curdled into something ugly. "You should be careful, Blackthorn. Guest right protects your body. It does nothing for your reputation. My reputation can take care of itself." "Can it?" "Because what I see is a man with no name, no house, no lands, and no allies, sitting at a table of lords and pretending he belongs." "I'm not pretending anything. I'm eating dinner." "You're the one who started a conversation about respect while your soldiers are still carrying torches through farming villages." Rodolphus's hand moved beneath the table. Harry felt the magic gathering, dark, hot, the taste of iron and ash. Beside Rodolphus, Rabaston's eyes had gone flat and empty, the eyes of a man calculating angles of attack. Harry didn't move, didn't tense, didn't reach for power. He just sat there, fork on the table, and looked at Rodolphus Lestrange, and let the full weight of what he was settle into the air between them like a held breath. The candles on the table flickered. All of them. Simultaneously. Every mage light in the hall dimmed by a fraction, not enough for anyone to consciously notice, but enough for every magical person in the room to feel it. The ambient magic of the entire keep bent toward Harry like iron filings toward a lodestone. Rodolphus felt it. His hand stilled. The anger in his face was still there, but something else joined it, the animal recognition of a predator encountering something larger than itself. "Gentlemen." Lord Cygnus's voice dropped between them like a stone into still water. "I believe I mentioned fellowship. The tournament grounds are available tomorrow for those who wish to settle matters of honor. My table is for wine and conversation." Rodolphus held Harry's gaze for one more second. Then he picked up his goblet and drank. "Of course, Lord Black," Rodolphus said. "My apologies. The wine is excellent, by the way." The tension cracked. Conversation resumed. The currents flowed back into their channels. Narcissa exhaled through her nose, the quietest possible expression of something that might have been relief. "You just threatened a lord of a great house at my father's dinner table." "I didn't threaten anyone. I sat still. That was the threat." Harry picked up his fork and returned to his pheasant. He shouldn't have mentioned the villages. Andromeda, on his other side, was very carefully not looking at him. But Harry caught the edge of her expression, and she was trying very hard not to smile. After dinner, the hall emptied slowly as lords and retainers drifted toward their quarters or toward the lesser halls where wine flowed more freely and the politics were cruder, but more honest. Harry excused himself early, citing tiredness, which was half true. What he actually wanted was air. He found the battlements. Blackkeep's upper walls looked out over the river valley, the tournament grounds below reduced to a scattering of campfire lights in the darkness. The wind was cold and clean and tasted of autumn. Harry leaned on the stone parapet and breathed. He'd been here 3 days, and already the walls were closing in. Not physically, the keep was enormous. But the weight of all those watching eyes, all those calculating minds, all those agendas and alliances and carefully positioned dinner chairs. This wasn't his world. His world was the road, the open sky, the simple clarity of problems that could be solved with power and will. But the problems he'd come to solve less strange, the villages, the slow-burning war that was going to consume the small folk of Albion, those couldn't be solved on the road. Not anymore. Footsteps on stone. Light, quick, deliberate. You fight like someone who learned in a war, Bellatrix said, stepping onto the battlement behind him. She changed out of the gown and back into her fighting leathers. She moved differently in them, looser, more dangerous, more herself. Not in a training hall. Not from books. You learned by surviving. Is there any other way to learn? Most people think so. Most people are idiots. She came to stand beside him at the parapet, looking out at the valley. The wind caught her dark hair. I was trained by the best duelists in Albion from the time I could hold a wand. Private tutors, combat masters, my father's war mages. I've studied every school of magical combat that exists. And you fought me to a standstill without any of it. You're wondering how. I'm wondering who. Who are you, Blackthorn? Really? Before the scar. Before the name. You appeared 5 years ago and destroyed the most dangerous dark sorcerer in a century, and no one can find any trace of you before that. Would you believe me if I told you I don't remember much of the before? Bellatrix looked at him sharply. The curse. Riddle's killing curse hit me when I was a baby. My parents died. I survived. But whatever happened in between, the magic that saved me, the backlash that killed him, it did something. I grew up with fragments. Flashes of a woman with red hair. A man with spectacles. A green light. Harry paused. I was raised by mundane people who didn't want me. I left when I was old enough to walk a straight line on a road and I didn't look back. And the magic? Always there. Always growing. By the time Riddle came back, rebuilt himself from dark rituals and borrowed bodies, I was 15 and I could feel the scar pulling me toward him. Like a hook in my skull. So I followed it. Found him. Killed him. He shrugged. After that, I walked some more. Bellatrix was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "You're the most powerful mage I've ever encountered, and you've spent 5 years walking? Walking, fighting, helping where I could. I didn't want a crown or a cause. I wanted," he stopped. What had he wanted? I wanted to see if the world was worth the trouble of being alive in it. And? It's complicated. Bellatrix turned to face him fully. In the moonlight, her face was all sharp angles and dark eyes, and she was looking at him with an intensity that had nothing to do with combat. "Fight me again," she said. "What now?" "Not now. Tomorrow. Not in the tournament. I'm not competing in my own auction. Somewhere private. No rules, no heralds, no crowds. I want to see what you really are. You might not like what you see. I might not. I might also be the only person in Albion who can look at it without flinching." Harry held her gaze. The wind howled between the towers. Below, the river ran silver in the moonlight. "Dawn," he said. "The East Training Yard." Bellatrix's smile was a blade-catching light. "Dawn." She turned and walked away. At the stairwell, she paused without looking back. "You called it just Tuesday. The arena fight." "I did. It wasn't just Tuesday for me." She disappeared down the stairs. Harry watched her go and thought, this is going to be a problem. Then he thought, this is going to be the best kind of problem. Dawn came gray and cold. Harry was in the East Training Yard by first light, moving through warm-up forms that had no name because he'd invented them himself, part martial art, part magical channeling, part stubborn refusal to stretch like a normal person. The East Yard was a walled enclosure behind the keep's main armory, used by the Black Household Guard for practice. At this hour it was empty, the packed dirt floor damp with morning dew, wooden training dummies standing like patient ghosts along one wall. The wards here were strong, designed to contain combat magic and prevent stray spells from reaching the main keep. That was good. They were going to need them. Bellatrix arrived exactly at dawn. Not a minute before, not a minute after. She tied her hair back and wore lighter armor than yesterday, just a leather vest over a shirt, boots, and her wand in her right hand. Her eyes were bright with something that was either anticipation or barely contained violence, and the distinction probably didn't matter to her. "Rules?" she asked. "Don't destroy the castle." "I make no promises," she attacked. No warning, no signal, no courtesy pause. One instant she was standing at the yard's entrance, and the next she was a whirlwind of magic and motion, spells flowing from her wand in those impossible continuous streams, each one different from the last. A cutting curse that Harry deflected. A concussive blast that he absorbed. A transfiguration that turned the ground beneath his feet to quicksand. Harry sank 6 inches before he hardened the earth with a pulse of power and launched himself sideways. He came up running, circling her, and, through a volley of raw force, 3 bolts in quick succession, each from a different angle. Bellatrix danced through them. Actually danced. Her footwork was extraordinary, every step deliberate, her body flowing around the impacts like water around stones. "You're still holding back," she called, deflecting one of his bolts into a training dummy that exploded into splinters. "So are you." She grinned. And then she showed him what she'd been hiding. Her magic changed. The spell stopped being individual castings and became something continuous, a field of destructive intent that radiated outward from her like heat from a furnace. The air around her shimmered and twisted. The training dummies burst into flame. The stone walls cracked. Harry felt it hit him like a wave. Not a specific spell, a general force, chaos given direction, her raw magical will made manifest. It was extraordinary. It was also extremely dangerous, because it wasn't a technique that could be countered with shields or deflection. It was like trying to block a forest fire with an umbrella. So he stopped blocking. He opened himself up, dropped every mental dam and every control structure and every careful limit he maintained to keep from breaking things he didn't mean to break, and let his own power rise. The yard went white. Not with light, with magic. The air itself saturated with it, thick as fog, electric and alive. The wards on the training yard screamed, their ancient enchantments straining against the combined output of 2 people who had no business fighting inside a contained space. The ground cracked. The walls shuddered. And in the center of it, Harry and Bellatrix fought. It was nothing like the arena. The arena had been a duel, structured, bounded, ultimately civilized. This was something primal. 2 forces colliding and trying to find out which one bent first. Bellatrix's chaos field slammed against Harry's raw power, and the interference patterns threw off shockwaves that shattered every window within 50 yards. He shaped his magic into blades and hammers and walls, and she dissolved them with that impossible, intoxicating unpredictability. She hit him. Twice. Once with a curse that burned across his ribs and once with a physical strike, an elbow to his jaw when they closed to arm's length, that rocked his head back and made stars burst behind his eyes. He hit her once. A pulse of force directly to her center of mass that lifted her off the ground and threw her into the far wall hard enough to crack the stone. She slid down, landed in a crouch, wiped blood from her lip with the back of her hand. Stood up. The chaos field expanded, and Harry could feel the wards beginning to fail. If they kept going at this intensity, they were going to crack the keep's foundations and bring the entire east wing down on top of them. He could feel the stone singing with stress, the ancient magic woven into the walls vibrating at frequencies it was never meant to sustain. He made a choice. Not to stop. Not to pull back. But to redirect. He gathered everything he had, every drop of power, every ounce of will, and shaped it into something Bellatrix had never seen anyone do. He reached into the ambient magic of the keep itself, the deep wells of power that centuries of Black family magic had saturated into the stone, and he harmonized with it. His power didn't fight the wards, it joined them, strengthened them, used them as a framework. Then he wrapped that framework around Bellatrix's chaos field and compressed it. The effect was instantaneous. Her magic didn't disappear, it was contained. Focused. Instead of a wildfire, it became a furnace, blazing hotter than ever but within boundaries. Bellatrix gasped. Her eyes went wide. She could feel what he'd done, not suppressed her, not bound her, but given her chaos a shape it had never had. For a moment, they stood there in the ruined training yard, breathing hard, bleeding, surrounded by shattered stone and smoldering wood, and the air between them hummed with the combined resonance of their magic. "What did you just do?" Bellatrix whispered. "I don't know," Harry said honestly. "But it worked. I can feel it. You didn't shut me down. She flexed her fingers. Magic crackled between them, brighter and more focused than before. "You gave it structure. Your power doesn't need to be weaker to be controlled. It just needs a framework. You've never had one because nobody's magic was strong enough to build one that could contain yours." Bellatrix stared at him. Her chest was heaving. Blood ran from the cut on her lip and from a gash on her forearm. Her hair had come loose from its tie and hung wild around her face. She looked like a storm given human form, and she was looking at him like he'd just shown her a color she'd never seen before. "Again," she said. "Bella, again." They fought until the sun was fully up, and by the time they stopped panting, bruised, grinning at each other like idiots across a training yard that looked like it had been hit by a siege, something had shifted between them that neither of them had words for yet. Harry was sitting on a chunk of broken wall, catching his breath, when the slow, deliberate sound of applause echoed across the yard. He looked up. Lord Cygnus Black stood at the yard's entrance, hands raised, clapping with the measured rhythm of a man who had just watched his most valuable asset become significantly more valuable. Behind him, 2 guards looked shell-shocked. "Magnificent," Cygnus said. "Absolutely magnificent." He surveyed the destruction. The cracked walls, the molten training dummies, the fissures in the ground, with the expression of a man calculating repair costs and deciding they were worth it. "I've been trying to find a way to focus Bellatrix's raw output for years. Tutors, enchanted channeling devices, even a modified Fidelius construct. Nothing worked. You managed it in 20 minutes of combat." "Father," Bellatrix said, her voice carrying a warning. "Daughter." Cygnus's voice carried something harder. "Walk with me, Blackthorn. I think it's time we had a frank conversation." Harry looked at Bellatrix. She shook her head slightly, not a warning against going, more a preemptive apology for whatever her father was about to say. He followed Cygnus. The Lord of House Black led Harry through the keep's corridors with the unhurried stride of a man who owned every stone he walked on and wanted you to know it. They passed servants who bowed, guards who snapped to attention, and a portrait gallery of black ancestors who watched from their frames with painted silver eyes. Cygnus said nothing until they reached his private study, a circular room in the keep's central tower, its walls lined with books and maps, a massive oak desk dominating the center. He closed the door, poured 2 glasses of wine from a crystal decanter, and handed one to Harry without asking if he wanted it. "You killed Lord Riddle," Cygnus said. "Not a question. I killed what was left of him. By the time I found him, he'd done so many dark rituals that Lord was a generous description. 7 soul anchors, if the intelligence reports are accurate." Harry went still. "You know about those?" "I know about everything that threatens the stability of Albion. Riddle was a disruption I tolerated until he became a disruption I couldn't. When a 15-year-old boy with a curse scar managed what the assembled lords of the great houses hadn't bothered to attempt, I took notice." Cygnus sat behind his desk. "I've been watching you for 5 years, Blackthorn. Most people who watch me that long lose interest. Most people can't see what they're looking at. I can." Cygnus leaned forward. "You are, by my estimation, the most powerful living mage in Albion. Possibly the world, though I have limited intelligence on the Eastern schools. You have no allegiance, no ambition for territory, and a moral compass that points stubbornly toward protecting people who can't protect themselves. You are, in short, the most dangerous kind of man, one who can't be bought, can't be intimidated, and can't be predicted. Is this a job interview?" "This is an offer." Cygnus set down his wine. "The Iron Throne has been empty for 12 years. In that time, the great houses have been circling each other like wolves, each waiting for the others to weaken. Lucius Malfoy is the closest to making a real claim. He's been assembling alliances for years, and with a marriage to my daughter Narcissa, he'd have the political and military strength to take the throne by acclamation if not by conquest. You don't sound happy about that. I am a realist, Blackthorn. Lucius is capable. He would make a functional king. But a Malfoy on the throne with a Black bride at his side makes House Black the junior partner in a Malfoy dynasty. My daughters become broodmaras. My legacy becomes a footnote in his story. Cygnus's silver eyes were cold and clear. I've spent 40 years building this house. I will not see it absorbed. So you want an alternative? I want you. Harry set down his wine. I don't want a throne. I don't care what you want. I care what you are. You're the alternative to Malfoy Blackthorn. The only one. And with my daughters, stop. The word came out harder than Harry intended. The magic in his blood responded to his tone, and the candles in the room flared, shadows leaping on the walls. Your daughters are people, Harry said. Not pieces in your game. Not trade goods. Not leverage. If you're about to offer me your daughters like horses at auction, we're going to have a very short conversation. Cygnus regarded him with an expression that Harry couldn't fully read, somewhere between irritation and genuine respect. My daughters, Cygnus said carefully, are the 3 most formidable women in Albion. Bellatrix could burn this castle down. Andromeda could rebuild it. Narcissa could make the ashes profitable. I am not offering them as trade goods. I am suggesting an alliance that would benefit everyone involved, including them. An alliance. Marriage. All 3. Harry stared at him. It's not without precedent, Cygnus continued, as if he were discussing crop rotation. The old laws of Albion permit polygamous marriages among the great houses, particularly in cases of political consolidation. 3 Black daughters married to the most powerful mage alive would unite the Black bloodline rather than scatter it across rival houses. Bellatrix stays free of Lestrange. Narcissa stays free of Malfoy. Andromeda stays free of the lesser matches I'd otherwise be forced to make. You've thought about this. I've thought about little else since you walked through my gate. Harry stood. He walked to the window and looked out at the valley. The morning mist was burning off. Below, the tournament grounds were coming alive for another day of violence dressed up as entertainment. I'll say 3 things, Harry said. First, I won't be used. Not by you, not by Malfoy, not by anyone. If you're looking for a puppet who happens to be powerful, find someone else. Noted. Second, I didn't come here for a throne, a marriage, or a political alliance. I came because Lestrange soldiers burned a village under my protection. That's unfinished. It can be finished more effectively with my resources than without them. Third, Harry turned from the window. If, and this is the kind of if that carries a lot of weight, if anything ever happens between me and your daughters, it happens because they choose it. Not because you arranged it. Not because it serves your legacy. Because they want it. Cygnus leaned back in his chair. For the first time, something that might have been genuine emotion crossed his face, not warmth, exactly, but a grudging acknowledgement that Harry had met his expectations and slightly exceeded them. You know, Cygnus said, most men would have asked about the dowry first. I'm not most men. No, you are not. Cygnus stood. Think about what I've said. The tournament continues today. Your next bout is against Lord Selwyn, competent but manageable. Win, and you'll face Rodolphus in the quarterfinal. A pause. I suspect you'll find that fight more satisfying than our conversation. Harry left the study with his wine untouched and his mind turning like a millwheel. In the corridor outside, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, Narcissa Black was waiting. How much did you hear? Harry asked. All of it. These walls are thinner than Father thinks, and I've been eavesdropping on his meetings since I was 9. Narcissa pushed off the wall and fell into step beside him. He's not wrong, you know. About Lucius, about the throne, about the strategic logic. About you 3 being the solution to his dynastic anxiety. About us being wasted on inferior matches. She stopped walking. Harry stopped with her. I was 14 when my father sold me to Lucius Malfoy. I'm 19 now. I've spent 5 years knowing exactly what my future looks like, standing behind a golden man in a golden castle, producing golden heirs, and smiling at state dinners while my mind rots from disuse. Her blue eyes were fierce in a way he hadn't seen before, not the cold calculation of dinner, but something raw. Don't presume to feel sorry for me. I don't want pity. I want options. And I'm an option? You're the first option that's ever presented itself. Don't flatter yourself. That says more about the dismal state of Albion's eligible lords than it does about you. But there was a crack in the ice, a flicker of something real beneath the frost. What my father offers as a transaction, I would consider as a partnership. There's a difference. A considerable one. Yes. And I need you to understand that if this happens, and I'm not saying it will, it happens on my terms as much as yours. I am not a prize. I am a player. Harry looked at her. Really looked. Past the Ice Queen composure, the political genius, the flawless surface. Saw a 19-year-old woman who'd been treated as currency since before she was old enough to understand why, who'd responded by becoming so sharp and so controlled that no one could get close enough to use her again, and who was standing in a corridor offering a partnership to a man she barely knew because the alternative was a cage, however gilded. I don't want a prize, Harry said. I've never known what to do with prizes. But a partner, he held out his hand. That I could use. Narcissa looked at his hand, then at his face. Something shifted in her expression, not a softening exactly, but a recalibration. She took his hand. Her grip was cool and firm. Don't disappoint me, Blackthorn. I'll do my best. They shook once and released. Narcissa smoothed her robes, reconstructed her composure like a mason rebuilding a wall, and walked away down the corridor. At the corner, without turning, she said, "Your next opponent, Selwyn, favors ice magic. He overextends on his third volley. Exploit the gap." Then she was gone. Harry stared after her. 3 days in this castle and his life had been more thoroughly appended than in 5 years on the road. A lord wanted to make him king. A warrior witch wanted to fight him every morning. A healer had fixed damage he'd been carrying for years. And a political genius had just shaken his hand like they were closing a business deal and walked away with what he suspected was the first genuine smile she'd allowed herself in months. He was still standing there when a servant appeared, looking nervous. "Begging your pardon, sir. There's a man at the gate asking for you. Says he's come from the Citadel of the Sacred Flame." Harry's stomach tightened. "What's his name?" "Wouldn't give one, sir. But he's old. Very old. Long beard. He said to tell you, and forgive me, sir, these are his words, tell the Blackthorn that the archon sends his regards and his concern, in that order. Dumbledore." Harry ran a hand through his hair. Of course. Of course the old man was watching. He'd been watching since Riddle died, sending emissaries, leaving invitations, making offers that were phrased as kindness and structured as obligations. The archon of the Sacred Flame wanted Harry on a leash, and he'd been patient about it for 5 years. Patience, apparently, had run out. "Tell him I'll meet him in the public hall," Harry said. "And tell Lord Cygnus. He should know the church has come calling." The servant bowed and hurried off. Harry stood in the corridor and thought about Aldfield and thrones, and 3 women who deserved better than the world had offered them. Then he went to deal with whatever Dumbledore had sent. The man waiting in the public hall was not Dumbledore himself. Harry hadn't expected him to be. The archon didn't travel, not anymore, not since the wars had aged him past what even magic could comfortably restore. Instead, the emissary was a thin, sallow man with lank dark hair and black robes bearing the Sacred Flame's sigil, a golden fire within a silver circle. His face was sharp, unpleasant, and deeply familiar. "Severus Snape," Harry said. "Potter," Snape said. "Not Blackthorn. Potter." The birth name that Harry had left behind with everything else. "It's been a while. Not long enough." Snape's dark eyes swept the hall, missing nothing. "You've done well for yourself. Guest of House Black. Competing in tournaments. Playing at politics." "I'm not playing at anything." "No. You never did know how to play. You just blunder forward, and somehow the world rearranges itself around you." Snape reached into his robes and produced a sealed scroll. The seal was gold wax stamped with the Sacred Flame. "The Archon invites you to the Citadel. A diplomatic visit. He wishes to discuss the future of Albion and your place in it." Harry took the scroll but didn't open it. "My place in it. The Archon is concerned about the balance of power. The great houses are arming. Malfoy is building a coalition. The Lestranges are raiding Borderlands. And now the Blackthorn appears at the Black Tournament and throws the entire game board into the air. Snape's lip curled. The Archon would prefer that the pieces land in an orderly fashion. Tell the Archon I appreciate his concern. I'll consider his invitation after the tournament. After the tournament, the political landscape may have shifted beyond repair. That's rather the point. Snape studied him for a long moment. Harry had known Snape years ago, briefly, painfully. The man had served Riddle before turning coat to the Sacred Flame, and he'd crossed Harry's path during the final hunt. They had history. None of it was pleasant. You're making enemies, Potter, Snape said, his voice dropping. Powerful ones. The Archon can protect you. I don't need protection. Everyone needs protection eventually. Then I'll deal with eventually when it arrives. Harry held up the scroll. I'll read this. I'll think about it. That's all I'm offering. Snape's jaw tightened. For a moment, something almost human flickered behind those cold eyes. Not affection, not concern, but something adjacent. The shadow of a debt he felt he owed to a woman with red hair whose son stood in front of him, scarred and stubborn and completely unwilling to be managed. Your mother would have told you to be careful, Snape said. My mother would have told me to do what's right and damn the consequences. At least, that's what I choose to believe. Snape turned without another word and left the hall. His robes billowed behind him in a way that was definitely magically enhanced, because no fabric moved like that naturally. Harry tucked the scroll into his coat and went to find some breakfast. He had a tournament bout in 2 hours, an alliance to consider, a church to fend off, and the growing, inconvenient certainty that the life he'd built on the road, solitary, simple, answerable to no one, was over. But standing in the keep's kitchen, eating porridge that Andromeda had apparently instructed the cooks to prepare specifically for him, he needs grains, protein, and 3 times the normal portion. Don't let him leave until he finishes. He found that the prospect didn't bother him as much as it should have. Something was beginning. He could feel it the way he felt weather changing, a shift in pressure, a turning of the wind. The old world of feudal lords and iron thrones and daughters sold as currency was creaking at its foundations, and whether Harry wanted to be the one swinging the hammer or not, the hammer was in his hand. He finished the porridge. It was very good porridge. Then he went to go dismantle Lord Selwyn. The Selwyn bout lasted 4 minutes. Narcissa had been right, ice magic, overextension on the 3rd volley, and a gap you could ride a horse through. Harry walked through it, put Selwyn on his back with a controlled burst that the crowd barely had time to process, and walked out of the arena to stunned silence, followed by thunderous applause. In the stands, Narcissa caught his eye and inclined her head 1 precise millimeter. Approval. From her, that was practically a standing ovation. The bracket was set. Tomorrow's quarterfinal, Harry versus Rodolphus Lestrange. The keep buzzed with it. Servants whispered. Lords recalculated. In the Lestrange pavilions, the lights burned late. In Lucius Malfoy's quarters, he'd been given rooms in the keep itself, a gesture of alliance that now looked increasingly awkward. A different kind of planning was underway. Harry knew this because Narcissa told him, appearing at his door after sundown with a bottle of wine and a dossier of intelligence that she'd assembled from sources Harry didn't ask about. Lucius has sent ravens to 3 houses tonight, she said, settling into the chair by his window with the ease of someone who was used to being in control of every room she entered. Not Greengrass and Raoul. He's accelerating his coalition building. Your presence has forced his timetable. Good. Debatable. A cornered Lucius is a dangerous Lucius. She poured wine for both of them. He'll try to remove you before the quarterfinal. Harry took the wine. Assassination. Too crude. Too traceable. If a guest of House Black is murdered under guest right, the political fallout destroys Malfoy's carefully built reputation. No, he'll try something subtler. Disqualification, perhaps. Or a proxy challenge outside the tournament framework. Something that forces you to act and makes you look like the aggressor. What would you do in his position? Narcissa sipped her wine. I'd poison the wine. Harry looked at his glass. Not this wine. I'm making a point. Was that a smile? Lucius won't poison you, but he might poison the situation. Watch for friendly faces offering helpful suggestions. That's his style. He doesn't attack, he arranges for you to attack yourself. They talked for an hour. About Lucius, about the tournament, about the political architecture of Albion. Narcissa's mind was a precision instrument. She saw connections, predicted moves, understood motivations with a clarity that was almost supernatural. She wasn't warm. She didn't soften. But she was brilliantly, fiercely present, and Harry found himself leaning into the conversation the way he'd lean into a fire on a cold night. When she left, she paused at the door. My sister Bella, she's sparred with you twice now. She has. She's never sparred with anyone twice. She says they bore her after the first time. Narcissa's expression was unreadable. You don't bore her. Is that a compliment? It's a warning. Bella's interest is the most dangerous force in Albion. Handle it carefully. She left. Harry sat with his wine and thought about three sisters, each brilliant, each trapped, each circling him like planets around a new sun, and wondered when exactly he'd stopped being a wandering mage with no ties and started being the fulcrum of a political revolution. Somewhere in the keep, a clock struck midnight. Tomorrow, Rodolphus. Tomorrow, it begins for real. Harry finished his wine, checked the wards on his room, 4 layers, set by his own hand, strong enough to stop anything short of a siege, and slept. His dreams were full of fire and dark hair and a woman's laughter, wild and free, and he woke at dawn with the strange conviction that whatever happened next, he wouldn't face it alone. That was new. That was terrifying. That, he decided, pulling on his boots and heading for the arena, was the best thing he'd felt in years. Chapter 3. 3 duels before dawn. The arena smelled of blood and ozone. Harry stood in the competitors' staging area, rolling his neck, listening to the roar of the crowd filter through the iron gate like a living thing. 12,000 people had packed the stands to bursting, more than yesterday, more than the opening day. They'd come for one reason. The bracket board outside the arena told the story in 2 names chalked side by side, Blackthorn versus Lestrange. Through the gate, he could see the arena floor. It had been repaired overnight, the damage from yesterday's bouts patched with fresh earth, the ward stones recharged, the wooden barriers reinforced. Someone had optimistically planted new banner poles around the perimeter. Harry gave them about 30 seconds once the fighting started. Rodolphus was already out there. He stood at the far end of the arena in full war kit, dragon hide armor under crimson robes, his dark wand in his right hand, his magic rolling off him in heavy, deliberate waves. He wasn't warming up. He was performing. Every movement, every gesture, every casual flex of power was aimed at the crowd, at the judges, at Harry. Look at me. Look at what you're facing. Be afraid. Harry wasn't afraid. Harry was thinking about breakfast. Andromeda had cornered him in the kitchen again this morning. She seemed to have appointed herself his unofficial nutritionist, which he suspected was equal parts genuine medical concern and an excuse to ask him questions over porridge. Today's questions had been about his childhood, delivered with the careful precision of a healer probing a wound. The mundane people who raised you, she'd said, stirring honey into his tea because apparently he couldn't be trusted to sweeten his own beverages. Were they kind? No. The word had come out flat. Final. Andromeda had looked at him for a long moment, and he'd seen her eyes do that thing they did, that healer's assessment, reading pain the way other people read text. She hadn't pushed. She'd just slid a second bowl of porridge in front of him and said, "Eat." He'd eaten. It was becoming a habit. Blackthorn. A tournament official appeared at his elbow, a nervous man with a clipboard and a sheen of sweat on his upper lip. "You're up. Any, special requirements?" "Protective wards, medical team on standby, emergency extraction protocols." "I'm fine. It's just that Lord Lestrange has requested enhanced barrier wards, and his retainers have made certain implications about the intensity of the coming bout, and we thought," I said I'm fine. The official swallowed and retreated. Harry cracked his knuckles and walked to the gate. The herald's voice boomed across the arena, amplified by magic. "Lords and ladies of Albion. The quarter-final bout. In the Eastern Gate, Rodolphus Lestrange, Lord of House Lestrange, Warden of the Blackmore. Thunderous applause. The Lestrange contingent in the stands, 200 soldiers, plus retainers, plus the minor lords who owed Lestrange fealty, roared their champion's name. In the Western Gate, Harry called the Blackthorn. No house, no title. A different kind of noise. Not the organized roar of a faction, something messier, louder, coming from everywhere at once. The common folk. The freeholders. The hedge knights and small merchants and farmers' sons who'd scraped together a copper to watch from the cheap seats. They screamed Harry's name like a prayer. Harry walked onto the arena floor. The noise hit him like a wave. He let it wash over and through him, acknowledging it without being moved by it. The ground was firm beneath his boots. The sun was behind clouds, diffusing the light into a flat gray that eliminated shadows. Good dueling conditions. No glare, no deceptive darkness. Rodolphus stood 50 paces away. Up close, in daylight, without a table between them, Harry could see what he was. Not just powerful, disciplined. Every ounce of magic under rigid control. His stance was textbook perfect, weight balanced, wand arm relaxed, offhand positioned for gestural casting. He'd been trained by masters and he'd learned well. But there was something else. Something in his eyes that hadn't been there at dinner. A cold, focused hatred that went beyond politics or rivalry. Harry had taken something from Rodolphus by entering this tournament, not just a title or a claim, but certainty. Rodolphus had walked into Thornhaven believing the world would bend to him as it always had, and Harry's existence was a refutation of that belief. Dangerous. Hatred made people stupid, but it also made them vicious. The herald raised his staff. Combatants ready? Rodolphus inclined his head. Formal. Controlled. Every inch the Lord. Harry just stood there. Begin. Rodolphus didn't rush. That was the first surprise. Harry had expected the siege engine approach from the earlier rounds, overwhelming force, crushing pressure. Instead, Rodolphus opened with precision. 3 curses in tight succession, aimed not at Harry, but at the ground around him, detonation hexes that ripped the arena floor apart in a spreading pattern designed to destabilize footing and force lateral movement. Smart. He'd studied Harry's fighting style and identified the footwork as the foundation. Take away the ground, take away the mobility. Harry didn't move laterally. He went up. Not flying, he couldn't fly. Not the way Bellatrix could, that was a skill unique to her and he envied it, but a massive vertical leap powered by a platform of compressed air beneath his feet. 20 feet straight up, hanging at the apex for a frozen instant, looking down at Rodolphus like a hawk spotting prey. He threw everything he had downward. Not a spell. Not a shaped construct. Raw, undiluted magical force, a column of power as wide as a man and heavy as a mountain, slamming into the arena floor where Rodolphus stood. Rodolphus's shield was already up. A dome of dark energy, purple-black, layered and dense. Harry's strike hit it and the dome held, cracking, groaning, but holding, and the overflow blasted outward in a ring of destruction that tore the arena floor to pieces and sent shockwaves rippling into the stands. People grabbed railings. Children screamed. The ward stones flared white-hot. Harry landed in the crater his own attack had made and Rodolphus was already countercasting. Dark magic, real dark magic, not the tournament-legal shadow spells the other competitors had used, but curses that carried the stink of blood sacrifice and forbidden ritual. A black lance of energy that would have cored through Harry's chest if he hadn't twisted sideways at the last instant. A cloud of razor-edged shadows that swarmed like living things and sliced shallow cuts across his arms before he burned them away with a burst of pure light. Illegal, someone in the stands screamed. Those are prescribed curses. The judges looked at each other. None of them moved to intervene. Rodolphus was a lord of a great house. The rules, apparently, were flexible. Harry's eyes narrowed. Fine. If that's how it was. He stopped defending and started hunting. The shift was physical, a change in his stance, a dropping of his center of gravity, a focusing of intent that Rodolphus felt immediately. The Lestrange Lord's next curse sailed wide as Harry closed the distance between them in 3 strides, moving faster than a man in a leather coat had any right to move, and hit Rodolphus with a combination that would have made Bellatrix proud. Force blast to the shield, not to break it, but to deform it. A half-second of distortion in the dome's surface. Harry's hand shot through the gap like a striking snake and closed around Rodolphus's wand arm. Wandless magic, skin to skin. Rodolphus screamed. Not a battle cry. A scream. The sound a man makes when the magic in his body suddenly has somewhere else to go and it's being pulled through his bones like thread through a needle. Harry didn't drain him, didn't take his power, but he disrupted it. Scrambled the channels. Turned Rodolphus's carefully controlled magical architecture into chaos. Harry released him and stepped back. Rodolphus staggered, his wand arm hanging limp, his eyes wild. Yield, Harry said. Rodolphus spat blood. I will burn everything you. Harry hit him with a concussive blast that sent him skidding across the ruined arena floor on his back. Not hard enough to break bones. Hard enough to humiliate. Rodolphus got up. His shield was gone. His wand arm was barely functional. Blood ran from his nose and from a gash on his forehead where he'd hit the ground. But he got up, because men like Rodolphus Lestrange did not stay down. Their pride wouldn't allow it. He raised his wand in his offhand, his left, unpracticed, shaking. Dark magic gathered around him again, thicker and more desperate, the kind of power that came from tapping reserves that shouldn't be tapped. Yield, Harry said again. You've lost. There's no shame in Rodolphus cast. Not at Harry. At the stands. The curse was a writhing mass of black fire, fiend fire, or something close to it, the kind of dark magic that ate whatever it touched and grew stronger on the consumption. It roared from Rodolphus's wand in a wide arc aimed at the section of stands where the common folk were packed tightest. People screamed. People tried to run. The stands were too packed, there was nowhere to go, bodies crushing against bodies, children being trampled. Harry didn't think. He opened his arms and the magic came out of him like a flood. A wall of golden light erupted between the curse and the crowd, not a shield, something larger, something that covered the entire section of stands like a dome. The fiend fire hit it and broke. Shattered into fragments that Harry caught individually with threads of power, each one contained and crushed and extinguished in the span of a heartbeat. The arena went silent. 12,000 people stared at the golden dome, at the dissipating fragments of dark fire, at the man standing in the center of the ruined arena with his arms outstretched and his magic holding back death. Harry lowered his arms. The dome faded. The crowd was unharmed. A child in the front row was crying, clutching her mother, and the mother was staring at Harry with an expression of such raw, overwhelming gratitude that it hit him harder than any curse. He turned to Rodolphus. The Lestrange Lord was still standing, his wand raised, his face contorted with rage and something else, something that might have been fear, or might have been the dawning realization that he'd just committed an act that would define him for the rest of his life. Harry walked toward him. Not quickly. Not slowly. The steady, unhurried pace of inevitability. Rodolphus threw another curse. Harry backhanded it out of the air without breaking stride. Another. Swatted aside like an insect. Another. Dissolved before it fully formed. Harry reached him. Took the wand from his hand, just took it, plucking it from fingers that had gone nerveless with shock and snapped it. The crack echoed across the silent arena. You tried to kill innocent people, Harry said. His voice was quiet, but in the silence it carried to every seat. Because you were losing. Because your pride couldn't bear it. He dropped the broken wand at Rodolphus's feet. You're done. Rodolphus's mouth worked. No sound came out. Harry turned his back on him, a deliberate insult, the most profound statement a contempted duelist could make, and walked toward the gate. The crowd erupted. Not cheering, not exactly. Something deeper, rawer, more primal. A sound that 12,000 voices made when they'd seen death reach for them and watched one man push it back. Harry walked through it, through the iron gate, into the staging area, and kept walking. Past the officials who were stammering about protocols. past the competitors who pressed themselves against the walls, past Rabaston Lestrange, who stood in the shadows of the staging area with murder carved into every line of his face. Harry stopped in front of him. "Your brother just attacked a crowd full of civilians," Harry said. "Whatever you're planning, whatever revenge you're working yourself up to, ask yourself if that's the man you want to fight for." Rabaston said nothing. His hand was on his wand. His knuckles were white. Harry walked past him and out into the daylight. The aftermath was chaos. Lord Cygnus declared Rodolphus disqualified and confined to his pavilion pending an inquiry. The Lestrange contingent erupted in fury, 200 soldiers on the edge of riot, held back only by the Blackkeep's garrison and the very real threat of the ward network that could flatten the entire tournament ground at Cygnus's command. Rodolphus was dragged back to his tent by his own men, ranting, his disrupted magic making the air around him crackle and spark. The tournament healers declared him physically intact but magically compromised, which was a polite way of saying Harry had scrambled his channels so thoroughly that it would take weeks to restore full function. Harry didn't go back to the keep immediately. He found a quiet spot behind the armory, a patch of grass between the smithy's wood pile and a low stone wall, and sat down. His hands were shaking. Not from fear. Not from exhaustion. From the effort of not killing Rodolphus Lestrange. When he'd seen that fiend fire arcing toward the crowd, toward the child in the front row, something had broken loose inside him. The thing he kept chained. The vast, oceanic power that lived behind his ribs and whispered, in moments like that, "Let me out and I will end this." He'd let enough of it out to save the crowd. He'd held the rest back by will alone. And the strain of that restraint was worse than any physical wound he'd ever taken. He pressed his palms against the cool grass and breathed. Footsteps. Fast, purposeful. Bellatrix rounded the corner of the armory and stopped when she saw him. She was in her fighting leathers. Her wand was in her hand. Her face was flushed and her eyes were bright with something that took Harry a moment to identify, not anger, not excitement, but a kind of fierce, protective fury that she was clearly not used to feeling and didn't know what to do with. "You're shaking," she said. "I'm fine." "Liar." She crouched in front of him. "I watched from the east tower. I saw the fiend fire. I saw what you did." Her voice was raw. "You could have killed him. After the fiend fire, no one would have blamed you. It would have been justified. I don't kill people who can't fight back." He could fight back. He chose to attack civilians instead. Which is why I broke his wand instead of his neck. The choice matters, Bella. She stared at him. Her hand came up and stopped, hovering near his face, uncertain. Bellatrix Black, who was never uncertain about anything, who moved through the world with the absolute conviction of a natural disaster, hesitated. Harry reached up and took her hand. Pressed it against his cheek. Her fingers were calloused from wand work and warm from exertion, and they steadied him in a way he hadn't expected. "You're an idiot," she whispered. "You're a magnificent, reckless, terrifying idiot. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. Shut up." But she didn't pull her hand away. Her thumb traced the edge of his scar, the lightning bolt, the mark that had started everything. "When I saw the fire going toward those people, I thought," she stopped. Swallowed. "I thought you might not be fast enough." "I'm always fast enough." That's exactly the kind of arrogant horseshit that gets people killed. Has it gotten me killed yet? Yet? The word is doing a lot of work in that sentence. They stayed like that for a moment. Her hand on his face. His hand around hers. The sounds of chaos filtering from the tournament grounds, shouting, the clatter of armored men moving in formation, the distant bark of Lord Cygnus's voice giving orders. Then Bellatrix pulled back. Not abruptly, slowly, deliberately, like someone stepping back from the edge of a cliff they very much wanted to jump off. "Rabaston," she said. Her voice was business again. "He won't let this go. I know. Rodolphus attacked civilians. He's disgraced. The political consequences will destroy House Lestrange's position. Rabaston is smarter than his brother and twice as vindictive. He'll want blood." "Yours too," Harry said. "Rodolphus was here to claim you. With his disgrace, that claim evaporates. Rabaston will see you as part of the humiliation. Let him." I've been wanting to put Rabaston Lestrange in the ground since I was 16, and he cornered me in a hallway at the midwinter ball and told me what he'd do to me once his brother owned me. The ice in Harry's stomach was sudden and absolute. He said what? It doesn't matter now. It matters. Bellatrix looked at him, saw the cold fury in his eyes. Something softened in her expression, not weakness, never weakness, but a kind of wonder. Nobody's ever been angry on my behalf before, she said quietly. I don't need you to be. I can handle Rabaston. I know you can. That doesn't mean you have to do it alone. Another moment. Another precipice. Bellatrix pulled herself up to full height, rolled her shoulders, and became the warrior again, armored in confidence and controlled violence. If Rabaston moves tonight, I'll handle it, she said. You focus on recovering. Your magic output in that arena was enormous. Even you have limits, and if he comes for you while you're depleted, I'm not depleted. Harry. It was the first time she'd used his actual name. Not Blackthorn. Not Potter. Harry. I watched you save 12,000 people from fiendfire with an act of raw magical will, she said. You're shaking. Your face is gray. You are, at the very least, significantly more tired than you'd like to admit. So rest. Eat something. Let Andromeda fuss over you. And if Rabaston Lestrange comes for either of us tonight, she smiled, and it was the savage, brilliant smile from the arena, the one that made his heart do something structurally inadvisable. We'll handle it together. She left the way she'd come, fast, purposeful, like a storm moving to its next target. Harry sat in the grass for another 5 minutes. Then he got up, because she was right about all of it, and went to find food and whatever passed for rest in a castle full of vipers. He didn't find rest. He found Lucius Malfoy. The Lord of House Malfoy was waiting for him in the corridor outside his guest chamber, leaning against the wall with the negligent elegance of a man who'd been born leaning against things attractively. He wore forest green robes embroidered with silver serpents, his pale blonde hair was impeccable, and his gray eyes tracked Harry's approach with the focus of an archer sighting a target. Blackthorn, Lucius said. A word. I'm tired, Malfoy. This won't take long. Lucius straightened. I wanted to express my admiration for your performance today. The crowd protection was exceptional. The magical theory behind that dome, I've never seen anything like it. Is this the part where you're friendly before you try to destroy me? Lucius blinked. Then he laughed, a genuine sound, surprisingly warm. Narcissa's been talking to you. She always did have a talent for making me sound more sinister than I am. Are you less sinister than she suggests? Almost certainly not. But I prefer to think of it as pragmatic rather than sinister. Lucius clasped his hands behind his back. Walk with me. Please. Harry walked with him because refusing would have been more trouble than agreeing, and because he wanted to know what Lucius wanted badly enough to come in person. They walked the keep's north gallery, a long corridor lined with windows overlooking the river, the sunset painting everything in shades of copper and blood. Lucius moved at a leisurely pace, like a man taking a constitutional in his own garden. The Iron Throne has been empty for 12 years, Lucius said. In that time, Albion has suffered. Not catastrophically, the great houses have maintained order in their own territories, but the lack of central authority has created vacuums. Border disputes. Raiding. Economic fragmentation. The kind of slow decay that doesn't look like decay until the foundations crumble. You sound like you're running for office. I'm stating facts. Albion needs a high king. Not for reasons of glory or ambition, but for stability. Someone needs to sit the throne, enforce the law, and prevent the kind of incident we saw today, a lord of a great house attacking civilians in broad daylight, because there's no higher authority to check his worst impulses. And that someone is you. Lucius turned to face him. In the copper light, his features were sharp and serious. I'm not going to pretend I'm the only option, but I am, objectively, the best one. I have the wealth, the alliances, the administrative capability, and the political infrastructure to govern effectively. My coalition is nearly complete. By spring, I'll have the backing of 7 major houses, enough for a legitimate claim by acclamation. What do you want from me? Neutrality. Lucius said it simply. I'm not asking you to support me. I'm asking you not to oppose me. Stay out of the succession. Take whatever you've won from this tournament, glory, reputation, Bellatrix's affection, and build a life outside the game. You've earned that. That's generous. It's practical. You're too powerful to fight and too unaligned to buy. Neutrality is the only arrangement that benefits both of us. And Narcissa? Lucius's expression shifted. Just a fraction. Narcissa is my betrothed. That arrangement was made by her father and mine, and it serves the interests of both houses. Does it serve her interests? Narcissa's interests are complex. She's brilliant, driven, and deeply unhappy about a great many things, most of which have nothing to do with me and everything to do with the limited roles available to women of her station. Lucius paused. I'm not the villain she paints me as, Blackthorn. I would be a good husband to her. I would value her mind and give her scope to use it. She would be queen. She doesn't want to be queen. She wants to be a player. In my court, she would be both. Harry stopped walking. They faced each other in the dying light. Here's the thing about neutrality, Harry said. It only works when both sides are roughly equivalent. When one side is burning villages and attacking crowds, neutrality isn't neutral. It's permission. Lestrange is not my responsibility. They're your allies. Their soldiers wear your coalition's badges alongside their own. Their raids serve your strategic interests by destabilizing the borderlands and driving freeholders to seek protection from, surprise, your coalition. You may not have ordered the raids, but you benefit from them, and that makes your hands a lot less clean than your robes suggest. The warmth left Lucius's face. What remained was the real man, cold, sharp, ruthlessly intelligent. You're making a mistake, Lucius said. I came here to offer you a way out. A graceful exit. Take it. Or the game changes. And in this game, Blackthorn, power isn't enough. You need armies, allies, infrastructure, gold, and the willingness to do things that your inconvenient conscience won't allow. I have all of those things. You have a leather coat and impressive trick with a golden dome. It wasn't a trick. Everything is a trick. Governance, war, marriage, all tricks of varying sophistication. The trick is knowing which ones to use and when. Lucius stepped back. I'll take my leave. The offer stands until it doesn't. He walked away. His footsteps were measured and precise, like everything else about him. Harry stood in the gallery and watched the sunset bleed across the river. Lucius was wrong about a lot of things, but he wasn't wrong about everything. Power wasn't enough. Harry knew that. He'd always known it. Power without structure was just force, and force without direction was just weather. But Lucius was also wrong about Harry. He saw the leather coat and the wandless magic and the famous scar, and he calculated, dangerous loner, moral absolutist, ultimately containable. He didn't see what was happening in the training yard at dawn or over porridge in the kitchen or in the quiet moments between political chess moves. He didn't see what Harry was becoming. Not a king. Not a weapon. Something new. Harry went to his room. Ate the dinner that had been left outside his door. Andromeda's doing, definitely, because no one else would have included a handwritten note that said, eat all of it. He ate all of it. Then he checked his wards, lay down on the bed and tried to sleep. Sleep wouldn't come. He was staring at the ceiling, running through the day's events for the 100th time, when the wards on his door hummed. Someone approaching. Someone with enough magical signature to trigger the outer layer, but not enough hostile intent to trigger the inner ones. A knock. Soft. It's Andromeda. Harry got up and opened the door. Andromeda stood in the corridor in a simple night robe, her hair loose around her shoulders, a small leather bag in her hands. She looked tired. More than tired, strained, the way she looked when she was carrying something heavy and trying not to show it. Can I come in? He stepped aside. She entered, set the bag on the table, and turned to face him. Sit down, she said. This is going to be a conversation. Harry sat on the edge of the bed. Andromeda took the chair. I've been doing field healing since I was 16, she said. My father didn't approve. Healing is considered a lesser art, beneath a daughter of House Black, but I trained in secret with the Keep's physician until I was better than him, and then I trained with every healer between here and the northern border. I've treated soldiers, peasants, lords, and children. I've held people while they died, and I've pulled people back from the edge when everyone else had given up. Andromeda, I'm not finished. She leaned forward. Today, I watched a man try to murder 12,000 people because he was embarrassed about losing a duel. And I watched you stop it. And then I watched you walk behind the armory and sit in the grass and shake. Bella told you. Bella didn't need to tell me. I know what magical exhaustion looks like. I know what emotional overload looks like. And I know what it looks like when a man who carries the weight of the world decides he's not allowed to put it down even for a second. Harry opened his mouth, closed it. Andromeda reached into her bag and pulled out a small glass vial containing a pale blue liquid. This is a restorative. Not a stimulant. I won't pump you full of energy you haven't earned. It repairs magical channels and promotes genuine recovery. Drink it. He took the vial. Drank it. It tasted like cold mint and something deeper, earthier, like the smell of rain on stone. The effect was immediate, a loosening in his chest, a warmth spreading through his limbs, the magical channels that the day's exertions had strained easing back into their natural configuration. Thank you, he said. I'm not finished with that either. She took the empty vial and set it aside. Take off your shirt. Again? The disruption technique you used on Rodolphus, channeling through skin contact, that's not a standard spell. You improvised it. It seemed like a good idea at the time. It was brilliant and reckless. You disrupted his magical channels by imposing your own pattern on them. But the feedback would have traveled both ways. Your channels in your right hand and forearm will be inflamed. She was right. He hadn't noticed, or rather, he'd been ignoring it, which amounted to the same thing. He pulled off his shirt. Andromeda took his right hand, and he felt her magic enter him again, that warm, thorough, impossibly gentle power that read his body like a language only she could speak. Significant inflammation in the primary channels from wrist to elbow, she murmured. Minor damage to the secondary meridians in your palm. Nothing permanent, but if you'd done that technique again without treatment, you could have burned out the fine control in your casting hand. Good thing I only did it once then. Good thing you have a healer who's better than you deserve. She worked in silence for a few minutes. Her magic was warm. The room was quiet. The candle on the table threw soft shadows. You're not what any of us expected, Andromeda said eventually. Her voice was different, softer, less clinical. The healer retreating, the woman emerging. Father expected a weapon. Bella expected a rival. Narcissa expected a chess piece. You're none of those things. What do you see? Andromeda's hands paused on his forearm. She looked up at him, and her brown eyes were unguarded in a way they hadn't been before, open, honest, a little bit frightened by what they'd found. I see someone who's been alone too long, she said. Who's gotten so used to carrying everything himself that he's forgotten what it feels like to be held up. Who heals other people's wounds and ignores his own. Who has enough power to conquer the world and enough kindness to sit in the grass and shake because he almost wasn't fast enough to save a child in the front row. Harry couldn't speak. I see someone worth healing, Andromeda said. And I don't say that about many people. The distance between them was very small. Her hands were on his arm. The candlelight was warm on her skin. She was close enough that he could see the gold flecks in her brown eyes and the tiny, almost invisible scar on her left temple where she'd caught the edge of a training spell as a girl. Andromeda, he said, and his voice came out rougher than he intended. Don't, she said. But she didn't move away. Don't say something you can't take back. Not tonight. Not when you're exhausted, and I'm emotional and neither of us is thinking clearly. What if I'm thinking clearly? Then say it tomorrow. When the world isn't on fire and you haven't just saved 12,000 people and I haven't just watched the bravest thing I've ever seen. She took a breath. Let it out. Tomorrow, I'll believe you mean it. She finished her work on his arm. Packed her bag. Stood. At the door, she turned back. For what it's worth, she said, you were fast enough. You saved them. All of them. Try to remember that when the shaking comes back. She left. The door closed softly behind her. Harry sat on the edge of the bed in the candlelight and pressed his hand, his healed hand, steady now, the inflammation gone against his chest, where something was happening that he didn't have a name for. Something warm and terrifying and new. He lay down. He slept. He didn't shake. The attack came 3 hours before dawn. Harry's wards screamed him awake, not the outer layer, which detected approach, but the inner layer, which detected lethal intent. He was on his feet before his eyes were fully open, magic already surging to his hands, the room flooding with golden light as his power responded to threat. The window exploded inward. 3 men came through it. Fast, professional, clad in black, faces hidden behind featureless masks. They moved in practiced formation, 2 high, 1 low, spreading to triangulate. Their magic was sharp and disciplined, the signature of trained battle mages, not common assassins. The first one hit Harry with a binding curse that would have locked his limbs if he'd been anyone else. He shrugged it off like cobwebs and put a fist of pure force through the man's chest, not lethal, but close, the force controlled precisely enough to shatter the assassin's armor and send him through the opposite wall into the corridor beyond. The second one was already casting, a dark cutting curse, well aimed, followed by a disorientation hex designed to scramble spatial awareness. Harry caught the cutting curse on a shield of compressed air and let the disorientation hex hit him. It washed over his mind like oil over water. He'd been hit with disorientation magic before. He'd trained himself to ignore it by spending 3 weeks in the Thornwood casting the hex on himself repeatedly until his brain adapted. The assassin's surprise at his continued coherence was visible even behind the mask, a fractional hesitation, a widening of stance. Harry closed the distance and grabbed the man's face with his right hand. Magic flowed through skin contact. The assassin's shield collapsed, his wards shredded, his concealment charms dissolved. Beneath the mask, a scarred face, unfamiliar, the dead eyes of a professional. Harry put him down with a pulse of force through the palm. The man dropped like a cut string. The third assassin was the dangerous one. He'd used the first 2 as distraction and was crouched by the window, drawing something on the floor in what looked like blood. A ritual circle. Something with teeth, Harry could feel the magic building in it, dark and hungry, designed to activate when complete. Harry erased the circle with a wave of power that turned the wooden floor to ash in a precise line through the drawing. The ritual collapsed, the gathered energy dissipating with a shriek that rattled the remaining windows. The third assassin looked at the ruined circle, looked at Harry, and did the smartest thing any of them had done. He ran. He made it to the window. 1 foot on the sill. 1 hand on the frame. A bolt of purple-black energy took him in the spine and he collapsed, rigid, twitching, across the windowsill like a dropped puppet. Bellatrix stood in the doorway of Harry's room, wand extended, night clothes hastily thrown on, her hair wild, her eyes blazing. Behind her, Narcissa, in a silver nightrobe, blonde hair unbound, a wand Harry hadn't known she carried held with competent ease, was already crouching over the first assassin, the one Harry had thrown through the wall. "He's alive," Narcissa reported, checking the man's pulse with clinical efficiency. "Barely. You cracked his sternum and 4 ribs. He came through my window at 3 in the morning. He's lucky I didn't crack his skull." "Fair point." Narcissa reached down and pulled the mask off the unconscious man. She studied the face, then went still. "I know him. This is Yaxley. Corban Yaxley. He's a sellsword from the Eastern Reaches." "Who does he work for?" Harry asked. "Anyone who pays." But lately, Narcissa's jaw tightened. Lately he's been seen in the company of House Lestrange. Bellatrix was already at the window, hauling the paralyzed third assassin inside by his collar. She dumped him on the floor and ripped off his mask. Another unfamiliar face, younger, frightened, the paralysis spell leaving him conscious but immobile. Bellatrix crouched over him. Her wand pressed against his throat. Her voice was silk over a razor's edge. "You have 5 seconds to tell me who sent you before I demonstrate why my family's motto is toujours pur and not toujours gentil." The man's eyes rolled. His mouth worked against the spell's paralysis. "Can't talk," he managed. Bellatrix eased the paralysis on his jaw. "Just his jaw. Now you can. Speak." "Rabaston," the man gasped. "Rabaston Lestrange. Paid us gold and passage, kill the Blackthorn in his sleep." Make it look like a ritual accident. The blood circle, Harry said. What was it? Death mark. Old magic. Kills the target and consumes the evidence. No body, no proof. Narcissa and Bellatrix exchanged a look. The kind of look that sisters share when they've simultaneously arrived at the same conclusion, and it involves someone suffering. Rabastan broke guessed right, Narcissa said. Her voice was ice and iron. He sent assassins into our father's keep to murder a protected guest. That's not politics. That's a declaration of war against House Black. It's a death sentence under the old laws, Bellatrix added, with considerably more enthusiasm. Footsteps in the corridor. Guards finally responding. And behind the guards, Harry heard the distinctive, measured tread of Lord Cygnus Black. Cygnus appeared in the ruined doorway, surveyed the scene, unconscious assassins, his 2 daughters armed and in their nightclothes, Harry standing shirtless amid the wreckage, and his silver eyes went flat and cold. Report, he said. Narcissa reported. Efficiently, completely, with the kind of precise detail that made it clear she'd been gathering intelligence since the moment she'd arrived. Cygnus listened without interruption. His face didn't change. But his magic, the ambient aura of a lord of a great house, expanded through the room like frost spreading across glass. Wake them, Cygnus said when she finished. Wake all 3. I want confessions before dawn. And send a messenger to the Lestrange Pavilion. I want Rabastan Lestrange in my great hall within the hour. He turned to Harry. The silver eyes assessed, calculated, filed. It appears, Cygnus said, that your enemies have decided to become my enemies. This simplifies certain matters considerably. Lord Black, save it. We'll talk after I've dealt with the man who violated my guest right and tried to murder someone under my roof. Cygnus looked at his daughters. At the wands in their hands. At the way they'd positioned themselves, Bellatrix between Harry and the window, Narcissa between Harry and the door. Guarding him. Without being asked. Without hesitation. Something shifted in Cygnus's expression. Not warmth, Cygnus didn't do warmth, but recognition. The acknowledgement of something real growing in the spaces between his plans. Look after him, Cygnus said to his daughters. Then, to Harry, try not to destroy any more of my castle. He left. The guards dragged the assassins away. The corridor filled with the controlled chaos of a household jolted from sleep by violence. Harry looked at Bellatrix, who was checking the window for additional threats with her wand ready. At Narcissa, who was already composing a mental list of political consequences and strategic responses, her blue eyes sharp as cut diamonds. At the doorway where Andromeda appeared a moment later, medical bag in hand, brown eyes wide with concern. I heard the explosion, Andromeda said. Who's hurt? 3 assassins, Harry said. I meant you. I'm fine. He's lying, Bellatrix and Narcissa said simultaneously. They glanced at each other with an expression of shared exasperation that only sisters could produce. Andromeda crossed the room, took Harry's face in her hands, and turned it side to side, checking. Her fingers found a cut on his temple he hadn't noticed, glass from the shattered window. Sit, she said. I really am, sit. He sat. Andromeda healed the cut. Bellatrix watched the window. Narcissa began pacing, already 3 moves ahead in the political chess game that had just accelerated by a dozen turns. 3 sisters. 3 responses to crisis. Violence, strategy, care. And at the center, a man in a borrowed room who was beginning to understand that whatever he'd been before, the wanderer, the loner, the Blackthorn with no roots and no ties, he wasn't that anymore. Thank you, he said. To all of them. For coming. Bellatrix snorted. I was in the next corridor. Your explosion woke me up. I set detection wards on your room 3 days ago, Narcissa said, without a trace of apology. Standard precaution for any asset of value. I was already awake, Andromeda said softly. She didn't elaborate. Harry looked at them, the warrior, the queen, the healer, and felt something click into place. Not a plan. Not a strategy. Something simpler and infinitely more dangerous. A feeling of home. Rabastan Lestrange came to the great hall in chains. Not because anyone had managed to chain him. He'd come voluntarily, which was somehow worse, walking into Cygnus's domain with the chains of a formal prisoner draped across his wrists like accessories. He knew what was coming. He'd known from the moment his assassins had failed. And rather than run, which would have been the smart play, which would have given him time and distance, he'd walked into the lion's den with his head high and his eyes burning. That told Harry something important about Rabaston Lestrange. He was smarter than his brother, yes. More dangerous, probably. But underneath the calculation, underneath the cold precision, there was a core of pride so rigid and so absolute that it would drive him into a stone wall rather than let him bend. The great hall was full. Every lord and retainer in the keep had been summoned. The torches burned bright. Lord Cygnus sat in his high-backed chair at the head of the room with the Black family guard arrayed behind him and his 3 daughters seated to his right. Harry stood at his left, a positioning that made his statement louder than words. Rabaston stopped in the center of the hall. He looked at the assembled faces. His gaze found Harry and stayed there. "Lord Black," Rabaston said. His voice was steady. "I understand I'm accused of violating guest right." "You are accused," Cygnus said, "of sending 3 hired killers into my keep to murder a man under my protection using a forbidden blood ritual. The assassins have confessed. The evidence is unambiguous. Do you deny it?" Rabaston's thin lips curved. Not a smile. Something harder. "No," murmuring in the hall. Cygnus raised a hand for silence. "No," Rabaston repeated. "I don't deny it. The Blackthorn humiliated my brother. He broke his wand in front of 12,000 people. He has disrupted a betrothal compact between House Lestrange and House Black that has stood for 3 generations. And you," his gaze swept to Cygnus, to the 3 sisters, back to Harry. "You've taken him in like a stray dog and given him a seat at your table and offered him what is rightfully ours." "Nothing was offered," Cygnus said. "Everything was offered. I have eyes, Lord Black. I can see what you're building." Rabaston's voice rose. "You think you can replace Lestrange with this nameless, houseless wanderer? You think the great houses will accept it? You think we will accept it?" "What the great houses accept," Harry said, stepping forward, "is determined by what they can do about it. And right now, you can't do much." He looked at Rabaston. No anger. No contempt. Just clarity. "You broke guest right. Under the old laws, Lord Black can take your head. Under the newer laws, he can strip your house of lands and titles. Either way, you're finished. So here's what I'd like to know, was it worth it?" Rabaston stared at him. The chain clinked as his fists clenched. "I want a trial by combat," Rabaston said. The hall exploded into noise. Voices rose, objections, exclamations, furious debates erupting across the room like small fires. Cygnus let it burn for 10 seconds, then brought silence with a word. "You have that right," Cygnus said. His tone suggested he'd expected this. "Name your opponent." "The Blackthorn." More noise. Cygnus quelled it faster this time. "The accused invokes trial by combat against the aggrieved party. Blackthorn, do you accept?" Harry could feel the weight of the room, every eye, every calculation, every held breath. He could feel Bellatrix's gaze on his back, intense as a brand. Andromeda's concern. Narcissa's razor-sharp assessment of the political implications. "I accept," Harry said. "Terms?" "To the yield," Harry said. "Not to the death." Rabaston's lip curled. "Afraid?" "Practical. Dead men can't answer questions, and I have questions about who else was involved in this assassination beyond you and your brother." That landed. A ripple ran through the hall as the implications settled. Rabaston hadn't acted alone, and the web of conspiracy might extend further than one angry lord. "To the yield," Cygnus ruled. "The combat will take place here. Now." The hall cleared. Tables were pushed back, chairs removed. A space opened in the center of the stone floor. Ward masters activated the hall's combat enchantments, ancient spells built into the very foundations of Black Keep, far stronger than the arena's tournament wards. The stone hummed. Rabaston's chains were removed. A guard offered him his wand. He took it with a flick of his wrist and a cold smile. Harry walked to the opposite side of the cleared space. Around the perimeter, lords and retainers pressed against the walls. In the front row, the three sisters stood together. Bellatrix's hand was on her wand. Andromeda's was on her medical bag. Narcissa's was pressed flat against the wall behind her, and Harry could feel, faintly, at the edge of his awareness, that she was doing something to the keep's wards. Adjusting them. Strengthening them around the combat area. Making sure that whatever happened wouldn't bring the roof down. Smart. Very smart. Rabastan faced him across 20 feet of stone. The man was lean and coiled, every muscle taut. His magic gathered tight around him like a second skin. Where Rodolphus had been a siege engine, Rabastan was a blade, quick, precise, designed for the kill rather than the spectacle. Begin, Cygnus said. Rabastan moved. Fast. Faster than his brother. Faster than anyone Harry had fought in the tournament. He didn't throw spells, he apparat. Short-range combat apparition, popping out of existence and reappearing behind Harry in the space between heartbeats, his wand already tracing the pattern of a killing curse. Harry didn't turn around. He raised his hand behind him, palm out, and caught the curse in a web of raw magic that held it suspended, fizzing and sparking, 6 inches from his spine. Then he closed his fist, and the curse collapsed. Rabastan apparat again, to the left this time, low, going for a leg-cutting hex. Harry stamped his foot, and the stone floor erupted upward in a wall that caught the hex and shattered, spraying fragments that Rabastan had to shield against. 3 more apparitions in rapid succession. Each one from a different angle. Each one carrying a different curse. Harry countered them all without moving from his starting position. He didn't chase. He didn't attack. He stood at the center of the cleared space and let Rabastan orbit him like a furious, lethal moon, and he neutralized every strike with the minimum force necessary. He was making a point. The room could see it. Rabastan could feel it. Fight me. Rabastan snarled, appearing directly in front of Harry, close enough to spit. Stop playing and fight me. I'm giving you a chance to yield, Harry said. You should take it. Rabastan's response was a curse that Harry had never seen before, something old and vile, pulling from a tradition of magic that had been banned centuries ago. It manifested as chains of shadow that erupted from the floor and wrapped around Harry's legs, his torso, his arms, tightening with crushing force. Dark magic, blood-fueled, Rabastan had cut his own palm to power it, the blood dripping from his clenched fist, feeding the spell. The chains squeezed. Harry felt ribs creak. Felt the dark magic trying to bore through his natural resistance, trying to find the cracks, the old wounds, the places where damage had weakened the wall. It found nothing. Andromeda had healed him. Not just the surface injuries, the deep damage, the old fractures, the residual dark magic in his scars. She'd cleaned him out and rebuilt him, and the man Rabastan's chains were trying to break was not the same man who'd walked into Thornhaven 5 days ago. He was whole. Harry flexed. The chains exploded. Fragments of shadow magic scattered across the hall like shrapnel, dissolving into nothing before they touched anyone. Harry stood at the center, untouched, his power rising around him in visible waves of golden heat. Rabastan stumbled back. His face was white. The blood dripped from his palm. Harry closed the distance in a single stride. He caught Rabastan's wand hand, just as he'd caught Rodolphus's, and this time he didn't bother with subtle disruption. He sent a pulse of raw power through the contact that short-circuited every magical channel in Rabastan's body simultaneously. Rabastan collapsed. His wand clattered across the stone. He lay on the floor, gasping, his magic temporarily, completely gone. Like a candle blown out. Like a fire doused. Harry stood over him. Yield, he said. One word. Final. Rabastan looked up at him. His face twisted fury, humiliation, despair, and underneath all of it, the terrible recognition of a man who had just discovered that the world he'd understood no longer existed. I yield, Rabastan whispered. Harry stepped back. The hall was silent. Then Cygnus spoke. The trial by combat is concluded. Rabastan Lestrange is found guilty by the old laws. He will be confined pending judgment. Cygnus stood. House Lestrange's compact with House Black is dissolved. Their soldiers will leave Thornhaven by sunrise. Any Lestrange retainer found within Black Lands after dawn will be treated as hostile. Guards moved in. Rabastan was hauled to his feet, his magic still dark, his eyes still burning. As they dragged him toward the door, he twisted in their grip and looked back at Harry. "This isn't over," he said. "You think you've won something. You haven't. You've just made yourself the target every ambitious house in Albion will aim for. They'll come for you. All of them. And when they do, your power won't save you, because you can't be everywhere at once, and you can't protect everyone you." The door closed behind him. His voice cut off. Harry stood in the center of the Great Hall, surrounded by the most powerful people in southern Albion, and let the silence hold. Then Bellatrix's voice, dry and clear. "Well, that was fun." The tension broke. People breathed. Conversations started. Servants appeared with wine. The room began to reassemble itself into something resembling normalcy. Harry moved toward the three sisters. Bellatrix was grinning, the savage, satisfied grin of a warrior who'd watched her enemy fall. Narcissa was already composing messages in her head, her blue eyes distant with calculation. And Andromeda was looking at Harry with an expression that held no calculation, no savagery, no strategy. Just warmth. "You need to eat," Andromeda said. "It's 4 in the morning. "I don't care. You just fought 2 duels in 12 hours and saved 12,000 people in between. Eat." Narcissa stepped forward. Her composure was perfect, as always, but her eyes were bright. "The political landscape has shifted," she said. "Lestrange is broken. Rodolphus disgraced, Rabastan defeated and convicted. Their allies will scatter. Malfoy loses his strongest military partner." She looked at Harry. "My father's offer. You said you'd think about it." "I said I'd think about it. I'm still thinking." "Think faster. Lucius won't wait. He'll adapt to the Lestrange collapse within days. He'll find new military partners, restructure his coalition, accelerate the timetable. We have a window. Weeks, not months." "Narcissa," Bellatrix said. "He just fought a duel. Can the politics wait until he's had breakfast?" "Politics never waits for breakfast. That's the first thing Father taught us. Father is wrong about a lot of things. Father is right about this." Harry raised a hand. Both sisters stopped. He looked at them, at all three of them. "Here's what I know," he said. "I didn't come to Thornhaven for a throne or a marriage or a political revolution. I came because people were being hurt and no one was stopping it. That hasn't changed. What's changed is the scale." He took a breath. "I won't be king. I won't sit on a throne. But I won't walk away either. Not from this. Not from—" He stopped. The word he'd almost said hung in the air between them, unspoken but felt. "Not from you." Bellatrix's grin softened into something quieter. Narcissa's composure cracked, just a fraction, just for a moment. Andromeda's hand found his and squeezed. "Then we do this together," Andromeda said. "Whatever this is." "Together," Bellatrix echoed. She met Harry's eyes. "But I'm still going to fight you every morning. I wouldn't have it any other way." Narcissa straightened, rebuilt her walls, but left a door in them, visible only if you knew where to look. "Together," she said. "Now eat your breakfast. We have a war to plan." Dawn light was beginning to filter through the Great Hall's high windows. The torches dimmed as the sun rose. Outside, Harry could hear the Lestrange camp breaking down, the rumble of carts, the shouts of soldiers, the inglorious sounds of a great house retreating. He sat at the table. Andromeda pushed food in front of him. Bellatrix sat on his left and stole his bacon. Narcissa sat on his right and began drafting messages on parchment, her quill moving in precise, elegant strokes. 3 sisters. 1 scarred wanderer. And the first quiet morning of something that wasn't yet a kingdom, wasn't yet a revolution, wasn't yet a love story, but was becoming, with every shared meal and every battle and every moment of unexpected tenderness, all 3. Harry ate his breakfast. It was the best meal he'd ever had. Not because of the food, because of the company. Chapter 4. The burning of Thornhaven. The Raven arrived at dawn, 14 days after the Lestranges had been driven from Thornhaven. Harry was in the East training yard, rebuilt now, the cracked walls patched with fresh mortar, the training dummies replaced with enchanted constructs that Narcissa had commissioned from a wardsmith in the capital. They fought back. Not well enough to seriously challenge either Harry or Bellatrix, but well enough to keep the morning sessions interesting. Bellatrix was mid-strike when the raven swept over the wall and dropped a scroll at Harry's feet. She pulled her curse at the last second, redirecting it into a training dummy that detonated in a shower of splinters, and watched the bird circle once before landing on the wall. "That's not a black raven," she said. Her eyes tracked the bird's markings. "No house colors. Freelance messenger." Harry picked up the scroll. Unrolled it. "Read it once, quickly. Read it again, slowly." His face changed. Bellatrix saw it. She'd spent 14 days learning how to read him, in the training yard, over meals, in the long evenings when they'd started talking instead of fighting and discovered that conversation between them could be just as intense. She knew what his jaw did when he was angry. She knew the way his eyes went flat when something hit deeper than anger. This was deeper than anger. "What?" she asked. "Thornhaven's outer villages. The eastern settlements along the river. 3 of them." Harry's voice was level in the way that a drawn bowstring is level, taut, still, holding something terrible in check. "Burned. Last night. Not soldiers this time. Dark magic. Something summoned. The messenger says the ground is still smoking and nothing will grow where the fires touched. Lestrange revenge? The Lestranges don't have this kind of power. Not anymore. Not with Rodolphus's magic scrambled and Rabaston in a cell." Harry looked at the raven. At the scroll. At the thin, desperate handwriting of someone who'd run through the night to reach a messenger station. "This is something else. Lucius." The name hung in the morning air between them like smoke. Harry rolled up the scroll and started walking. Not toward the keep. Toward the stables. "Harry." Bellatrix fell into step beside him. "Harry, stop. Think." "I'm done thinking. People are dying. And you riding off alone into a potential trap helps them how?" He stopped. She was right. He knew she was right. The old instinct, the 5 years of solitary action, of being the only one who moved when something went wrong, pulled at him like a current. But he wasn't alone anymore. He'd chosen that. He had to live it. "You're right," he said. "I know I'm right. I'm always right about tactical situations. Ask Narcissa about politics, ask Andromeda about medicine, ask me about war." She grabbed his arm. Her grip was iron. "We go together. We go prepared. And we go now." They found Narcissa in her study, a room she'd claimed on the keep's 2nd floor, filling it with maps, correspondence, and a communication mirror linked to a network of informants she'd built in the 2 weeks since the tournament. She was already reading a message when they entered, her face pale, her lips pressed thin. "I know," Narcissa said before either of them spoke. "My network flagged the fires an hour ago. 3 villages, Millhaven, Ashford, and Briar's Crossing. Combined population of roughly 300. Casualty reports are incomplete, but the estimates are..." She stopped. Steadied herself. "Bad. The estimates are bad." "What was used?" Harry asked. "My source in Ashford, he survived by hiding in a root cellar, describes creatures of black fire. Not fiend fire. Something corporeal. They moved with purpose, targeted structures first, then people. Summoned entities, almost certainly. High-level conjuration combined with dark binding magic." "That's master-level work," Bellatrix said. "A dozen people in Albion could manage it. Fewer who'd be willing." "Lucius doesn't get his hands dirty," Narcissa said. "He'd hire it done. And I know exactly who he'd hire." She pulled a map from the pile on her desk and spread it flat. Her finger traced the river east of Thornhaven. "There's a mercenary company called the Ashwraiths. 50 battle mages, all of them trained in dark combat magic, led by a woman named Electo Caro. They've worked for Malfoy before, border enforcement, village clearance, the kind of work that leaves no house sigil behind." "How do you know this?" "Because I was betrothed to Lucius for 5 years, and I spent every one of those years learning everything about him that he didn't want me to know." Narcissa met Harry's gaze. Her blue eyes were ice over fire. I told you, I'm a player, not a piece. This is what a player looks like. The door opened and Andromeda entered, moving fast, her healer's bag already packed and slung over her shoulder. She'd heard. Of course she'd heard. She had the Keep's medical staff reporting to her, and the Keep's medical staff heard everything. How many wounded? Andromeda asked. No preamble. No hesitation. The healer ready to work. Unknown. Potentially hundreds. I'll need supplies. Burn treatment, curse damage remediation, anti-dark magic tonics. The Keep stores are adequate for maybe 50 patients. If the numbers are higher, commandeer the tournament medical pavilion, Narcissa said. It hasn't been broken down yet. That gives you another 100 beds and a full supply train. Already done. I sent a runner 10 minutes ago. Andromeda looked at Harry. Looked at Bellatrix. Saw the fire in their eyes and the coiled spring tension in their bodies. You're going to fight. We're going to stop whoever did this, Harry said. Then I'm coming with you. The wounded will need field treatment. By the time you move them to Thornhaven, some of them will be dead. Andromeda, don't. Her voice was quiet and immovable. Don't tell me it's too dangerous. I've done field healing in the North March border wars. I've worked under fire. I will not sit in a castle and wait while people die of treatable injuries. Harry looked at her. At the determination in her brown eyes. At the medical bag that was already packed because she'd known, before anyone told her, that this was coming. All right, he said. You stay behind the line. Bellatrix and I handle the combat. You handle the wounded. And I handle Lucius, Narcissa said. They all looked at her. Narcissa was standing very straight, her hands flat on the map, her chin raised. She looked like a general. She looked like a queen. Someone needs to stay in Thornhaven and manage the political response. If this is Lucius's move, it's not just military, it's strategic. He's testing our response. He's also sending a message to the other houses, align with the Blackthorn and your people burn. I need to be here, working my network, countering his narrative, shoring up alliances before they crumble. Can you do that alone? Harry asked. I've been doing it alone for 5 years. The only difference is that now I'm doing it for someone who might actually deserve it. Something passed between them, a look, a current, the ghost of that handshake in the corridor 2 weeks ago. Partnership. Trust. The terrifying vulnerability of relying on someone else. Go, Narcissa said. Save who you can. Kill what you have to. And come back. She said the last part to all of them. But her eyes were on Harry. They rode out within the hour. Harry on a fresh horse, a black destrier from the Black Stables, 17 hands, warded against dark magic, with the stamina to run for hours. Bellatrix beside him on a gray mare she'd apparently had since she was 14, a horse as fierce and unpredictable as its rider. Andromeda behind them in a supply wagon driven by 2 healers she'd drafted from the tournament medical team, the wagon loaded with enough burn treatment supplies to stock a small hospital. And behind them, 200 soldiers of House Black. Lord Cygnus had not been pleased about the deployment. The argument between him and his daughters had been spectacular, conducted in rapid, cutting exchanges that made Harry deeply grateful he wasn't a member of the Black family. You want me to send my garrison on the word of a freelance raven and a nameless wanderer's instinct? Cygnus had said, his silver eyes sharp enough to cut. I want you to defend the people who live under your protection, Bellatrix had shot back. Or is that too much to ask of the Lord of House Black? Bella, father, those villages are within our sphere of influence. If we don't respond, every minor house in the region will see us as weak. Lucius is counting on that. Narcissa had delivered this from behind her map table, not even looking up. 200 soldiers. Minimal risk to our defensive posture. Maximum political return. Cygnus had looked at his daughters, all 3 of them, arrayed against him, united, and something complicated had moved across his face. Pride, maybe. Or the recognition that the weapons he'd forged had developed their own will. 200, he'd said. And you bring them back. Now they rode east along the river road, the morning mist rising from the water in silver curtains, the black soldiers in tight formation behind them. Harry could feel the wrongness before he could see it, a taint in the air, a sickness in the ambient magic, like the land itself had been poisoned. The closer they got, the stronger it became, until the horses started shying and the soldiers' faces went tight with unease. They smelled it next. Smoke, but not clean wood smoke. Something chemical and foul, the smell of magic that had been twisted into something it was never meant to be. Then they crested a hill and saw Millhaven. Or what was left of it. The village had been perhaps 40 buildings, cottages, a mill by the river, a small stone chapel, a market square. Now it was a black scar on the green valley. Every structure had been reduced to charred timbers and ash. The ground itself was scorched, not just burned, but cursed, the earth blackened and cracked in patterns that radiated outward from the village center like the legs of a monstrous spider. Nothing living remained. No trees, no grass, no animals. Even the river, where it passed the ruined mill, ran dark and sluggish. And in the center of the village, still burning with a low, guttering flame that was not natural fire, was the chapel. Survivors? Harry asked the nearest scout, a young black soldier who'd ridden ahead. Some, sir. They're gathered in the tree line to the north. Maybe 60 people out of 100. The rest, the scout swallowed. The rest are still in there. Harry dismounted. His boots hit the scorched earth, and he felt the dark magic pulse through the ground like a heartbeat. Old magic. Vicious magic. The kind of power that was fueled by suffering and designed to leave scars that lasted generations. Andromeda was already off the wagon and moving toward the tree line where the survivors huddled. Harry caught a glimpse of her face as she passed, set, professional, the healer's mask firmly in place, and then she was gone into the crowd of burned, broken, terrified people, her magic already flowing. Bella, Harry said. Bellatrix was already scanning the terrain, her wand out, her eyes reading the destruction with the practiced gaze of a warrior assessing a battlefield. The attack pattern is wrong for a hit and run, she said. Look at the burn patterns, they radiate from the center outward. Whatever was summoned, it was anchored here. In the chapel. She pointed. And those marks on the ground, binding circles. 7 of them. This wasn't a raid. This was a ritual. What kind of ritual needs 7 binding circles and a burning chapel? The kind that's designed to do more than destroy a village. Bellatrix's joy tightened. The kind that's designed to create something. Anchor something. Open something. Harry walked toward the chapel. The heat intensified with every step. Not physical heat, magical heat. The radiation of power being consumed and transformed. The unnatural fire that clung to the chapel's walls was deep purple at its base, shading to black at the tips. It didn't flicker. It pulsed. Like breathing. He reached the chapel door. The wood was gone, consumed, but the stone door frame still stood. Through it, he could see the interior, the pews burned to nothing, the altar cracked, and in the center of the floor, a circle carved into the stone that blazed with active, malevolent magic. The circle was still working. It's a gateway, Harry said. The realization hit him like cold water. The ritual opened a gateway and it hasn't been closed. The entities that attacked, they came through here, and the door is still open. Bellatrix appeared at his shoulder. She looked at the circle and her face went pale, which was something Harry had never seen happen before and which scared him more than the gateway did. That's a threshold, she whispered. I've read about them. Old texts, forbidden sections of the Black family library. A threshold is a permanent breach between our world and she stopped. Something else. Something that lives in the spaces between reality. The entities that came through aren't gone, Harry. They're still here. The fire on this chapel is them. They're roosting. As if in response to her words, the purple fire shuddered, contracted, then expanded, and something peeled away from the chapel wall, a shape made of dark flame, vaguely humanoid, with limbs too long and a head that was all mouth. It dropped to the ground outside the chapel and turned toward them. More shapes detached from the walls. 3, 5, 8. Moving with a liquid, predatory grace that was deeply wrong, not animal, not human, something else entirely. Well, Bellatrix said, her wand coming up, her voice carrying that familiar edge of savage delight. I was wondering when this would get interesting. The first entity lunged. Harry met it with a wall of force that should have shattered stone. The creature hit the wall and passed through it. Not around through. His magic didn't touch it. Physical force doesn't work. Harry shouted, diving sideways as the entity's burning hand swiped through the space where his head had been. The heat was extraordinary, his hair singed, his skin reddened. Counter-resonance. Bellatrix was already casting, not combat spells, but something complex, layered, her wand tracing patterns in the air that left trails of silver light. They're made of foreign magic, you have to match their frequency to touch them. Harmonic opposition. She demonstrated. Her wand completed its pattern, and a lance of silver energy struck the nearest entity dead center. The creature screamed, a sound like metal tearing, and staggered, its form flickering, gaps appearing in its fire body. Harry watched what she did and understood it instantly. Not the theory, he'd puzzle that out later, but the shape of it, the magical architecture. He reached for the same frequency, felt for it the way a musician feels for a note, and found it. He threw both hands forward and the magic that came out of him was silver white, tuned to the precise counter-frequency of the entity's existence. It hit 3 of them simultaneously, and they didn't just flicker, they came apart. Unraveled. The dark fire that composed their bodies dissipated into nothing, eaten by the counter-resonance like frost consumed by sunlight. More of that. Bellatrix shouted, grinning wildly as she carved through another entity with a sustained beam of silver. Much more. They fought together. Not the testing, measuring combat of the training yard, but genuine, seamless cooperation, the kind that usually took years of shared service to develop. Bellatrix moved left and Harry moved right without communication. She created openings and he exploited them. He anchored wide-area counter-resonance fields, and she used them as platforms for precision strikes. The entities kept coming, peeling off the chapel walls in an endless stream, the threshold pumping them into existence like a wound-bleeding shadow and fire. For every one they destroyed, 2 more emerged. The gateway. Harry called. We have to close it. I know. That's 7th century breach sealing magic, and I've only read about it. Can you do it? Give me 60 seconds and keep them off me. Harry stepped in front of her. Between her and the chapel. Between her and the stream of dark fire entities that were now pouring out of the ruined doorway in a continuous flow. He planted his feet and let the power come. Not the controlled, measured output of a duel. Not the focused precision of a counter-resonance beam. The raw, unfiltered, oceanic force that lived at the core of him, the thing that had survived a killing curse, that had absorbed Riddle's death, that had grown for 23 years in the body of a man too stubborn to let it rest. Golden light erupted from his hands, his chest, his eyes. It hit the entity stream like a dam across a river. The creatures slammed into it and broke, their dark fire extinguished by the sheer, overwhelming pressure of power that wasn't counter-resonant so much as counter-everything. His magic didn't match their frequency. It rewrote it. Behind him, he could hear Bellatrix casting. Complex magic, layered and intricate, her voice rising in a chant that was half incantation and half improvisation. She was building the seal in real time, constructing 7th century breach sealing magic from first principles and fragments of forbidden texts. And she was doing it in 60 seconds, while standing behind a man who was holding back an invasion of extra-dimensional fire entities with his bare hands. 40 seconds. The entities pressed harder. Harry pushed back. His vision went white gold at the edges. He could feel the magical channels in his arms heating up, could feel the strain approaching the limits that Andromeda had warned him about. 30 seconds. More entities. The threshold pulsed, widening, responding to the challenge with increased output. The dark fire in the chapel flared from purple to white-hot. Harry's shield cracked. He sealed the crack with will. 20 seconds. Bellatrix's chant reached a crescendo. The air behind him thrummed with the weight of the seal she was building, massive, complex, a magical structure so intricate it would have taken a team of ward masters a week to construct. 10 seconds. Harry's arms were burning. Literally burning, the skin reddening, blistering, the output exceeding what his body could safely channel. He didn't stop. Couldn't stop. Behind the shield, behind Bellatrix, in the tree line, Andromeda was healing survivors. 60 people, burned and broken and terrified, and if this shield fell and these creatures got past now. Bellatrix screamed. Harry dropped his shield and hit the ground. The counter-resonance seal Bellatrix had built launched over his head like a comet, a spinning mandala of silver-white light, beautiful and terrible, trailing complex geometric patterns that wrote themselves into the air. It struck the threshold dead center. The sound was indescribable. Not an explosion, more like a chord played on an instrument the size of a continent. The seal hit the gateway and locked onto it, resonating at a frequency that turned the breach's own energy against itself. The threshold contracted. The entities howled. The purple fire on the chapel walls guttered, flickered, and went out. The seal completed itself with a final pulse of silver light, and then the threshold was gone. Closed. The circle in the chapel floor cracked down the middle and went dark. The remaining entities, a dozen of them, caught outside when the gateway closed, flickered and faded as their connection to the source was severed. They burned down like candles in a wind, shrinking, dimming, until the last one was a guttering spark that winked out in the morning air. Silence. Real silence. The absence of the dark magic's constant hum, which Harry hadn't realized he'd been hearing until it stopped. The valley was quiet. The river ran clean. A bird sang, tentatively, from somewhere in the untouched trees beyond the burn zone. Harry lay on the scorched ground, face down, arms extended. His hands were burned badly, the skin raw and blistered from the channeling. His magical channels felt like they'd been scoured with sand. His vision was gray at the edges. Bellatrix dropped to her knees beside him. Harry. Her hands were on his shoulders, turning him over. Her voice was rough. Harry, look at me. He looked at her. She was splattered with ash. Her hair was singed. There was a burn across her left cheek that she clearly hadn't noticed, and she was the most magnificent thing he'd ever seen. Did it work? He asked. It worked. The threshold is sealed. The entities are gone. Her hands found his burned hands, and she swore, fluently, creatively, in 3 languages. Your hands. You burned your bloody hands holding that shield. They'll heal. They'll heal because Andromeda is going to heal them. Not because you say so. She looked over her shoulder and shouted, Andy. Get over here. Harry closed his eyes. The ground was cold beneath him, and the sky was gray above, and somewhere nearby, 60 survivors of a village that no longer existed were being tended by a woman who had chosen to ride into danger because people needed her. He'd done this before. Many times. Arrived at the aftermath, dealt with the threat, moved on. Always alone. Always the wanderer who appeared and disappeared. This time Bellatrix was holding his hands and calling for her sister. This time soldiers in black livery were securing the perimeter. This time he wasn't alone, and the difference between this time and every other time was so vast that it made the sky look small. Andromeda arrived at a run, medical bag in one hand, wand in the other. She took one look at Harry's hands and dropped to her knees beside Bellatrix. 2nd-degree channeling burns on both hands. 3rd degree on the right palm. Magical channel inflammation from wrist to shoulder, bilateral. She was already working, her magic flowing into his damaged tissue with that warm, thorough competence that made his body feel like it remembered what healthy was supposed to feel like. You absolute fool. You channeled raw magic through your bare hands for 60 seconds without any protective framework. 50 seconds. Oh, well, in that case, you're only mostly a fool. Her magic went deeper. He hissed. The good news is the damage is clean, no dark contamination, no residual entity magic. The bad news is you're going to lose the skin on both palms, and it's going to hurt considerably while it regrows. I'll manage. You'll manage because I'm going to manage it for you, and if you do anything strenuous with these hands in the next 48 hours, I will personally sedate you and tie you to a bed. Promises, promises, Bellatrix murmured. Andromeda shot her sister a look that could have stripped paint. Bellatrix grinned. Harry let Andromeda work. Around them, the black soldiers were moving through the village, searching for survivors, cataloging damage, securing the sealed threshold site. The scout returned with reports from the other two villages. Ashford was in similar condition, burned, dark magic scarred, survivors in the surrounding forest. Briar's Crossing was worse. The entities there had lingered longer. How many dead? Harry asked. The scout's face told him before the words did. Across all 3 villages, sir. Current count is 112. Including, he hesitated. Including children, sir. The number settled on Harry's shoulders like a physical weight. 112. 112 people who'd been alive yesterday, who'd been cooking dinner and putting children to bed and arguing about the weather, who were now ash and memory because someone in a golden castle had decided they were acceptable losses in a political game. Sir, the scout said. There's something else. The survivors, they're asking for you. They heard the Blackthorn was here. Harry looked down at his burned hands, still glowing faintly with Andromeda's healing magic. Then he looked at the ruined village, at the blackened earth, at the chapel where something from beyond reality had been deliberately summoned and set loose on farming families. Help me up, he said. Harry, your hands, help me up. Andromeda and Bellatrix each took an arm and pulled him to his feet. He swayed once. Steadied. Take me to them, he told the scout. The survivors were gathered in a clearing in the forest north of Millhaven, 60 people, give or take, ranging from infants to elderly, most of them burned to some degree, all of them in shock. They sat on the cold ground in clusters, wrapped in whatever they'd grabbed while running. Children clung to parents. An old woman rocked back and forth, silent, her eyes empty. A man with burns across half his face was trying to comfort a girl of maybe 5 who couldn't stop shaking. Harry walked into the clearing and every eye turned to him. He saw the recognition. The scar. The name. The stories they'd heard in taverns and around cooking fires. The Blackthorn. The one who killed the Dark Lord. The one who stood up to the great houses. The one who, the man with the burned face stood. He was swaying on his feet. His voice was wrecked, smoke damage, probably. You came, the man said. I came. They said, the soldiers said you were at Blackkeep. We sent the Raven, but we didn't think, the man's voice broke. He caught it. We didn't think anyone would come. I will always come, Harry said. And he meant it with every fiber of what he was, not a political statement, not a promise made for strategy, but a truth as fundamental as the magic in his blood. Tell me what happened. Tell me everything. The man told him. Others filled in gaps. The story emerged in fragments, the creatures appearing at dusk, the fire that couldn't be fought with water, the panic, the running, the screams. A mother who'd gone back for her baby and hadn't come out. A boy who'd tried to fight with a pitchfork and been consumed. The old miller who'd opened the sluice gates to flood the village and had been found by the riverside, burned from the waist up. Harry listened to all of it. Every word. He didn't look away. He didn't flinch. When the survivors had finished, when the stories had been told and the silences had stretched and the 5-year-old girl was asleep in her father's arms with tear tracks cutting channels through the soot on her face, Harry spoke. The things that attacked you are gone. My people destroyed them and sealed the breach they came through. It won't happen again. He paused. I know that doesn't help. I know the people you've lost aren't coming back. I know I was too late. You weren't too late, the burned man said. You came. Nobody else did. I'm going to do more than come. I'm going to find who did this. I'm going to make sure they answer for it. And I'm going to make sure you have homes to go back to, not ashes, homes. I give you my word. The 5-year-old stirred in her father's arms. Opened her eyes. Looked at Harry. Are you the Blackthorn? She asked. Her voice was tiny. I am. The fire monsters. Are they really gone? They're really gone. Promise? Harry crouched down. His burned hands screamed in protest. He ignored them. I promise, he said. I promise you'll be safe. The girl studied him with the gravity that only small children and very old people possess. Then she reached out one small, soot-covered hand and touched his scar. It's like a lightning bolt, she said. It is. Lightning kills the dark. Harry didn't trust himself to speak. He nodded. The girl seemed satisfied. She nestled back into her father's arms and closed her eyes. Harry stood, turned, walked out of the clearing, made it 20 paces into the trees before his legs went out. He sat against a trunk, elbows on knees, and pressed his burned palms against his eyes, and for the first time in a very long time he let himself feel the full, crushing weight of it. 112. Children. Families. People who had done nothing wrong and been punished for the crime of living near someone else's political ambition. Footsteps. Not one set. 3. Bellatrix sat to his left. Said nothing. Put her hand on the back of his neck. Andromeda sat to his right. Said nothing. Took one of his burned hands and held it, gently, her healing magic a constant, warm presence. Narcissa wasn't there. Narcissa was in Thornhaven, fighting the war's other front, doing what she did best. But later, much later, after midnight, when Harry sat in his room at Blackkeep staring at his bandaged hands, a raven would arrive with a message in her precise, elegant handwriting. I know what you did today. I know what it cost. I'm working from this end to make sure it means something. The Caro Mercenary Company has been positively identified. I have witnesses. I have documents. When you're ready, we'll burn Lucius's world down around his ears. Rest. Eat. Come back to us whole. But that was later. Now, in the forest, with the sound of survivors behind him and the smell of ashes around him, Harry sat between two women who loved him, though none of them had said it yet, in ways as different as they were, and let himself be held up. I couldn't save them all, he said. No, Bellatrix said. You couldn't. And tomorrow you'll save more. The ones who died deserved better. And the ones who did this will get what they deserve. Bellatrix's hand tightened on his neck. I'm going to help you with that part. Enthusiastically. Andromeda's thumb traced circles on his wrist. The living need you now. The dead need justice. Both will come. But right now, this moment, just breathe. He breathed. 3 sets of lungs. 1 rhythm. The forest quiet around them. Then he got up. Because that's what you did. You got up. You went back. You did the work. They spent 3 days in the field. 3 days of recovery operations, survivor evacuation, and the grim work of cataloging the dead. Andromeda set up a field hospital in a commandeered barn 2 miles from Millhaven and worked 18-hour shifts, healing burns and curse damage with a tirelessness that left even her assistants in awe. She moved through the wounded like a force of nature, calm, warm, unshakable, and the survivors followed her with their eyes the way drowning people watch ashore. Bellatrix took a squad of black soldiers and swept the surrounding countryside for any remaining entities or Caro mercenary stragglers. She found 3 ashwraiths who'd stayed behind to monitor the threshold sites, scouts, apparently, left to ensure the ritual completed its work. Bellatrix brought them back alive, which showed remarkable restraint, and the interrogation sessions she conducted were brief, efficient, and by the sounds that filtered out of the barn she'd commandeered for the purpose, not gentle. Harry divided his time between the survivors and the sealed threshold sites. His hands healed rapidly under Andromeda's care. She'd applied a regenerative salve of her own creation that regrew skin in hours rather than days, and by the 2nd day he was able to channel magic again, though Andromeda limited him to light use only. And if I catch you trying anything above a 4th magnitude output, so help me, he reinforced the seals on all 3 thresholds. Bellatrix's breach sealing work had been extraordinary, improvised genius, built to last, but the underlying weakness in reality that the ritual had exploited was still there. The Caro mercenaries had found thin spots in the world's fabric and pried them open. Harry patched the thin spots themselves, weaving layers of protective magic so deep into the earth that the ground hummed for 100 yards around each site. On the 3rd day, with the survivors evacuated to Thornhaven and the area secured, Bellatrix brought him the interrogation results. They were sitting around a fire in the abandoned Millhaven barn, Harry, Bellatrix, and Andromeda, sharing a meal of field rations and surprisingly good wine that Bellatrix had produced from somewhere. The light was low. They were all exhausted. The kind of tired that goes past the body and into the bones. The ash wraiths were hired through a cutout, Bellatrix said. 3 layers of intermediaries. Professional. But one of them cracked and gave me the top layer, a man named Avery, Minor Lord Ling, known Malfoy associate. The payment came through a Gringotts, through a banking house in the capital. Narcissus people can trace it from there. What was the objective? Harry asked. Officially? Destabilize the region, drive refugees into Thornhaven, strain black resources. But that's the surface play. Bellatrix leaned forward. The thresholds weren't just weapons. The mercenaries didn't know this, Alecto Caro did, but she wasn't among the ones we caught. But the ritual that opened them was designed to leave permanent scars in reality. Thin spots that can be reopened. Quickly, cheaply, by anyone with the right knowledge. They were building infrastructure, Harry said. The realization was cold. Not just attacking, preparing. Creating weak points they can exploit again whenever they need to. Exactly. Lucius isn't just trying to hurt us. He's building a weapon system. Thresholds he can open and close at will, across black territory, creating military chaos that even you can't be everywhere to stop. Andromeda's face was grim. How many more thin spots are there? I don't know. Neither did the mercenaries. But the texts they used, the ritual framework, it's scalable. If Lucius has enough ash wraiths and enough preparation time, he could seed a dozen thresholds across southern Albion. The fire crackled. The wine went untasted. Then we don't give him time, Harry said. We move now. Not defensively, offensively. We find the ash wraiths, we find Alecto Caro, we trace the money back to Malfoy, and we bring the evidence to every lord in Albion. That's Narcissus territory, Andromeda said. The political war. It's all one war, Harry said. Military, political, magical. Lucius understands that. It's time we did too. He looked at them, Bellatrix, who fought like a storm and sealed breaches in reality from first principles. Andromeda, who healed the broken and held the suffering and hadn't slept more than 4 hours a night in 3 days. And somewhere in Thornhaven, Narcissa, who was waging the invisible war of information and alliance with the precision of a master jeweler. When we get back to Thornhaven, Harry said, I want to talk to your father. Bellatrix raised an eyebrow. About? About his offer. The one he made 3 weeks ago. Harry took a breath. Not the throne. I still don't want a throne. But the alliance. The partnership. He stopped. Looked at Bellatrix. Looked at Andromeda. The other part. Andromeda set down her cup. Her brown eyes were very wide. Bellatrix went very still. Not the stillness of a predator, the stillness of a woman hearing something she'd wanted to hear and was afraid to believe. The other part, Bellatrix repeated. Being us. Being us. Harry's heart was hammering. He'd faced down Dark Lords and extra-dimensional fire creatures, and the full force of a Lestrange war mage, and none of it, had been as terrifying as this. I'm not good at this. I've never been good at this. I've spent 5 years alone because alone was safe and simple, and I didn't have to worry about losing anyone because there was no one to lose. But, Andromeda's voice was barely above a whisper. But I don't want to be alone anymore. Not after this. Not after you. He looked at his hands, healed now, the new skin pink and smooth, thanks to a woman who'd chosen to ride into a war zone because people needed her. Both of you. All 3 of you. If that's Bellatrix kissed him. She moved so fast he didn't see it coming. 1 second she was sitting across the fire and the next she was in front of him, her hands on his face, her mouth on his, and she kissed him the way she did everything, fiercely, completely. Without hesitation or reservation or the slightest trace of uncertainty. She tasted like wine and would smoke and magic, and when she pulled back her dark eyes were blazing. I've been waiting 3 weeks for you to stop being noble about this, she said. 3 weeks. Do you have any idea how patient that is for me? A personal record, I'd imagine. Several personal records. She kissed him again. Shorter. Harder. Don't make me wait again. Harry looked past her to Andromeda, who was sitting very still with tears running silently down her face and a smile so wide it transformed her entire being. "Andy," he said. Andromeda wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, stood, walked around the fire, and sat beside him. She didn't kiss him. She took his hand, the newly healed hand, the one she'd regrown, and pressed it against her heart. "Tomorrow," she said. Her voice shook. "I said I'd believe you tomorrow. It's been a lot of tomorrows. Do you believe me? I believed you the night you shook for saving 12,000 people and let me heal you without pretending you were fine." She turned his hand over, traced the new skin on his palm. "Yes, I believe you." The fire burned low. The night deepened. Somewhere in the ruins of Millhaven, the sealed threshold hummed quietly, holding the line between the world and the dark. Somewhere in Thornhaven, Narcissa Black was working by candlelight, building the case that would shake the political foundations of Albion. And in a barn in the middle of a war zone, Harry sat between two women who'd chosen him, not for his power, not for his name, not for political advantage, but for the man behind the scar, and felt the last wall around his heart come down. Not with a crash. Not with drama. With a quiet settling, like a house finding its foundations. Like coming home. They rode back to Thornhaven the next morning. The road was long and the soldiers were tired, but there was a different energy in the column, a purpose, a cohesion that hadn't been there on the ride out. The keep came into view at sunset. Black and silver banners against a red sky. The gates open. And standing on the battlements, visible even from a distance because she'd positioned herself in the exact spot where the dying light would catch her silver-white dress, Narcissa Black waited. Harry looked up at her and raised his hand. She raised hers. It wasn't a wave. It wasn't a greeting. It was an acknowledgement. A signal. The beginning of a conversation that would continue for years, that would reshape a continent, that would build something new on the ashes of something old. They rode through the gates. Narcissa met them in the courtyard. She looked at Harry. At Bellatrix, who was riding close enough to Harry that their horses bumped shoulders. At Andromeda, who was sitting in her wagon with the quiet radiance of a woman who'd made a decision and was at peace with it. Narcissa's blue eyes missed nothing. They never did. "I take it," she said, her voice as cool and precise as ever, "that certain matters have been resolved." "Getting there," Harry said. "Getting there." She repeated it like she was testing the words. Then she reached up and took his hand, the healed hand, the one Andromeda had regrown and Bellatrix had kissed, and that still smelled faintly of smoke and magic, and held it. "Then get here faster," she said. "We have work to do." Behind them, the sun set over Thornhaven. Ahead of them, war. Around them, the beginning of something that the great houses of Albion were not prepared for. Not a king and his consorts. Not a lord and his ladies. For people who had chosen each other, standing together in a castle courtyard, facing whatever came next. Together. Chapter 5. The Archon's Gambit. The invitation arrived on parchment that smelled of incense and old power. Harry held it up to the morning light in Narcissa's study, turning it so the gold leaf lettering caught and shimmered. The seal was unmistakable, the sacred flame within a silver circle, pressed into wax that was still warm despite having traveled 200 miles by Raven. A neat trick. The kind of casual magical flourish that said, "I have power to waste on postage." "The Archon of the Sacred Flame," Harry read aloud, "extends his warmest regards to Harry, called the Blackthorn, and humbly requests his presence at the Citadel of the Eternal Light for a convocation of peace. In these troubled times, the Church seeks to serve as neutral ground upon which the great disputes of Albion may be resolved through wisdom rather than war." He lowered the parchment. He actually used the word humbly. "Dumbledore has a complex relationship with humility," Narcissa said from behind her desk, where she was surrounded by the organized chaos of 3 weeks' worth of intelligence work. Maps pinned with colored markers. Stacks of correspondence sorted by house allegiance. A communication mirror that flickered occasionally with incoming messages from her growing network of informants. He understands the concept. He can describe it in detail. He simply doesn't practice it. "It's a trap," Bellatrix said. She was perched on the windowsill with one boot up, sharpening a knife she didn't need because she could kill with a thought, but the habit seemed to soothe her. Obviously, it's a trap. Walk into the seat of the church's power on their invitation on their ground, surrounded by their wards and their soldiers and their ancient magical infrastructure. He might as well ask you to put your head in a noose and admire the craftsmanship of the rope. It's not that kind of trap, Andromeda said. She was in the corner, restocking her medical bag, a process she performed every morning with the ritual precision of a woman who learned that preparation was the difference between life and death. Dumbledore won't try to kill Harry. He doesn't want him dead. He wants him controlled. Worse, Bellatrix muttered. Considerably worse. But different. Andromeda closed her bag and turned to face the room. The Citadel's wards are the most complex magical structure in Albion. They've been layered and refined over 8 centuries. They don't just protect, they regulate. Anyone inside the Citadel operates under the Church's magical framework. Your power doesn't disappear, but it's channeled, shaped, like water through an aqueduct instead of a river in flood. You're saying they can limit me, Harry said. I'm saying they can try. The wards are designed to bring all magic within their walls into harmony with the Church's foundational enchantments. For a normal mage, that means your power operates at maybe 70% capacity and follows the Church's rules of engagement. For you, Andromeda paused. I honestly don't know. Your magic doesn't behave like normal magic. It might resist the harmonization. It might overwhelm it. Or the wards might adapt in ways no one has tested, because no one with your level of output has entered the Citadel in living memory. Harry set the invitation down on Narcissa's desk. For faces looked at it. For minds worked the problem. We have to go, Narcissa said. Bellatrix's knife stopped mid-stroke. Excuse me. We have to go. Refusing the invitation is politically untenable. Dumbledore has framed this as a peace convocation. If we reject it, we look like warmongers. Every neutral house that's been considering our alliance will hesitate. Lucius will use our refusal to paint us as the aggressors in this conflict. Narcissa picked up the invitation and examined it with the clinical detachment of a surgeon examining a tumor. Furthermore, Dumbledore's timing isn't accidental. He's issued this invitation now, after the village burnings, after our military response, at the exact moment when public sympathy is on our side, because a peace convocation resets the narrative. Instead of Lucius as aggressor and us as defenders, we become 2 equal parties in a dispute, with the Church as benevolent mediator. Which puts Dumbledore in the position of power, Harry said. Which is where Dumbledore always wants to be. Narcissa set the invitation down. We go. All 4 of us. And we go prepared for the kind of fight where swords are useless and words are everything. Not everything, Bellatrix said. I'm bringing my wand. You're bringing your wand, your temper, and absolutely none of your instinct to set things on fire when diplomacy bores you. Narcissa fixed her sister with a look that could have frozen the river. This is my battlefield, Bella. The Citadel is politics made architecture. If you start cursing Church officials because they're patronizing, they're always patronizing. Yes, they are. And you're going to smile and let me handle it. The sisters locked eyes. Between them, the air crackled with the particular energy of siblings who loved each other fiercely and drove each other insane in equal measure. Harry stepped between their gazes. We go. We go together. We go ready. He looked at each of them in turn. Narcissa runs the politics. Bellatrix handles security. Andromeda, I want you reading every person we meet. Body language, magical signatures, health indicators, anything that tells us what's real and what's performance. And you? Andromeda asked. I talked to Dumbledore. Apparently we have different visions for the future of Albion. Might as well find out what his looks like. The Citadel of the Eternal Light sat on a mountain. Not just any mountain. Mount Alban, the highest peak in southern Albion, its summit perpetually wreathed in clouds that weren't entirely natural. The citadel itself was visible from 20 miles away, white stone towers rising from the rock like the bones of the earth made vertical, each one tipped with a golden flame that burned day and night, visible across the entire valley. The road up was a single switchback path carved into the mountainside, wide enough for a cart but lined with ward stones every 50 feet, each one humming with contained power. Harry felt the wards the moment they crossed the first threshold, a subtle shift in the ambient magic, like stepping from open air into a room with a very high ceiling. Not confining. Not yet. But present. A framework, as Andromeda had described it. The mountain's magic was being shaped, directed, controlled. They'd brought a small retinue, 20 black soldiers as honor guard, 2 of Narcissa's intelligence operatives disguised as servants, and a wardsmith named Griggs whom Narcissa had hired specifically for this trip. Griggs was a squat, cheerful woman with the magical sensitivity of a bat and the social skills of a rock, and her job was to map the Citadel's ward structure in real time and feed the information to Narcissa. The road took 4 hours. They climbed through cloud and emerged above it, and the view from the upper switchbacks was stunning, all of southern Albion spread below them, green and gold in the autumn light, rivers like silver threads, the distant smudge of Thornhaven on the horizon. The Citadel's gates were open. White stone, 30 feet high, carved with scenes from the sacred flames mythology, the first fire, the binding of the dark, the covenant of light. Church soldiers in white and gold armor lined the entrance, standing at attention with the mechanical precision of men who spent more time drilling than thinking. Their magic was uniform, regimented, each soldier's aura aligned with the ward structure, making them extensions of the Citadel's power rather than individual combatants. A woman met them at the gate, middle-aged, severe, wearing the white robes of a church high seeker. Her face was sharp and intelligent, her eyes missed nothing, and her magic was layered with the particular density of someone who'd spent decades inside the ward structure and been shaped by it. "The archon welcomes the Blackthorn and his companions to the Citadel," she said. Her voice was formally warm in the way that professional diplomats were formally warm, technically correct, emotionally void. "I am High Seeker McGonagall. I will serve as your guide and liaison during your stay." "McGonagall," Harry said. The name snagged on something, a fragment of memory, old and blurred. "You were at the North March. The Battle of Dunbrook. 7 years ago." Something shifted in the woman's severe face. Surprise, followed by a quick, appraising reassessment. I served as combat healer for the Church's forces. You saved 40 men by holding a shield wall for 3 hours after the main line broke. I heard about it from a soldier you'd pulled from a river with a spear through his leg. You have a good memory. For people who stand their ground? Always. McGonagall studied him for a moment longer than protocol demanded. Then the faintest crack appeared in her professional facade, not quite a smile, but the ghost of one. "This way," she said. "The archon is expecting you." They followed her through the Citadel's outer courtyard, past training grounds where church soldiers drilled with synchronized precision, past a garden of white roses that bloomed despite the altitude, past a library whose open windows leaked the smell of old paper and magical ink. With every step, the wards thickened. Harry felt them pressing against his magic, not attacking, not suppressing, but shaping, trying to align his power with the Citadel's frequency, trying to fit him into the harmonic structure. His magic resisted. Not because he told it to, it simply didn't fit. It was like trying to pour the ocean into a canal. The wards pushed. His magic pushed back. The result was a low, continuous tension that hummed in his bones and made the ward stones they passed flicker. McGonagall noticed. Her stride didn't change, but her hand moved to the pendant at her throat, a golden flame, and she murmured something that made the nearest ward stones stabilize. Bellatrix, walking beside Harry, leaned in. "The wards are trying to harmonize you," she whispered. "I can feel the resonance pattern. They're sophisticated, they adapt in real time. But they're hitting the same problem everyone hits. Which is, you don't have a frequency. Normal mages operate on a fixed magical wavelength. The wards lock onto it and bring it into alignment. Your magic doesn't have a fixed wavelength. It shifts constantly. The wards can't get a grip. Is that a problem? For you? No. For the wards." Bellatrix's grin was sharp. "Possibly. If they push too hard trying to harmonize you, They might destabilize themselves. Dumbledore will know that. It's probably why he invited you. He wants to test his wards against the most powerful mage alive and see what happens. Wonderful. I'm a lab experiment. You're always a lab experiment. You're just usually the one running the test. They entered the Citadel's main keep. If Black Keep was built to intimidate, the Citadel was built to awe. Soaring arches of white stone. Windows of stained glass depicting sacred scenes in colors that seemed to glow from within. Floors of polished marble that reflected the light from dozens of golden flames burning in sconces along the walls. Every surface was inscribed with tiny, intricate runes, the visible manifestation of the ward structure, 8 centuries of magical engineering made visible. Narcissa walked beside Harry, and he could feel her processing everything, cataloging sightlines, exits, defensive positions, the placement of guards, the traffic patterns of church officials. Her wardsmith, Griggs, was a step behind, doing something subtle with her hands that Harry suspected was the magical equivalent of taking notes very quickly. They were led to a suite of rooms in the Citadel's guest wing, spacious, well-appointed, and absolutely saturated with monitoring wards. Every surface hummed. Every shadow held an ear. "The Archon will receive you this evening," McGonagall said. "A formal dinner in the High Hall. Until then, you are welcome to explore the Citadel's public areas." She paused at the door. "The private areas are clearly marked. I trust the Blackthorn and his companions will respect the boundaries." "We're guests," Narcissa said smoothly. "We wouldn't dream of overstepping." McGonagall gave her a look that suggested she knew exactly how much dreaming Narcissa did about overstepping and left. The moment the door closed, Narcissa raised one finger. Silence. She looked at Griggs, who was slowly running her palms along the wall, her eyes closed. 17 distinct monitoring enchantments, Griggs reported, her voice barely above a breath. Audio, visual, magical signature tracking, emotional state assessment, and 3 I haven't seen before. The room is essentially a sensory organ for the ward structure. Everything we say and do in here is being recorded and analyzed. "Can you block them?" Harry asked. Griggs opened her eyes. She looked almost offended. Block the monitoring wards of an 8th-century-old fortress maintained by the most powerful magical institution in Albion? She cracked her knuckles. "Give me 20 minutes. She got it done in 12. Not by breaking the wards, that would have been detected, but by feeding them false information. A loop of mundane conversation and neutral emotional states, playing over their real activities like a mask. It won't hold forever," Griggs warned. "Someone checking manually will spot the loop. But for routine automated monitoring, we've got a few hours." Narcissa nodded. "Then we use them." "Andromeda, what did you read from McGonagall?" Andromeda had been quiet since entering the Citadel, her healer's senses working overtime. "She's conflicted. Her loyalty to the Church is genuine, deep, old, foundational. But there's tension. Something about this invitation bothers her. Her stress indicators spiked when she mentioned the Archon. She doesn't agree with what Dumbledore's planning," Harry said. "She doesn't know what he's planning. That's what's bothering her. She's high-ranking enough to be trusted with the greeting, but not high-ranking enough to be told the full picture." Andromeda frowned. "There's also something else." When you mentioned Dunbrock, her emotional state shifted dramatically. Respect, surprise, and I think hope. Hope for what? I don't know yet. Narcissa spread a small map of the Citadel on the table. She'd obtained it, through means Harry chose not to ask about, before they'd left Thornhaven. "The formal dinner is this evening. That's the opening move. Dumbledore will set the stage, establish the framework of the negotiation, and try to position himself as arbiter. Tomorrow will be the actual convocation." "Who else will be there?" Harry asked. "Based on the ravens my network intercepted, yes, intercepted, don't look at me like that, Dumbledore has invited representatives from 12 houses, including Malfoy." Narcissa let that land. "Lucius himself may or may not attend, but his voice will be in the room." "It's a court," Bellatrix said. "He's convening a court. With himself as judge." "Precisely. And the verdict is predetermined, some form of binding agreement that constrains both sides, overseen and enforced by the Church." which means overseen and enforced by Dumbledore. What kind of binding agreement? That's what we need to find out before dinner. Narcissa looked at each of them. Bella, I need you to map the Citadel's physical security. Guard rotations, ward anchor points, escape routes. Do it subtly. Define subtly. Without setting anything on fire. You take all the fun out of espionage. Andromeda, attend the Citadel's healing halls. They'll welcome a healer of your reputation. While you're there, talk to people. The church's healers are the most gossipy people in any institution. Find out what the rank and file know about this convocation. And me? Harry asked. You're going to walk around and be visible. Be the Blackthorn. Let people see you. Let them take your measure. Narcissa's blue eyes were sharp. And pay attention to how the wards react to you. Every fluctuation, every adaptation. If Dumbledore is testing his systems against your magic, I want to know what he's learning. They moved. Harry walked the Citadel's public corridors and let himself be seen. It was a strange experience. He'd spent 5 years avoiding attention, traveling unnamed roads, staying in anonymous inns, doing his work and moving on before the stories caught up to him. Now he walked through the heart of the most powerful religious institution in Albion with his scar visible and his magic undimmed, and the reactions were immediate. Church officials stopped mid-conversation to stare. Soldiers straightened unconsciously as he passed, the way iron filings align in the presence of a magnet. Students, the Citadel housed a training academy for church mages, clustered in doorways and whispered behind their hands. An old priest dropped his prayer book. Harry ignored all of it and focused on the wards. Andromeda had been right. They were trying to harmonize him, and failing. He could feel the attempts as a continuous, subtle pressure against his magical core, like someone trying to tune an instrument that kept changing key. The wards would lock onto a frequency, begin the alignment process, and his magic would shift. The wards would adapt, try again. Shift. Adapt. A cycle that repeated dozens of times per minute, each iteration generating a tiny pulse of dissonance that made the rune-inscribed walls flicker. He realized, slowly driving the ward structure insane. Not dangerously. The Citadel's wards were too well-built and too deeply anchored to fail from this kind of stress. But he was forcing them to work harder than they'd worked in centuries, diverting processing power, if wards could be said to have processing power, from other functions to the impossible task of containing something that refused to be contained. Harry smiled. He walked a little further. Let his magic expand a fraction, then contract. Expand. Contract. Like breathing. Each cycle forced the wards to readjust, and each readjustment revealed a tiny bit more of their architecture, the underlying logic, the foundational enchantments, the 8 centuries of layered magical engineering that made the Citadel what it was. He was mapping the wards by making them react to him. By the time he'd walked the full circuit of the public areas, he had a rough picture of the Citadel's magical skeleton, where the power concentrated, where the anchor points sat, where the blind spots were. There weren't many blind spots, but there were some. He found a courtyard that was quieter than the rest, a small, walled garden near the Citadel's western edge, with a fountain and a few stone benches and a view of the clouds below the mountain. He sat. Let the ward pressure settle to its baseline hum. Footsteps. Soft. Old. Deliberate. Harry didn't turn around. You've been walking my halls for 2 hours, said a voice that carried the particular quality of someone who'd been speaking carefully for so long that every word was a considered choice. My wards are quite distressed. The head wardsmith has been sending increasingly agitated messages to my office. Your wards are trying to put a leash on me, Harry said. They're not enjoying the experience. A soft laugh. The sound of someone settling onto the bench beside him. Harry looked. Albus Dumbledore was very old. That was the first thing that struck you, not the white beard that reached his waist, not the half-moon spectacles, not the robes of deep purple embroidered with silver stars. The age. It lived in the lines of his face, in the slight tremor of his hands, in the careful way he lowered himself onto the bench. He was old the way mountains are old, not decaying, but weathered. Shaped by time into something that was more than what it had started as. His eyes, behind the spectacles, were bright blue and utterly, terrifyingly sharp. "The wards are not a leash," Dumbledore said. "They're a framework. A structure designed to bring magical energies into harmony for the benefit of all within these walls. They've served that purpose for 8 centuries. For the benefit of the Church. For the benefit of Albion. The distinction may seem academic, but I assure you it matters a great deal to me." They sat in the quiet garden, the archon of the sacred flame and the Blackthorn, with a fountain between them and the weight of everything that was about to happen pressing down like the clouds that wreathed the mountain. "You sent Snape," Harry said. "I did. He was not well received, I gather. He called me Potter and implied I was a blundering idiot. So about as well as usual. Severus has his limitations as a diplomat. But he is reliable and he cares about you in his own extremely buried fashion." Dumbledore folded his hands in his lap. "I watched you grow, Harry. From a distance, through reports and informants and the occasional scrying, a violation of your privacy for which I offer genuine apology. I watched you kill Riddle. I watched you wander. I watched you arrive at Thornhaven and set the entire political order of Albion spinning like a top. And now I watch you fall in love with 3 remarkable women and begin to build something that frightens half the lords on this continent. Does it frighten you?" "Everything frightens me. That's the privilege of age. You've seen enough to know how easily things break." Dumbledore's bright eyes found Harry's. "But some things also frighten me in the way that a sunrise frightens, the knowledge that something new is coming and the world will have to make room." "Is that why you invited me here?" "To make room. I invited you here because Albion is on the edge of a war that will kill thousands of people, and I believe, truly believe, that it doesn't have to happen. The convocation tomorrow can establish a framework for peace. Binding agreements between the major houses, enforced by the Church, that prevent the kind of escalation we've already seen. Enforced by the Church. Meaning enforced by you. Meaning enforced by an institution that has maintained stability in Albion for 8 centuries. I will not live forever, Harry. The archon after me will uphold the same principles. The Church endures. The Church controls." Dumbledore didn't deny it. He sat with the accusation for a moment, turning it over. "Yes," he said. "The Church controls. Because someone must. The great houses, left to themselves, tear each other apart. They burn villages. They open thresholds. They sell their daughters to secure alliances and call it tradition. The Church provides the structure that prevents the worst impulses of powerful people from consuming the powerless." His voice hardened, just slightly. "You've seen what happens without that structure. You've buried the dead." "I've buried the dead," Harry agreed. "And I've noticed that the Church didn't stop the burying. Where were you when Lestrange burned Aldfield? Where were you when Lucius sent the Ashwraiths to open thresholds in farming villages? Your structure didn't protect those people." "I did." The words hung between them. The fountain murmured. "You're right," Dumbledore said. "And you're wrong. You're right that the Church failed those people. We were too slow, too cautious, too bound by our own procedural frameworks. I accept that failure. But you're wrong that you alone can replace what the Church provides. You are one man, Harry. One extraordinarily powerful man, but one man nonetheless. You cannot be in every village, at every border, standing between every bully and every victim. Not even you. I don't intend to be. That's what the Alliance is for. The Alliance." Dumbledore said it carefully. "You, 3 Black Sisters, and whatever coalition Narcissa is building from her study. Against Lucius Malfoy and his 5-house coalition. Against the inertia of a feudal system that has existed for centuries. Against every lord who sees your rise as a threat to the natural order." A pause. "How long before your alliance becomes the thing it's fighting against? How long before the power you've gathered requires the same compromises, the same structures, the same control?" That's the question, isn't it? That is the only question. And I have spent a very long life learning that good intentions are not a sufficient answer. Dumbledore stood, slowly, carefully. "Tomorrow, at the convocation, I will propose a piece of the flame. A binding magical agreement between all parties, your alliance, Malfoy's coalition, and the unaligned houses, enforced by the Citadel's wards. No more raids. No more thresholds. No more village burnings. A framework for resolving disputes without bloodshed. And the cost. All parties submit to the church's arbitration in matters of conflict. All parties limit military action to defensive postures. And all parties, Dumbledore met his gaze, and those blue eyes were ancient and unflinching, register their magical capabilities with the church's records. Including you. There it was. The hook beneath the bait. Register his capabilities. Let the church know exactly what he could do, exactly how powerful he was, exactly where his limits lay, if he had any. Give them the information they needed to build wards that could actually contain him. Give them the key to the leash. No, Harry said. The peace, I'll take peace. I'll take binding agreements against military aggression. I'll take dispute arbitration, if the arbitrators are chosen fairly and not appointed by the church. But I will not register my magic with anyone. Not because I have something to hide, but because a registry is a weapon, and weapons end up pointed at someone. The registry would apply equally to all parties. Lucius would register his capabilities as well. Lucius's capabilities aren't the ones you're worried about. Silence. The fountain. The clouds. Dumbledore sighed. It was the sigh of a man who had expected this exact answer and had prepared for it and was still, somehow, disappointed. Think about it, he said. The convocation is tomorrow. Much can change between now and then. He turned to go, then paused. Your mother would have liked you, Harry. She was the kind of person who believed that the world could be changed by people who refused to accept it as it was. She was also the kind of person who understood that changing the world requires more than power and principle. It requires compromise. My mother died because powerful people decided her life was less important than their ambitions, Harry said. I don't think she'd recommend I trust those same institutions with a registry of my capabilities. Dumbledore held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded, once, and walked away. Harry sat in the garden and felt the ward's pulse around him, confused, straining, unable to make him fit their pattern. He understood, suddenly, why Dumbledore had invited him. Not just to test the wards. Not just to propose the peace of the flame. To show him what the church was. The scope of it. The depth. 8 centuries of magical infrastructure, armies of trained mages, a system of governance that, for all its flaws, had prevented the complete collapse of civilization through multiple Dark Lords, 3 civil wars, and the slow decay of the feudal system. Dumbledore wasn't threatening him. He was saying, look at what I have. Look at what you're up against. And ask yourself whether your way, your alliance, your love, your principles, can build something that lasts the way this has lasted. Harry looked at the white stone towers. The golden flames. The ancient wards humming in the walls. Then he stood up and went to find his people. Narcissa had commandeered a corner of the guest suite and turned it into a war room. Maps on every surface. Intelligence reports stacked in order of priority. Griggs sitting cross-legged on the floor with her eyes closed, feeding a steady stream of ward data to a self-writing quill that scribbled furiously on a scroll. The piece of the flame, Narcissa repeated after Harry had relayed the conversation. She said it the way a jeweler says cubic zirconia, acknowledging the shape while rejecting the substance. Dumbledore's been preparing this for months. Maybe years. The village burnings gave him the pretext, but the framework was already built. The registry is the key, Andromeda said. She'd returned from the healing halls with her own intelligence, gossip from church healers who'd been more forthcoming than their superiors would have liked. The church's healers have been developing what they call a resonance index, a system for measuring and categorizing individual magical capabilities. It's been in development for 5 years. The piece of the flame is the delivery mechanism. A magical census, Bellatrix said. They want to know exactly how powerful everyone is. The applications for control are, she stopped. Her face had gone dark. My family's fought against this kind of thing for generations. The old tyrants used magical registries to identify threats and eliminate them. Dumbledore dresses it up in peace rhetoric, but it's the same beast. It's worse than a census, Narcissa said. If the registry is tied to the Citadel's ward structure, and Griggs confirms it would be, Then the church could theoretically use the data to build targeted containment wards for any registered individual. Not just monitor. Contain. Suppress. The room went quiet. He wants a cage, Harry said. A pretty one with peace agreements and dispute arbitration and the genuine prevention of violence. But underneath all of it, a cage. For me, for Lucius, for anyone whose power threatens the church's position. For everyone, Narcissa corrected. That's the insidious part. It's not targeted at you specifically. It's a system. Systems are harder to resist than tyrants because they don't have a face you can punch. Bellatrix's expression suggested she was fully prepared to find a face to punch regardless. What's our play? Harry asked. We can't accept the registry. We can't reject the peace, not without looking like warmongers. And we can't walk out, because Dumbledore has 12 houses watching and our credibility is on the line. Narcissa smiled. It was the smile Harry had come to recognize as her most dangerous expression, not warm, not cold, but razor-edged and full of the particular joy that Narcissa Black experienced when she saw a path through an impossible problem. We don't reject the peace, she said. We rewrite it. She pulled a fresh sheet of parchment from her stack and began writing, her quill moving in fast, precise strokes. The Peace of the Flame has 3 components: non-aggression agreements, dispute arbitration, and the registry. The first 2 are genuinely beneficial. We want peace. We want a mechanism for resolving disputes. The third is the poison pill. Narcissa's quill didn't slow. We accept the first 2. We propose modifications to make them stronger, broader non-aggression terms, more rigorous arbitration procedures, real consequences for violations. We make the peace better than what Dumbledore proposed. More effective. More binding. And the registry? We replace it with something else. Not a registry of individual capabilities, but a mutual defense pact. Instead of the church cataloging everyone's power, all parties commit to a collective response against any aggressor. Attack one, face all. The enforcement mechanism isn't the church's wards, it's the coalition itself. Dumbledore won't accept that, Bellatrix said. It cuts the church out of the enforcement role. Dumbledore won't accept it immediately. But here's the thing, he's not the only audience. 12 houses will be in that room tomorrow. Most of them don't want the registry any more than we do. They're just too afraid to say so because Dumbledore framed refusal as a rejection of peace. Narcissa's eyes glittered. We reframe it. We show them a version of peace that doesn't require handing the church a catalog of their deepest secrets. And we make it so clearly, obviously superior that rejecting it in favor of Dumbledore's version makes the church look like the power-hungry institution it is. Harry searched for the word. That's brilliant. It's Tuesday. Bellatrix snorted. Andromeda covered a smile. There's a complication, Narcissa continued, her voice sobering. Lucius. He'll be represented at the convocation, and he's smart enough to see the same opportunity we see. If we propose an alternative peace, he can either support it, which strengthens our position, or oppose it, which is risky but might serve his interests if he'd rather have war than a peace that empowers our alliance. What will he do? That depends on what he's been offered. Dumbledore didn't invite 12 houses without making promises. The question is what he's promised Lucius. Narcissa tapped her quill against her lip. I need to find out before tomorrow morning. How? By doing what I do best. Narcissa stood. There's a reception tonight before the formal dinner. Every house's representative will be there. I'm going to work the room. She left with Griggs in tow. Harry watched her go, the precise stride, the squared shoulders, the absolute certainty of a woman walking onto a battlefield she was born for. Bellatrix moved to the door. I've finished my security sweep. There are 3 viable escape routes from the Citadel if things go wrong, one through the lower kitchens, one through the library service tunnels, and one that involves jumping off the western wall and hoping you can fly. Can you fly? I can fly. Whether I can carry 3 other people while flying is an open question I'd prefer not to test. She hesitated at the door. Harry. The wards. What about them? I've been studying them all day. Andromeda's right, they're trying to harmonize you and failing. But they're learning. Every cycle, they get a little closer to matching your frequency. They won't catch you today. Maybe not tomorrow. But if you stay here long enough, I don't plan to stay long. Good. Because I've read about what happens when the Citadel's wards successfully harmonize someone. The old texts call it binding to the flame. It's not suppression, it's integration. Your magic becomes part of the ward structure, part of the Citadel. You'd still have your power, but it would flow through the church's framework. You'd be, for all practical purposes, theirs. The implications settled over Harry like cold water. Dumbledore knows this, Harry said. Dumbledore built the current version of the wards. He's been archon for 40 years. He knows exactly what they can do. Bellatrix's dark eyes were fierce. Don't let him keep you here, Harry. Whatever happens tomorrow, we get what we need and we leave. Bella. What? I'm not afraid of his wards. I know you're not. That's what worries me. You're not afraid of anything, and fear is occasionally useful. She left. Harry stood alone in the warded room, feeling the Citadel hum around him like a living thing, ancient, patient, hungry in its way, and thought about cages and frameworks and the difference between peace and control. The formal dinner was an exercise in high-stakes theater. The high hall of the Citadel was cathedral vast, its ceiling lost in golden shadow, its walls lined with tapestries depicting the sacred flame's history and scenes of such beauty that you could almost forget they were propaganda. A single long table ran the length of the hall, set with gold and crystal, and around it sat the representatives of 12 houses and the full hierarchy of the church's leadership. Dumbledore sat at the head, resplendent in purple and silver, the golden flame pendant on his chest catching the light of 100 candles. McGonagall sat at his right, her face a mask of professional neutrality. A thin, nervous man in church robes, introduced as Chancellor Fudge, a title that apparently involved managing the church's temporal affairs, sat at his left. Lucius was not present in person. His representative was a woman Harry didn't recognize, dark-haired, sharp-featured, introduced as Lady Parkinson, one of Malfoy's inner circle. She sat at the table's midpoint and radiated the particular competence of someone who'd been trusted with an important mission and intended to justify that trust. Harry sat across from her. Narcissa was beside him, Bellatrix and Andromeda further down the table, positioned to observe different sections of the room. They'd dressed for the occasion, Narcissa in silver that caught the candlelight like armor, Bellatrix in black that made her look like a beautiful threat, Andromeda in deep blue that was elegant without being ostentatious. Harry had worn his leather coat because he didn't own anything else and saw no reason to pretend he did. The dinner conversation was a minuet of pleasantries and probing questions. Harry let Narcissa handle most of it, watching her work the table with the same precision she applied to everything. She made allies laugh. She made rivals uneasy. She found common ground with neutral houses so naturally that it looked like coincidence and was anything but. Lady Parkinson proved to be exactly what Harry expected, smart, loyal to Malfoy, and operating from a script that left her limited room to improvise. She made the standard Malfoy arguments for stability and strong governance, couched in language that avoided mentioning the Ashwraiths or the Thresholds or the 112 dead villagers. Harry didn't let her. Lady Parkinson, he said during a lull in the conversation, his voice carrying just enough to reach the nearest 10 ears. Lord Malfoy's vision for Albion is compelling. I wonder how the recent events in the Eastern settlements factor into that vision. The Threshold attacks, specifically. Parkinson's fork paused for a fraction of a second. Professional. Controlled. I'm not sure what you're referring to. 3 farming villages destroyed by summoned entities. 112 dead. The mercenary company responsible has been traced to intermediaries with documented connections to House Malfoy. Harry said it the way you'd describe the weather: factual, neutral, devastating. I'm curious whether Lord Malfoy's vision for peace includes accountability for that. The table went quiet. Not the whole table, conversations at the far ends continued, but the middle section, the section that mattered, fell silent. Parkinson recovered with admirable speed. Those are serious allegations. I'm confident that any investigation will show House Malfoy had no involvement. There's already been an investigation, Narcissa said, producing a folded document from her sleeve like a conjurer producing a dove. Financial records tracing the Ashwraith contract through 3 intermediaries to a banking house controlled by Lord Avery, a known Malfoy vassal. Testimony from captured Ashwraith scouts confirming the chain of command. And the ritual specifications for the threshold openings, which match a text held in the private library of House Malfoy, a text that only 3 people have access to read. She placed the document on the table between the wine glasses and the butter dishes. It sat there like a grenade with a very long fuse. Parkinson looked at the document. At Narcissa. At Harry. "This is not the venue for it, you're right," Narcissa said. "This is a dinner party." "How's the pheasant?" The dinner continued. But the document sat on the table, and every eye in the middle section tracked it, and the conversations that resumed were different, charged, careful, recalibrated. Harry caught McGonagall watching from Dumbledore's right, her expression unreadable. Dumbledore himself ate his soup with every appearance of serene enjoyment, as if the political bomb that had just detonated in the middle of his dinner table was a charming entertainment. After dinner, as the hall emptied, Dumbledore caught Harry's eye across the room and inclined his head. A tiny gesture. Acknowledgement. "Well played." Harry inclined his head in return. "We haven't started." Narcissa returned to the suite at midnight with the look of a woman who'd just run a marathon at sprint pace and won. "Lucius offered Dumbledore a deal," she said, dropping into a chair and kicking off her shoes. "Full cooperation with the Peace of the Flame, including the registry, in exchange for the Church's support, implicit, not explicit, for Lucius's claim to the Iron Throne. Dumbledore's people drafted the agreement 2 weeks ago. It was supposed to be announced tomorrow as a joint Church Malfoy initiative, with the other houses pressured to fall in line." "How did you find this out?" "Chancellor Fudge drinks too much wine and likes to impress pretty women with how important he is. I had Andromeda sit with him for 20 minutes. Andromeda, who had just entered the room, shrugged. "He has a bad liver and worse judgment. I offered to help with the first. He volunteered the second." "So Dumbledore and Lucius are working together," Bellatrix said. "The peace convocation is a coronation in disguise." "Was a coronation," Narcissa corrected. "The document I put on the table changes the math. Lucius's deal with Dumbledore depends on Lucius's reputation being clean enough to sell to the neutral houses. If he's publicly linked to the threshold attacks, the deal collapses. Dumbledore can't be seen supporting a man who burned farming villages. Dumbledore can be seen doing whatever Dumbledore wants," Harry said. "The man has been making morally questionable decisions in the name of the greater good for longer than we've been alive." "True. But his power rests on legitimacy, and legitimacy rests on perception. Right now, the perception at that dinner table is that Lucius Malfoy might be a war criminal. That's not something Dumbledore can handwave." Narcissa's smile was fierce. "Tomorrow, we drive the wedge deeper. We present our alternative peace, the mutual defense pact without the registry. We make it appealing to the neutral houses. And we let Dumbledore choose, back our version and lose his control mechanism, or back Lucius's version and stake his legitimacy on a man who's rapidly becoming toxic. And if he chooses Lucius anyway, then we walk out. And we take half the neutral houses with us, because I've spent the last 4 hours making sure they'll follow." Narcissa looked at Harry. The exhaustion was real. She'd been operating at maximum capacity for weeks, the political war demanding everything she had, but underneath it, the fire burned steady and sure. "This is what I was made for, Harry. Let me do it." He crossed the room, took her hand. She didn't resist, didn't pull away, didn't stiffen, just let him hold her hand and looked up at him with those blue eyes that could cut glass and were, right now, tired and brilliant and human. "I trust you," he said. "You barely know me. I know you've spent 3 weeks fighting a war with ink and paper and sheer force of will while you're sisters, and I got to hit things. I know you've built an intelligence network from nothing that just outmaneuvered the most powerful religious institution in Albion. I know you made a chancellor of the church spill state secrets over dessert." He squeezed her hand. "I know enough." Narcissa held his gaze. Something trembled behind her composure, the thing she kept locked away, the thing that was afraid to want what she wanted. "I don't know how to do this," she whispered. "The politics, that's easy. That's chess with better stakes. But this, she gestured at the space between them with her free hand. I was raised to see love as a transaction. I don't know how to see it as you don't have to see it as anything yet. Just see it. She pressed her lips together, nodded once, squeezed his hand back, hard enough to hurt, and released it. Get some sleep, she said, her composure rebuilding like a wall being res-tacked stone by stone. Tomorrow I end Dumbledore's gambit. I'd prefer you conscious for it. Harry slept. The Citadel's wards hummed around him all night, still trying, still failing, still learning. He dreamed of golden flames and white towers and 3 women who held him up when the weight of the world pressed down, and he woke at dawn ready for war. The convocation chamber was a circular room at the Citadel's heart. No windows. No corners. Concentric rings of seating descending toward a central floor of polished white marble, where a single golden flame burned in a basin of silver, the eternal light, the church's most sacred symbol, and also, Harry couldn't help noticing, the focal point of the Citadel's entire ward structure. Every ley line, every runic inscription, every layer of magical infrastructure converged on that flame. Standing near it was like standing in the center of a hurricane, calm on the surface, unimaginable force in every direction. The 12 houses filled the seating rings. Minor lords, retainers, advisors, maybe 200 people total, their combined magical auras creating a pressure in the air that would have overwhelmed anyone with sensitivity to such things. Andromeda, seated beside Harry in their delegation section, kept her face neutral, but he could see the strain at the corners of her eyes. Dumbledore stood at the flame. His purple robes caught its light and seemed to absorb it, making him appear both luminous and shadowed. McGonagall stood behind him. The church's hierarchy arrayed around the chamber's upper ring like white-robed ghosts. Lady Parkinson sat in the Malfoy section with a face of carefully composed stone. She'd received new instructions overnight. Harry could tell by the way she carried herself, the rigidity of someone operating under revised orders without full understanding of the revision. "My lords and ladies," Dumbledore began. His voice didn't need amplification. The chamber's acoustics carried every syllable to every ear with crystalline clarity. "We're gathered in a time of crisis. The events of recent weeks, the violence, the destruction, the loss of innocent life, demand a response beyond the capacity of any single house. They demand unity." He outlined the piece of the flame, the non-aggression terms, the dispute arbitration framework. He spoke beautifully, decades of practice turning complex policy into poetry, making the chains sound like wings. The chamber listened. Heads nodded. The neutral houses, in particular, leaned in. Peace was seductive, especially when it was dressed this well. Then Dumbledore reached the registry. "Finally, to ensure that the peace we build is robust and verifiable, I propose a mutual transparency accord, a voluntary registry of magical capabilities maintained by the Church, accessible to all signatories, ensuring that no party can covertly develop offensive capabilities that threaten the peace." Voluntary. Harry noticed the word. Yesterday it had been mandatory. Someone, Dumbledore or his advisors, had softened the language overnight. Narcissus' document on the dinner table had done its work. But voluntary with the full weight of the Church behind it was mandatory in everything but name. Houses that refused would be marked as uncooperative, suspected, marginalized. Dumbledore finished. The chamber buzzed with murmured consultations. "The Blackthorn delegation wishes to speak," Narcissa said. She stood. Every eye in the chamber moved to her. Narcissa Black walked to the central floor, and the golden flame at the heart of the Citadel's power threw her shadow long across the white marble. "The Archon's proposal for peace is admirable," she began. Her voice was clear and carrying, each word placed like a stone in an arch, precise, structural, load-bearing. "The non-aggression terms are sound. The arbitration framework, with modifications, is workable. We support both." A murmur of surprise. Dumbledore's eyebrow rose a fraction. However, Narcissa continued, "The transparency accord, the registry, is not a peace mechanism. It is a control mechanism. And the distinction matters." She outlined the alternative. The Mutual Defense Pact. The Collective Response Framework. She did it with such clarity, such logical rigor, that even Harry, who'd heard the plan the night before, found himself caught up in the architecture of it. She wasn't just proposing policy. She was building a vision of Albion in the air between her words, a continent where peace was maintained not by one institution's surveillance, but by the collective commitment of all parties. Where strength came from alliance, not submission. She addressed each house by name. She cited their specific concerns: border security for Greengrass, trade protection for Knot, military sovereignty for the northern houses. She'd done her homework. Every concern had a solution built into her framework. Every objection had been anticipated and addressed. It was the most devastating political performance Harry had ever witnessed, and she did it in 12 minutes. When she finished, the chamber was silent. Not the silence of confusion, the silence of reassessment. Of a room full of powerful people realizing they'd been offered something they wanted more than what they'd been given. Dumbledore stepped to the flame. His face was carefully neutral, but Harry could see the wheels turning, the rapid recalculation of a master strategist encountering a move he hadn't anticipated. Lady Black's proposal is thoughtful, Dumbledore said. However, a mutual defense pact without a transparency mechanism relies entirely on trust. And trust, in my experience, trust is built by action, not surveillance, Narcissa said. Which brings me to a related matter. She turned to Lady Parkinson. House Malfoy has been implicated in the threshold attacks that destroyed 3 villages and killed 112 people. The evidence has been shared with every delegation in this chamber. A ripple ran through the room. Narcissa's operatives had been busy overnight. Before we discuss trust, perhaps we should discuss accountability. Parkinson stood. House Malfoy categorically denies. The financial records are documented. The witness testimony is sworn. The ritual specifications match texts held in Malfoy private libraries. Narcissa's voice never rose. It didn't need to. I'm not asking for conviction. I'm asking for investigation. A genuine, independent investigation, conducted not by the Church, which has a documented agreement with House Malfoy regarding the peace of the flame and therefore cannot be considered neutral, but by a council of unaligned houses. The chamber erupted. Not into violence, into debate. Voices rose. Houses conferred. The neutral faction Greengrass, Longbottom, Bones, others clustered in rapid consultation. The Malfoy allies looked to Parkinson, who was looking at her briefing documents with the expression of a woman who'd brought a knife to a cannon fight. Dumbledore raised his hand. Silence fell, slower than it should have, Harry noticed. The Archon's authority in this room was not as absolute as it appeared. Lady Black raises valid concerns, Dumbledore said. Each word was measured. I propose a recess. 1 hour. The delegations will confer, and we will reconvene to discuss both the peace of the flame and Lady Black's alternative framework. The chamber emptied. Harry found Narcissa in the corridor outside, leaning against the wall, her composure finally showing cracks. Her hands were shaking. Just slightly. Just enough. Harry stood in front of her and blocked her from view. Nobody else needed to see this. You just outplayed the Archon of the sacred flame in his own citadel, he said. The day isn't over. Narcissa. Look at me. She looked at him. Behind the ice, behind the brilliance, behind the 5 years of chess and the 3 weeks of war and the lifetime of being treated as a commodity, there was a woman who was terrified that she'd just done the bravest thing she'd ever done, and it might not be enough. Harry cupped her face in his hands, the hands Andromeda had healed, the hands that had held back fiendfire and sealed thresholds and broken Lestrange wands, and kissed her forehead. It's enough, he said. You're enough. Narcissa closed her eyes. 1 breath. 2. 3. She opened them. The ice was back. The Queen was back. But underneath, where only he could see, something had shifted. Something had settled into place. 1 hour, she said. I need to speak with the Greengrass and Longbottom delegations before we reconvene. Andromeda, find McGonagall. I saw her face during my speech. She was interested. Feel her out. Bellatrix, I know, Bellatrix said. Guard your backs. Guard our backs. They moved. For people, for directions, one purpose. Harry walked the Citadel's corridors and felt the wards strain around him, and he thought about what Dumbledore had said in the garden about how long before an alliance becomes the thing it fights against. He didn't have an answer. Maybe there wasn't one. Maybe the answer was in the doing, in the daily choice to build something open instead of something controlled, to trust instead of surveil, to love instead of own. The convocation reconvened. The votes were taken. Narcissa's alternative framework passed, not unanimously, but by a clear majority. The Mutual Defense Pact without the registry. Peace built on commitment, not surveillance. Dumbledore accepted the result with grace and what might have been genuine respect. The peace of the flame was dead. Something new had taken its place. They rode out of the Citadel that evening, down the mountain road, into the clouds and through them, and the sun was setting over Albion in colors that made the whole world look like it was being reborn. Narcissa rode beside Harry, and at some point during the descent her hand found his across the gap between their horses, and she held it for a long time without saying anything. Bellatrix rode ahead, scanning the road, guarding them. Andromeda rode behind, watching their backs. 3 sisters. 1 scarred man. A continent changing beneath them. And behind them, on the mountain, the archon of the sacred flame stood at his window and watched them go, and thought about futures, and smiled a smile that was sad and complicated and not entirely without hope. The game was not over. But it had changed. Irrevocably, it had changed. Chapter 6. The Blackthorn Throne War came on a Tuesday. Harry would remember that later with a grim amusement that Bellatrix would call inappropriate and Narcissa would call deflection and Andromeda would call a coping mechanism, which was probably closest to the truth. War came on a Tuesday, in the gray hour before dawn, announced not by trumpets or heralds, but by a boy on a dying horse who rode through the gates of Blackkeep and fell from the saddle into the arms of the gate guard and said, before consciousness left him, "They're coming." All of them. Ashenmore. Harry was in the training yard with Bellatrix when the alarm bells rang. They'd been sparring the morning ritual that had become as essential to both of them as breathing, the daily conversation conducted in magic and motion that said things neither of them had the vocabulary for in words. Bellatrix had been developing a new technique, a spiral casting method that combined her chaos field with the structural framework Harry had taught her, and the results were terrifying and beautiful in equal measure. The bells killed the beauty. Bellatrix caught her last spell in her fist, extinguishing it, and they ran. The great hall was controlled chaos by the time they arrived. Soldiers moving in organized streams. Servants clearing the long tables and replacing them with map boards. The black household guard assembling in the courtyard below, the sound of armor and horses and shouted orders filtering through the high windows. Lord Cygnus stood at the central map table, his silver hair pulled back, his face the carved granite mask of a man who'd been preparing for this moment his entire life. Around him, his commanders, career soldiers, grizzled men and women who'd fought border skirmishes and put down peasant revolts and generally kept the Blacklands secure for decades, leaned over maps and argued in terse, clipped voices. Narcissa was already there. She'd beaten them to the hall by 10 minutes, which meant she'd been awake when the rider came, which meant she'd been working through the night again. Harry would have words with her about sleep later. The shadows under her blue eyes were becoming permanent features. 5 houses, Narcissa said without preamble as Harry and Bellatrix reached the table. Malfoy, Nott, Crabbe, Goyle, and Rowell. Combined forces, approximately 4,000 soldiers, 800 of them battle mages. They crossed the eastern border at midnight and they're marching on the fields of Ashenmore. That's 30 miles from here, Bellatrix said, already reading the map, her tactical mind spinning up like a war engine. Open ground. Good cavalry terrain. Bad for defense. It's not a defensive position, Cygnus said. It's a challenge. Lucius is choosing the battlefield. Ashenmore is where the old High Kings held their coronation duels. He's making a statement. Meet me here, on the field where kings are made, and we settle this. Or we don't meet him, and he marches on Thornhaven, Narcissa added. The city's defenses are adequate against a siege, but 4,000 soldiers with 800 battle mages would crack our walls inside a week. The civilian population can't withstand a siege, Harry finished. He knows that. He's giving us a choice, fight on his terms or watch Thornhaven burn. There's a third option, Cygnus said. Negotiate. Send an emissary. Buy time. No, Harry said. Every head at the table turned to him. No more time. No more emissaries. Lucius has burned villages, opened thresholds, sent assassins into this keep, and now he's marching an army onto a field where he expects to be crowned king. Harry's voice was level and absolute. We meet him. We stop him. Today. Cygnus studied him for a long moment. The Lord of House Black was not a man who deferred easily. He'd spent 40 years giving orders and having them obeyed. But something in Harry's face, or in the magic that hummed around him like a heat shimmer, or in the simple fact that Harry was right and everyone in the room knew it, made Cygnus nod. Then we ride, Cygnus said. How many can we field? The numbers came fast. 1,200 black soldiers, 300 of them battle mages. 200 cavalry. The household guard, another 100. Plus, and this was new, this was the fruit of Narcissus' weeks of political labor, 300 soldiers from allied houses that had signed the Mutual Defense Pact at the Citadel. Longbottom had sent 100. Bones, 100. Greengrass, smaller but fiercely confident, another 100. Total, 1,800 against 4,000. We're outnumbered more than 2 to 1, Cygnus said. He said it as a fact, not a complaint. Black Lords didn't complain about odds. They adjusted. We have advantages they don't, Bellatrix said. She was staring at the map with the focused intensity of a hawk sighting prey. First, terrain. Ashenmore is open, but the western edge is bordered by the Thornwood. If we position our infantry with the forest at our backs, they can't flank us. Second, their coalition is new. 5 houses, 5 command structures, 5 sets of soldiers who've never fought together. We're unified. We know each other. Third, Harry said. Me. Nobody argued. Andromeda arrived last, her medical bag over her shoulder, her brown hair already pulled back in the tight braid she wore for field work. She took one look at the map, one look at the faces around the table, and began organizing. I need every healer in the keep, she said. Plus the tournament medical staff, most of them are still in Thornhaven. I need wagons for a field hospital, supplies for treating combat magic injuries, and a secure location behind our lines where I can work without taking a stray curse to the head. You'll have it, Cygnus said. I'll also need access to the keep's emergency stores. The anti-dark magic tonics, the blood-replenishing potions, the burn treatments. All of it. Done. Andromeda nodded once, turned, and walked out. Harry watched her go, the straight back, the steady stride, the absolute absence of hesitation. She was afraid. He could see it in the tension of her shoulders, the way her hands gripped the strap of her bag. She was afraid, and she was going anyway because people were going to be hurt and she could help them, and that was enough. He loved her. He loved all 3 of them. In this moment, watching them prepare for what might be the worst day of their lives, the love was so acute it felt like a blade between his ribs. 2 hours, Cygnus said. We ride in 2 hours. The hall emptied. People moved with purpose. Harry stood at the map table alone and stared at the fields of Ashenmore, a stretch of open ground marked in faded ink, annotated with terrain features and elevation lines, and the small, careful notation, site of the last coronation. 423 AR. Where kings were made. Where kings fell. He pressed his palms flat on the table and let his magic pulse once through the wood, a deep, resonant note, like a bell struck in a cathedral. The map shivered. The candles flared. Somewhere in the keep, a window cracked. Then he went to get ready. His room was empty except for his leather coat and his pack. He hadn't accumulated much in his time at Blackkeep. He wasn't the accumulating type. 5 years on the road had taught him to carry only what mattered, and what mattered fit in a single bag. He was pulling on the coat when the door opened and all 3 of them walked in. Bellatrix was in full war kit, fighting leathers reinforced with enchanted plate at the shoulders and forearms, her wand in its combat holster, a second wand. Harry hadn't known she carried a backup, strapped to her left thigh. Her dark hair was braided tight against her skull. She looked like what she was, a weapon given human form and pointed at the enemy. Narcissa wore riding clothes, practical, dark, nothing that would catch the light or make her a target, but she'd pinned the Black family crest to her collar, silver against black, a statement of identity and allegiance. She carried a satchel of documents and a communication mirror and the invisible armory of political connections she'd built over weeks of sleepless, relentless work. Andromeda was in her healer's gear, brown robes, reinforced boots, her medical bag expanded to 3 times its normal size through extension charms, with the silver serpent and oak leaf pendant visible at her throat. She'd added one thing Harry hadn't seen before, a wand holster at her hip. Healers didn't usually carry combat wands. This one looked old, well-used, and dangerous. "That's new," Harry said, nodding at the wand. "It was my mother's," Andromeda said. "She was a battle healer in the Northern Wars. She used to say a healer who can't defend her patients isn't a healer, she's a liability." Wise woman. She was. Andromeda's hand touched the wand once, briefly, like a prayer. "I'm not Bella. I can't fight like she does. But I can protect my people." The 4 of them stood in Harry's small room with the morning light coming through the window and the sound of an army assembling below, and for a moment nobody spoke. There was too much to say, and not enough time to say it, and the words that mattered most were the ones that were hardest to find. Bellatrix spoke first. Because Bellatrix always spoke first. "If we die today, we're not dying today," Harry said. "If we die today," she continued, overriding him with the comfortable ease of a woman who'd been overriding him since the first time they'd fought. "I want you to know that the last 6 weeks have been the best of my life. Not because of the fighting, though the fighting has been exceptional. Because of you. Because you looked at me and didn't see a weapon or a trophy or a problem to be managed. You saw me." Her dark eyes were fierce and clear. "Nobody had ever seen me before." "Bella, shut up. I'm being emotional. It's deeply unpleasant, and I'd like to get through it quickly." She stepped forward, grabbed the front of his coat, and kissed him. Hard. Thorough. The kind of kiss that said everything that words couldn't and several things that words shouldn't. She released him. "Don't die." "I won't. Promise." "I promise." "You'd better. I have a list of things I want to do to you after this war, and it requires you breathing." Narcissa stepped forward next. She didn't grab him. She took his hand, the gesture that had become their language, the way they communicated what lived behind her walls. "I have spent my entire life preparing for a moment like this," she said. "Every chess game, every political maneuver, every sleepless night spent mapping power structures and building networks, all of it was preparation for the day when it would matter. When the things I built would stand between the people she stopped. Recalibrated. Between us and destruction. Narcissa. I love you." She said it like a confession extracted under duress, reluctant, painful, and absolutely sincere. "I'm terrible at it. I don't know how it works. I approach it like a political negotiation, and I know that's wrong, but it's the only framework I have. I love you, and it terrifies me, and I would very much like you to not die so that I can continue to be terrified in your presence." Harry pulled her in. She resisted for half a second, the old instinct, the wall, and then she collapsed against his chest, her face pressed against his coat, her composure finally, fully, gone. He held her, kissed the top of her golden head, felt her hands fist in the leather of his coat. "I love you too," he said. "And you're not terrible at it." "I am. You're learning. We all are." She pulled back, rebuilt herself. It was faster now, the walls went up in seconds, but they had doors and windows that hadn't been there before, and, through them, Harry could see the woman who'd just said the hardest thing she'd ever said and survived it. Andromeda didn't step forward. She stood where she was, hands folded in front of her, brown eyes bright with tears she wasn't letting fall, and she looked at him with an expression that held no walls, no armor, no fortress of composure or wildfire of passion. Just openness. Just herself. "I don't have a speech," she said. "Bella has passion. Narcissa has words. I just have this." She touched her chest, over her heart. "I'm a healer. I fix what's broken. I hold what's falling apart. I keep people alive when everything is trying to kill them. That's what I do. That's what I am. A tear escaped. She let it fall. You were the most broken person I'd ever seen, Harry. And the most alive. And I have loved you since the morning I put my hands on your shoulders and felt the full scope of everything the world had done to you and everything you'd done for the world despite it. I loved you before I knew your name. I loved you before you were mine. Harry crossed the room and wrapped his arms around her. She buried her face in his neck, and the tears came quiet, warm, the tears of a woman who carried everyone else's pain and rarely let anyone carry hers. I'm yours, he said. I've been yours since the porridge. She laughed. A wet, broken, beautiful laugh. The porridge. You made me eat the entire bowl. Nobody had ever cared enough to make me eat. She laughed again and cried harder and held him tighter, and he held her back, and the morning light came through the window and the army assembled and the war waited with the patience that war always had, because war knew it would get its turn. The four of them stood together in the small room. Not a throne room. Not a war council. Just a room, with a narrow bed and a wash basin and a window that looked out over a world that was about to change. Together, Harry said. 3 voices, 1 word, together. They rode out at the head of 1,800 soldiers, and the columns stretched behind them like a dark river flowing south. The fields of Ashenmore were 20 miles south of Thornhaven, 4 hours' ride at the pace of an army, which was the pace of its slowest wagon, and the slowest wagon was Andromeda's field hospital, which she refused to leave behind, and which Harry refused to rush, because the people in that wagon would save lives today. The day was gray. Low clouds, cold wind, the smell of rain that hadn't fallen yet. October was dying and November was being born, and the land between Thornhaven and Ashenmore was the kind of rolling farmland that looked peaceful until you imagined it full of men trying to kill each other. At which point every gentle hill became a tactical feature and every tree line became an ambush position. Harry rode at the front with Bellatrix on his left and Narcissa on his right. Cygnus rode behind them with his commanders. The black soldiers marched in disciplined columns, their armor dark, their banners, black and silver, the black sigil, snapping in the wind. Behind them, the allied contingents, long-bottomed soldiers in red and gold, bones in gray and white, green grass in green. It wasn't enough. Harry knew it. Narcissa knew it. Everyone knew it. 1,800 against 4,000, with the enemy holding superior numbers of battle mages and the initiative of having chosen the ground. By every conventional calculation, they should lose. Harry didn't intend to fight conventionally. Narcissa had spent the ride refining the battle plan, her communication mirror active in one hand, messages flowing in and out as her intelligence network tracked the enemy's movements in real time. Lucius has deployed in a standard crescent formation, she reported, her voice pitched low enough for their immediate group. Main body center, cavalry on the wings, battle mages distributed across the line in support clusters. The Knot and Rowell contingents hold the flanks. Crabbe and Goyle are heavy infantry, center front. Malfoy's personal guard, 300 men, the best equipped, is in reserve behind the center. Where's Lucius? Harry asked. Command position, rear center. Elevated ground. He wants to see the whole field. Narcissa paused. He also has something else. My scouts reported a structure being assembled behind his lines. Wooden scaffolding, runic inscriptions, ward stones. A ritual platform, Bellatrix said. Her face darkened. He's going to open thresholds on the battlefield. He might try, Harry said. He won't succeed. Harry, if he's brought the Ashwraiths, then I'll deal with the Ashwraiths. Bella, I need you commanding our battle mages. You're the best combat caster on this field, both fields. Organize them into strike teams. Fast, mobile, hit and withdraw. Don't try to match their line, break it. Find weak points and drive through them. That's what I was going to do anyway. I know. I'm telling you so Narcissa can put it in her plan. Already have, Narcissa said without looking up from her mirror. I'm coordinating with the Longbottom commander, a woman named Abbott, veteran of the Northern Wars, extremely competent. She'll anchor our left flank. Bones takes the right. Greengrass cavalry holds in reserve for a strike at the moment of our choosing. And our center? Our center is the Black Infantry and you. Harry nodded. The Black Infantry was Cygnus's pride, 1,200 men and women, well-trained, well-equipped, loyal to the bone. They would hold. The question was whether holding would be enough when the enemy had twice their numbers and the willingness to use dark magic. That was where Harry came in. They crested the final ridge at midday and Ashenmore spread before them. It was a wide, flat valley 2 miles across, 3 miles long, bordered by the Thornwood to the west and low hills to the east. The River Ash cut through the northern end, shallow and slow, more obstacle than barrier. The grass was brown with autumn, flattened by wind, and in the flat gray light the whole landscape had a bleak, timeless quality, like a place that had been waiting for this moment since the world was young. The enemy was already in position. 4,000 soldiers arrayed across the valley's southern end in a broad crescent that stretched from hill to hill. Banners of 5 houses, green and silver for Malfoy, dark blue for Nott, crimson for Crabbe, rust brown for Goyle, ice white for Rowell, rippled in the wind. The formation was professional, intimidating, the combined military strength of nearly half of southern Albion's great houses deployed with the clear intent of overwhelming anything that stood in its way. And behind the lines, visible even from this distance, the ritual platform. A wooden structure 30 feet high, covered in runes that pulsed with a sickly purple light even in daylight. Figures moved on and around it, the Ashwraiths, still active, still in Lucius's employ despite the evidence Narcissa had presented at the Citadel. He doesn't care about evidence, Narcissa said, reading Harry's gaze. He's past the point where reputation matters. This is the endgame. Win here and the evidence disappears. Lose here and it doesn't matter. Harry dismounted, stood on the ridge, and looked at the army arrayed against him. 4,000 soldiers. 800 battle mages. Dark magic. Thresholds. A man who believed he should be king and was willing to burn the world to prove it. Behind Harry, 1,800 soldiers formed up on the ridge. Not enough. Not nearly enough. But enough. He turned to face his army. The black soldiers, dark-armored, hard-eyed. The long-bottom contingent, red and gold, steady as stone. The Bones fighters, gray and white, lean and sharp. The Greengrass cavalry, green-cloaked, restless on their horses. He didn't give a speech. He'd never been good at speeches. He gave them something else. He let his magic rise. Not a display. Not a performance. He simply stopped holding it down. Let the full weight of what he was become visible, tangible, a presence in the air that every magical person on that ridge could feel. The golden warmth of it washed over them, not a ward, not a shield, but a resonance. A frequency that said, I am here. I am with you. We do not break. The soldiers felt it. He could see it in their faces. The fear didn't disappear, but it was joined by something else. Something that straightened spines and steadied hands and turned 1,800 frightened people into something that was more than the sum of its parts. Bellatrix felt it. She closed her eyes for a moment, let the resonance flow through her, and when she opened them they were blazing. She drew her wand and walked to her battle mages, 60 of the best combat casters in the Black household, augmented by another 40 from the allied houses. 100 mages. Against 800. Bellatrix looked at her 100 and smiled her savage, beautiful, absolutely fearless smile. Who wants to make history? The cheer that went up from her mages was not the sound of 100 voices. It was the sound of a force. Narcissa dismounted and set up her command position on the ridge, the communication mirror on a camp table, message ravens circling above, runners standing ready. She would fight this battle with information and coordination, seeing the whole field, directing responses, exploiting opportunities that the commanders in the thick of it couldn't see. She was the brain. The rest of them were the hands. Andromeda's field hospital assembled behind the ridge, shielded from direct attack by the high ground. 12 healers, 50 beds, enough supplies for 300 casualties. Not enough. Never enough. She organized her people with quiet efficiency, assigning stations, checking supplies, preparing for the worst while hoping for the best. Harry walked down the ridge toward the valley floor. Alone. Behind him, Bellatrix's voice. "Harry, what are you?" Starting the conversation, he said. "Wait for my signal." He walked onto the fields of Ashenmore. One man, in a leather coat, with no weapon and no army at his back and the weight of the world on his shoulders. Halfway across the field, he stopped. The enemy line was a quarter-mile ahead. Close enough to see individual faces. Close enough to feel the massed magical aura of 4,000 soldiers pressing against the air like a storm front. Harry stood in the middle of the field where kings were crowned, and he waited. A rider detached from the enemy line. Golden hair. Green and silver robes. A pale wand catching the flat gray light. Lucius Malfoy rode to meet him. He stopped 20 paces away. Dismounted with the fluid grace that was as much a part of him as his ambition. Stood facing Harry across the autumn grass, the wind between them, the weight of 2 armies pressing in from either side. "Blackthorn," Lucius said. "You came. You didn't leave much choice. There's always a choice. You could have negotiated. You could have accepted the Church's protection. You could have left Albion altogether. There are places in the world where a man of your talents would be welcomed without all this unpleasantness. I could have. I didn't." Lucius studied him. The gray eyes were calculating, as always, but there was something else in them now, a recognition, almost a respect, that coexisted with the cold determination of a man who had committed everything to this moment. "I didn't want this," Lucius said. "I want you to know that. The villages, the thresholds, those were necessities, not pleasures. I take no joy in the deaths of peasants. You take no joy in anything except power. That's the problem. Power is the only thing that lasts. Love fades. Loyalty breaks. Principles erode. Power endures." Lucius's wand hand was relaxed at his side. "I am going to be king, Blackthorn. Today, on this field. The question is whether you're going to make it costly. I'm going to make it impossible." Lucius smiled. It was almost sad. "I have 4,000 soldiers. You have less than 2,000. I have 800 battle mages. You have 100. I have threshold capability. Yes, I know you sealed the village sites, but I have others, prepared in advance, ready to open on my command. Within minutes of this battle starting, I can flood this field with entities that will tear your soldiers apart." "You could," Harry said. "You won't." "And why is that?" "Because I'm going to destroy the ritual platform before the battle starts. Right now. While you watch." Lucius's smile froze. "You're a quarter-mile from my lines. The platform is behind my army. You can't." Harry raised his hand. The magic came from deep from the core of him, from the place where the killing curse had left its mark and where 23 years of power had pooled and grown and waited. It rose through his body like a tide, filling every channel, every meridian, every cell, until he was luminous with it, a pillar of golden light standing in the middle of a gray field, visible to every eye on both sides. He pointed at the ritual platform. The beam of power that left his hand crossed a quarter-mile of open air in less than a second. It struck the platform dead center, and the structure, 30 feet of wood and runestone and dark magical engineering, came apart. Not exploded. Disintegrated. Every piece of it, from the highest scaffold to the deepest ward anchor, unraveled at the molecular level and scattered on the wind as dust. The ashwraiths on and around the platform were blown backward by the shockwave. Not killed, Harry had calibrated the strike with surgical precision, directing the destructive force of the structure and the concussive force at the people. They'd live. They'd also never work for Lucius Malfoy again, because the kind of magical shock they'd just experienced tended to fundamentally recalibrate one's priorities. The sound reached them a second later, a deep, rolling thunder that shook the ground and echoed off the hills and announced, to every person on the field, that the rules of this engagement had just changed. Harry lowered his hand. The golden light faded. He stood in the grass, normal-looking, unremarkable except for the scar and the coat and the fact that he'd just destroyed a military installation from a quarter-mile away with a gesture. Lucius stared at the space where his ritual platform had been. Dust was still settling. The ashwraiths were scattered on the ground behind his lines, groaning, their dark magic snuffed out. 5 months of preparation, thousands of gold coins, dozens of bound entities ready to be unleashed gone. In 1 second. That's what I am, Harry said quietly. That's what you're facing. Not a brute with a famous scar. Not a wandering mage with good luck. Me. All of me. He met Lucius's gray eyes. Go home, Lucius. Take your army. Go home and build something instead of trying to conquer something. You have the intelligence and the resources to make your lands a paradise. You don't need a throne. Nobody does. Lucius's face was a mask. Behind it, calculations were running rapid, desperate, the reassessment of a master strategist whose central assumption had just been obliterated along with his ritual platform. If I withdraw, Lucius said slowly, I lose everything. The coalition. The alliances. The claim. Everything I've spent 10 years building. You keep your lands. Your people. Your life. A Malfoy does not retreat. A Malfoy does not have to die on this field. The wind blew. The armies waited. 2 men stood in the space between them, and the world held its breath. Lucius raised his wand. Harry didn't flinch. The curse came fast, a lance of emerald green that Harry recognized with the cold, intimate familiarity of a man who'd been hit by it once before. The killing curse. Avada Kedavra. The one spell that couldn't be blocked, couldn't be deflected, couldn't be survived. Except by him. Harry didn't dodge. He opened his hand and caught it. The green light hit his palm and stopped. It screamed, the curse itself screamed, a high, thin sound like metal on glass, as Harry's magic closed around it, contained it, and crushed it out of existence. The scar on his forehead blazed white-hot. His hand shook. But he held. The killing curse died in his fist. Harry closed his fingers over the last fading spark of green light and extinguished it. Lucius staggered backward. His wand arm dropped. His face, the perfect, controlled, golden face, cracked. For the first time in Harry's experience, Lucius Malfoy looked afraid. How? Lucius whispered. That's not no one. Can someone already tried that on me when I was a baby, Harry said. It didn't work then either. Behind Lucius, his army had seen. For 1,000 soldiers had watched their lord cast the killing curse at a man who caught it in his bare hand. The effect was seismic. The front ranks shifted. Soldiers looked at each other. Officers shouted orders that were obeyed a beat too late, because discipline could hold men in formation against other men, but not against the impossible. Lucius saw it happening, felt the will of his army wavering. He was a leader, a genuinely gifted one, whatever his other failings, and he recognized the moment for what it was. The tipping point. The instant where a battle is won or lost before the first real blow is struck. He had a choice. Push forward, commit his army, fight the conventional battle, and hope that numbers would overwhelm what one man could do. Or, Harry gave the signal. On the ridge behind him, Bellatrix saw it. She'd been waiting, coiled, every fiber of her being straining against the leash of patience, and when Harry raised his fist, she exploded. Now, she screamed, and her 100 mages came over the ridge like a breaking wave. They hit the enemy line in 3 strike teams, fast, mobile, overwhelming in their focused fury. Bellatrix led the center team personally, her wand a blur, her chaos field, now structured, focused, more devastating than ever, ripping through the not-contingents' shields like paper. She didn't fight the enemy mages one at a time. She fought all of them, her magic expanding outward in a spiral of destruction that touched everything it reached and left confusion in its wake. The Black Infantry came down the ridge at a dead run, screaming. Cygnus himself was at their head, the old lord in his black armor, his silver hair streaming, his wand throwing curses with the precise, economical violence of a man who'd fought his first battle before Harry was born. The black soldiers hit the enemy center like a battering ram, and the crab-heavy infantry, already shaken by Harry's display, buckled. On the left flank, the Longbottom contingent, led by Abbott, the Northern Wars veteran, engaged the Rowell forces in a grinding, brutal melee that would have been a stalemate except that Abbott was better and her soldiers were fighting for something more than a lord's ambition. On the right, the Bones fighters engaged the Goyle contingent. Lighter, faster, trained for mobility rather than raw power, they danced around the heavier Goyle soldiers and cut them apart in detail. Narcissa's voice rang from the ridge, amplified by magic, directing the battle with the omniscient precision of a woman who could see every piece on the board. Bellatrix, Knots left is collapsing, pushed through. Abbott, hold the river crossing, Raoul is trying to flank. Bones, pull back 20 yards and let the Greengrass cavalry through. The Greengrass cavalry. They'd been holding in reserve behind the ridge, invisible to the enemy, waiting for exactly this moment. 150 riders in green cloaks, light and fast, surging through the gap that the Bones contingent had opened and slamming into the Goyle flank at a full gallop. The Goyle formation, already struggling against the Bones fighters, shattered. The enemy's crescent was breaking. Left flank engaged and pinned. Right flank shattered by cavalry. Center buckling under the Black Infantry's assault and Bellatrix's magical onslaught. But Lucius still had his reserve, 300 of his best, held behind the center, the last intact unit on his side. And Lucius was not finished. Harry saw him retreat behind his lines, saw the reserve begin to move, saw the golden-haired figure on the elevated ground raise his wand and begin casting. Not combat spells, command magic. Enhancement charms on his soldiers. Coordination hexes that linked his officers' minds into a tactical network. The professional, sophisticated magic of a man who understood that a battle was a system and systems could be optimized. The reserve hit the Black Infantry's center like a hammer and the line wavered. Harry moved. He didn't run. He walked forward through the battle, and the battle parted around him. Enemy soldiers who came within arm's reach found themselves thrown aside by waves of force that Harry barely seemed to notice. Curses aimed at him dissolved in the air. A not battle mage threw a full-power killing curse and Harry sidestepped it without looking, the way you'd step over a puddle. It wasn't contempt. It was economy. He was saving everything for what came next. He reached the point where the Malfoy reserve was driving into his center. 300 elite soldiers, the best Lucius had, armored in enchanted plate, wielding war magic that turned the ground to glass and the air to fire. They were winning. Slowly, brutally, they were pushing the Black Infantry back. Harry planted his feet. He drove his hands into the earth. The ground shook. From the point where his fingers met the soil, a wave of magic radiated outward, not destructive, not violent, but heavy. It sank into the earth and changed it. The ground beneath the Malfoy reserve softened, shifted, became something between quicksand and mud, sucking at their boots, grabbing their ankles, pulling them down inch by inch. Their charge stalled. Their formation broke as soldiers struggled to keep their footing. Then Harry pushed. A wall of force, not a bolt, not a lance, but a wall, stretching the full width of the Malfoy reserve's position, surged forward. It hit them like an ocean wave, and they went backward. All of them. 300 soldiers lifted off their feet and deposited 30 yards behind their starting position, tangled, disoriented, their magical shields shattered by the sheer scale of what had hit them. The Black Infantry surged forward into the gap. And the battle turned. It took another 2 hours. 2 hours of hard, grinding, bloody work that didn't look anything like the stories made battle look. Men screamed. Men died. The healers behind the ridge worked in a hell of blood and cursed wounds, and the sounds that human beings made when magic tore their bodies apart. Andromeda moved through it like a ghost of mercy, calm, sure, her hands never stopping, her magic flowing into one shattered body after another, pulling them back from the edge. She lost patience. She'd known she would. A boy from the Longbottom contingent, no older than 17, with a curse wound through his chest that had severed his magical core along with his spine. A black soldier whose burns were too extensive, too deep, the fiendfire residue eating through her tissue faster than Andromeda could purge it. An old bones veteran who'd taken a killing curse and simply stopped, between one breath and the next, like a light going out. Andromeda healed the ones she could save and held the ones she couldn't, and she didn't stop, and she didn't break, and when a stray curse punched through the hospital's wards and killed one of her healers, a young woman named Clearwater, who'd been 2 months into her training. Andromeda pulled the dead woman's medical bag to her own station and kept working. On the field, Bellatrix fought until her magic was a ragged, thin stream, and then she fought with her fists and her knife and her fury, and when a Malfoy battle mage caught her with a curse that should have dropped her, she absorbed it through the structural framework Harry had built into her magic, converted the hostile energy into fuel, and hit back with a blast that knocked the man unconscious and set his robes on fire. On the ridge, Narcissa's voice went hoarse and she kept talking. She saw the enemy's final coordination collapse before anyone on the field did, the moment when Lucius's tactical network frayed and the Five-House Coalition stopped being an army and became 5 separate groups of frightened men. She redirected the Greengrass cavalry for a second charge. She pulled the Bones fighters off their flank and sent them to reinforce the center. She saw every move 3 steps before it happened, and she gave her side those 3 steps, and in a battle this close, 3 steps was everything. The Knot contingent broke first. Then Raoul. Then Goyle, streaming away to the east in a route that the Greengrass cavalry harried, but didn't pursue, Narcissa's orders, because routing soldiers who were chased became dead men, and dead men couldn't go home and tell their lords that the war was over. Crabbe held longest, out of stubbornness rather than courage, but when the Black Infantry flanked them and Bellatrix's mages hit them from behind, even stubbornness found its limit. By late afternoon, the fields of Ashenmore were quiet, not peaceful. The ground was torn, scorched, littered with the debris of combat, broken wands, shattered shields, the bodies of the fallen. The river ash ran red in places. The sky was still gray, still cold, still indifferent to what had happened beneath it. But the battle was over. Harry stood in the center of the field, surrounded by the aftermath, and he was tired. Bone tired. Soul tired. The kind of exhaustion that went past the physical and into the existential. He'd spent the afternoon walking the field after the rout, healing soldiers from both sides, yes, both sides, because a wounded not conscript was still a person and Harry couldn't walk past a person in pain. Until Andromeda had found him and physically dragged him away from a Goyle soldier's broken leg and said, "Let my people handle this. You need to stop." He hadn't stopped. Not until the last enemy wounded had been stabilized and the last allied wounded had been evacuated to the field hospital and the last body had been covered with a cloak. Now he stood and breathed and tried to feel something other than exhaustion. Lucius. Lucius was still on the field. The Golden Lord had not retreated with his army. His reserve had been shattered, his coalition had routed, his ritual platform was dust, but Lucius Malfoy stood on his elevated ground with his 300 elite guard, what remained of them, maybe 200 now. And he stood because a Malfoy did not run. Harry walked toward him. The Malfoy guard was spent. They were wounded, exhausted, their enchanted armor cracked, their war magic depleted. They formed a ring around their lord with the grim, mechanical loyalty of men who'd sworn oaths and intended to keep them even when keeping them meant dying. Harry stopped at the ring's edge. "Let me through," he said. The guard didn't move. A captain, blood on his face, one arm hanging broken, raised his wand with his good hand. "Stand down, Captain," Lucius's voice came from behind the ring. "Let him through." The ring parted. Harry walked through it. Lucius stood alone on his little hill, his green and silver robes torn, his perfect hair disheveled for perhaps the first time in his adult life, his wand in his hand. He was bleeding from a cut on his temple. His gray eyes were clear. "You've won," Lucius said. "I didn't want to win. I wanted you to not start this. History doesn't care about what we want. It cares about what we do." Lucius looked at the battlefield, at the ruin of everything he'd built. 4,000 men. My coalition. My claim. Gone. Your men are mostly alive. Your lands are intact. Your house still stands. That's more than you left the people of Millhaven. Lucius flinched. It was small, a micro-expression, a flicker, but it was real. The first time Harry had ever seen Lucius Malfoy flinch. "The villages," Lucius said. "I won't pretend I didn't order it. I did. I told myself it was necessary, that the strategic objective justified the cost. I told myself that a king must be willing to make hard choices." He paused. "I told myself a great many things. And now? Now I'm standing on a hill with a broken army, and a man who caught a killing curse in his hand is asking me to account for my decisions." Lucius's mouth twisted. "I find that the justifications are less convincing from this perspective." Harry held out his hand. "Your wand." Lucius looked at the hand. At the man behind it. At the sky, the field, the distant ridge where the black banners flew. He reversed his wand and placed it in Harry's palm. "What happens now?" Lucius asked. "Now you go home. You take your soldiers, all of them, including the wounded, will help with evacuation, and you go home. You rebuild. You govern your lands well, and you treat your people fairly, and you never, ever order another village burned. And the throne. There is no throne. Not anymore." Lucius frowned. "The Iron Throne is an idea. And it's a bad one. One person, one seat, absolute power, and everyone else fighting to either sit in it or tear it down. It's broken, Lucius. It was always broken. I'm going to replace it with something better." "What?" "You'll see. Go home." Lucius Malfoy looked at Harry for a long moment. Then he turned and walked down the hill toward his broken guard, and he didn't look back. His soldiers formed around him. They began the long, slow march east. Harry watched them go. In his hand, Lucius's wand, pale wood, silver serpent head, felt cold and lifeless without its owner's magic. He considered snapping it, the way he'd snapped Rodolphus's. Decided against it. He'd return it eventually. When Lucius had earned it back. Bellatrix found him on the hill as the enemy column disappeared over the eastern ridge. She was wrecked. Blood spattered, singed, limping slightly from a curse wound on her right thigh that she clearly hadn't mentioned to anyone. Her braid had come undone and her dark hair hung wild around her face. She looked like she'd fought a war, which she had. She sat down next to him on the hilltop. They watched the empty field together. "Casualties?" Harry asked. "We won't have final numbers for hours. But lighter than they should be. Narcissus' coordination saved a lot of lives. Andromeda's hospital saved more." Bellatrix leaned against his shoulder. "We lost about 60 dead. Maybe 200 wounded. The enemy lost more, 300 dead, 600 wounded. Could have been much worse. 60 dead. 60 people who'd been alive this morning. 60 families who'd have empty chairs at their tables tonight." "I know that look," Bellatrix said. Don't what? Don't carry them. You carry everything. The villages, the survivors, the dead, the whole damned continent. You can't carry 60 more. Who carries them if I don't? Their families. Their comrades. The people who love them. That's not your job, Harry. Your job is to make sure their deaths meant something." She took his hand. Did they? He thought about it. Thought about the fields, the dead, the broken army retreating east. Thought about a coalition shattered and a mad grab for power that had just ended in a gray field in October. "Ask me tomorrow," he said. Tomorrow came. And the day after. And the week after that. And in the space between the battle and the future, the world rearranged itself. Harry melted the Iron Throne on a Tuesday. He was developing a pattern with Tuesdays. The throne had sat in the capital, a city called Kinghold, neutral ground maintained by the church, technically unaffiliated with any house. The throne room was a vast, cold space of gray stone, and the throne itself was a monstrosity of iron and dark magic, forged 1,000 years ago by the first High King from the weapons of his conquered enemies. It radiated power the way a furnace radiated heat, a constant, oppressive reminder of what it represented. Harry walked into the throne room with the lords of 12 houses watching, the allied houses, the neutral houses, and the defeated houses, all summoned by Narcissus' ravens to witness what came next, and he stood in front of the Iron Throne and looked at it. It was ugly. Massive, dark, twisted metal forming a seat that no human body could sit comfortably in because comfort wasn't the point. The point was dominance. The point was I sit above you. Harry raised his hand, and the magic came, not the destructive force of battle, but something deeper, hotter, drawn from the same place that had survived the killing curse. Dragonfire, the old mages called it. The primordial fire that existed before spells, before wands, before the structures of civilized magic. It was gold and white, and it burned at temperatures that iron couldn't withstand. The Iron Throne melted. Slowly, deliberately, the metal softening and flowing like wax, losing its shape, losing its menace, collapsing into a pool of molten iron that spread across the stone floor and cooled into a flat, featureless disk. The silence in the throne room was absolute. Harry turned to face the assembled lords. No more kings, he said. No more thrones. No more one person deciding the fate of everyone else because their blood is old or their army is large or their magic is strong. He looked at them, the powerful, the frightened, the hopeful, the skeptical. I'm proposing a council. The Round Council. Every major house, every free city, every significant community in Albion gets a seat. Decisions are made by vote. Disputes are resolved by arbitration. Military force is collective, attack one, face all. Who leads the council? Lord Greengrass asked. He was a careful man, cautious, the type who checked for traps before sitting down to dinner. The council leads the council. A rotating chair, changed yearly. No permanent authority. No permanent power. And you? This from Lady Bones, sharp-eyed and direct. Where do you sit in this? I don't. I'm not a lord. I don't want a seat. What I want, Harry paused. What I want is to go home. Build a life. Fight the things that need fighting and leave the governing to people who are better at it than me. Murmuring. Skepticism. Hope. The messy, complicated sound of a political order trying to figure out if the ground beneath it had shifted or collapsed. Narcissa handled the details. She drafted the Round Council's charter over the course of a week, and it was like everything she produced, brilliantly constructed, elegantly balanced, and ruthlessly practical. It addressed every concern, anticipated every objection, and built in enough flexibility to survive the inevitable attempts to undermine it. The charter was signed that day by 9 houses. 3 more would sign within the month. Lucius Malfoy signed last, 3 months later, on the condition that his lands and title remained intact and that the events of Ashenmore would be subject to a formal inquiry rather than summary judgment. Narcissa agreed. Harry didn't argue. Justice could be patient if justice was thorough. Dumbledore watched from his mountain and said nothing. The Church adapted, as institutions do, finding new relevance as a moral authority and educational center rather than a political hegemon. McGonagall, who had been quietly building her own power base within the Church for years, succeeded Dumbledore as archon within the year. She proved to be considerably less interested in control and considerably more interested in competence. Home. They built it in the valley below Black Keep, not in the keep itself, because the keep was Cygnus's and would remain so, but in a new structure on the riverbank that was part fortress, part workshop, part something that defied easy categorization. Bellatrix designed the defenses. Andromeda designed the healing wing. Narcissa designed the library and the communication center. Harry designed the training yard because some rituals were sacred. They called it the Thornhold because Harry's earned name was the only house name he'd ever carry and because the Blackthorn was a plant that grew in poor soil and bore flowers in winter and had thorns that would tear your hand open if you grabbed it wrong. It was not a throne room. It was a home. The weddings, technically, 3 ceremonies performed on the same day by 3 different traditions because Bellatrix wanted a warrior's binding, Narcissa wanted a political covenant, and Andromeda wanted a healer's handfasting. And Harry wanted whatever made them happy, took place in the Thornhold's central courtyard on the first day of spring. Cygnus walked all 3 daughters down the aisle, and if his silver eyes were brighter than usual, no one mentioned it, because the Lord of House Black had a reputation to maintain. Harry stood at the altar, a simple stone table, unadorned, nothing like a throne, and watched 3 women walk toward him, and each one was a world he'd never expected to find. Bellatrix, who fought like a storm and loved like a fire, who'd shown him that strength could be wild without being destructive and that passion didn't have to burn alone. Andromeda, who healed what was broken and held what was falling apart, who'd shown him that letting someone see your wounds wasn't weakness, but the beginning of being whole. Narcissa, who saw the world as a chessboard and played it with her heart, who'd shown him that vulnerability and strategy could coexist, and that the bravest thing a person could do was let themselves be known. 3 sisters. 1 scarred man. A home with a stupid name and a training yard and a healing wing and a library full of maps and schemes and plans for a world that was stumbling imperfectly toward something better. The ceremony was beautiful. Bellatrix cried, which she'd later deny with the ferocity of a woman defending a hill. Narcissa's vows were a 6-minute strategic analysis of why their partnership was the optimal outcome for all parties, which was her way of saying she loved him so much it made her brain short-circuit. Andromeda's vows were 4 words: I choose you. Always. Harry's vows were simple. He'd never been good at speeches. I spent 5 years looking for something worth stopping for, he said. I found 3. Afterward, there was a feast. There was dancing. Bellatrix challenged Harry to a duel on the dance floor, which was either a metaphor or a genuine attempt at combat, depending on how you interpreted the singed tablecloth. Narcissa drank 2 glasses of wine and told Lord Greengrass exactly what she thought of his trade tariffs, which was either a diplomatic incident or the beginning of a productive negotiation, depending on how you interpreted Greengrass's expression. Andromeda healed a servant who'd cut himself on a wine glass, because some things were more important than parties. And later, much later, when the guests were gone and the candles were low and the Thornhaven was quiet except for the river and the wind, Harry stood on the balcony of their quarters and looked out over the valley. Albion spread before him in the spring darkness. Lights flickered in distant villages. The river Thorn ran silver under the stars. Somewhere out there, the Round Council was meeting for the first time, and the great houses were learning to govern together instead of against each other, and the world was changing in ways that were slow and messy and imperfect and real. Behind him, the door opened. Come to bed, Bellatrix said. You can save the world again tomorrow. I wasn't saving the world. I was looking at it. You were brooding. I know brooding. I'm an expert on brooding. Come to bed. Andromeda's voice, softer. She's right. You need rest. Narcissa's voice, dry. He needs to stop standing on balconies being dramatic. It's a character flaw. I have many character flaws. Yes. We married you anyway. Consider that a testament to our collective poor judgment. A pause. Come inside, Harry. He turned from the balcony. 3 women. 1 room. A home that smelled of healing herbs and weapon oil and expensive parchment and the particular warmth that happened when people who loved each other occupied the same space for long enough. Harry stepped inside and closed the door on the night. The world would still be there tomorrow. The challenges, the politics, the slow work of building something better on the ashes of something broken. There would be crises. There would be setbacks. There would be mornings when the weight pressed down and the scars ached and the memory of fire and loss threatened to swallow everything. But there would also be this. The quiet moments. The shared meals. The morning sparring sessions that were half training and half love language. The late-night strategy sessions that turned into arguments, that turned into laughter, that turned into silence, that was better than any sound. There would be them. That was enough. That was more than enough. That was everything.